The cherry blossom season in Tokyo is like a painting I am tired of seeing. I am in a gloomy mood today. I failed to ask my mother for an advance on my pocket money. The few coins in my wallet are almost laughing at me. It's all my fault for not spending money in moderation before. Now I can't even afford the latest issue of Psychic Detective Notes. But I am a poor student and I can't get a scholarship. It seems that I can only work part-time. Just when I made up my mind, a familiar figure came into my sight. It was Gen Hoshino, the low-key guy in our class. He always read quietly by himself and spoke very little, but his English-Japanese mixed-race face was so handsome that it was unfair, and his heterochromatic eyes were as charming as his idol sister Rin Hoshino. What's more, what he was holding in his hand was the Psychic Detective Notes that I had been thinking about. Hope ignited in my heart. If I could establish a good relationship with him, wouldn't I be able to read books for free and avoid the hardship of working? I trotted over and greeted him warmly, but he just smiled and said nothing. I tried to find a topic to talk about, but he suddenly pulled me over and used me to block the mud splashed by the speeding car, and then he got into a taxi and ran away cleanly. I was angry and annoyed. Not only was I late and was punished to run around the playground, but I also missed watching Psychic Detective Notes. During the break, I cried to my good friend Suzuki Zimi, and she was furious when she heard it and decided to help me get revenge. It turned out that Haruno Gen joined the kendo club yesterday, and Suzuki Zimi urged me to teach him a lesson during the rookie test. I was full of expectations and finally waited until school was over. In the kendo hall, my duel with Haruno Gen attracted a lot of people. I thought it would be a fierce confrontation, but I didn't expect him to be beaten back step by step. At the last moment, I wanted to teach him a lesson, but for some reason, seeing his helpless and delicate face, I stopped involuntarily, and the bamboo sword still touched him lightly. It worked. Cheers rang out around us. I asked him to apologize arrogantly, but he said that giving me the book was an apology, but he still apologized in the end. His voice was so nice that I couldn't help but complain that such good conditions were a waste. After the club activities, I went home alone, but I saw Haruno Gen holding a bamboo sword and turning into a small path. I followed him curiously and came to a dilapidated dojo. I saw him take out a piece of talisman paper and wipe it on the bamboo sword, and the bamboo sword actually emitted electric light. He walked in so easily, as if he was going home. I stared with my eyes wide open, wondering if I was crazy. I had only seen superpowers and yin-yang magic in novels. But when I saw the fierce battle in the gym, I was completely stunned. Haruno Gen and a Ronin swordsman wielding a demon sword were fighting hard. The fire and thunder intertwined, and every collision made my heart beat faster. The Ronin swordsman's face was dark and chaotic, extremely terrifying, and his roar was more piercing than nails scratching a blackboard. I covered my ears in pain, but I couldn't bear to look away. Haruno Gen's left eye glowed red, and the fight became more intense. Suddenly, his bamboo sword broke, and he turned and ran, not forgetting to pull me along. We ran out of the path, and he threw the talisman paper, and the path disappeared in an instant. I gasped, looked at him, and asked with difficulty, "Who are you?" He smiled and said he was just a high school student, but how could I believe him? I wanted to ask him further, but he warned me not to explore his privacy and said that the choice was my own. My name is Shinya General. My life experience is so complicated that even I am often confused. In my previous life, my name was Yishingyuan. I was an orphan from an orphanage and was adopted by an old Taoist priest when I was 6 years old. He took me to cheat everywhere and forced me to learn to draw talismans and do horse stance from the age of 7. It was boring and difficult. I tried to escape many times, but was caught back. It was not until I was 12 years old that I saw the power of the old Taoist priest in a real exorcism commission, and I no longer resisted. At the age of 17, the old Taoist priest passed away. After I buried him, I went out on my own and became a well-known exorcist. But later, I encountered various misfortunes. I was branded with an evil spirit by a female ghost, imprisoned by a research institute for experiments, and finally hunted by mercenaries. I was also killed by a missile when I fell off a cliff. Unexpectedly, I was reborn in this world with a new family. I have both parents and a lovely twin sister. But happiness was short-lived. My parents divorced when I was 3 years old. My sister went to England with my mother, and I stayed in Japan with my father. My father was busy with business and rarely cared about me. I was used to being alone. My parents reunited more than a year ago, and I had to wear a mask of gentleness and politeness. When I got home, my sister Hoshino Rin was playing games in the living room. She is an idol and an esports girl, but we are not close. I went back to my room to draw talismans, and after exhausting my energy, I slept for 5 hours. When I woke up, I was hungry and went out to find food. At the roadside stall, I met a novice female stall owner with an old-school uniform. I ordered a curry rice, but it was hard to swallow. When I was about to pay the bill and go to a high-end restaurant, I heard a little girl calling Rin-chan and saw a concert poster for Rin on the big screen in the mall. I packed the food for some unknown reason, and when I got home, I found that Rin was still playing games, and her eyes were red from being beaten by the boss. I couldn't help but help her defeat the boss, and her attitude towards me changed. She also invited me to the concert, but I refused. On Saturday, I came to an antique shop in a deep alley near the town area. This is my secret base. I asked my father to buy the shop, and I asked my grandfather's housekeeper to get the business license. The location is remote and the business is quiet. I opened the door, cleaned the dust with talisman paper, and walked into the exhibition hall. There are more than a dozen antiques on display here, all with talismans, because they are all parasitic ghosts. Hunting ghosts and exorcising spirits is dangerous, but the benefits are lucrative. I am greedy for money and obsessed with treasures. The treasures on those ghosts make me excited, especially the demon sword of the ghost swordsman, but I have fled in embarrassment after several challenges. I reviewed the battle while checking the antiques. After everything was normal, I ground a cup of coffee and sat by the bay window listening to the rain, but I kept thinking about the knife in my mind. Thoughts kept fermenting in his mind, as if a crazy voice was shouting hysterically. Haruno Gen's forehead twitched slightly. He took a big sip of bitter coffee and swallowed it, and then he barely suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Clatter, dense raindrops hit the ceiling of the gymnasium. Hoshino Rin, who was sitting in the dressing room backstage with her knees hugged, was holding her mobile phone and browsing the webpage of fun online game recommendations that she had just searched. Rin-chan. An extremely sweet cry entered Hoshino Rin's ears, and then a fragrant and soft body pressed down on her slender back. What should I do, Rin? I'm about to go on stage and I'm so nervous. Hoshino Rin didn't look back, because she knew who the guy lying on her back was just by the voice. It was Yukina Hayakawa, a second-generation member who joined TKY02 2 months ago. She was also the only second-generation member selected for the Shinjuku concert. She swiped the screen of her phone and comforted him perfunctorily, "Don't be nervous, just practice like you normally would." That's true. There was a sense of powerlessness in Hayakawa Yukina's sweet voice, but a performance is a performance after all. Didn't all 8,000 tickets sell out in an instant? Being on stage with so many people staring at me, it's scary just to think about it. Don't worry, there won't be many people staring at you. After all, everyone is here for Rin-chan and Xiaoxuan. Another voice suddenly came from the side, causing Hayakawa Yukina and Hoshino Rin to look over and found that the person who spoke was the captain, Hayami Seiko, who had stood next to them at some point. Hayami Seiko grinned at Hayakawa Yukina, "It's just a joke, don't mind it." After that, she expanded her sight to include Hoshino Rin, and the smile on her face became even wider. "I'm about to go on stage, are you ready, ladies?" The soothing music gradually faded away, and the main melody in my ears was replaced by the sound of rain and the noise on the street. Shimizu carried shopping bags and left the clothing store behind him with his good friend Suzuki Zimi, holding an umbrella. "How is it? I told you this store is awesome." Suzuki Zimi swung the same shopping bag as Shimizu, her face full of excitement. "For the same brand store, this one is 10% cheaper than other places. It's still very expensive though, Why do we have to wear uniforms at school? It's rare to buy pretty clothes. By the way, Xiaoyo, I heard from other classes yesterday that there will be exams on Monday. Do you think we should have a study session when we get back? It'll be a good opportunity to show off our new clothes, Xiaoyo." As she spoke, Suzuki Zimi's voice gradually became quieter. She looked at Shimizu's face and frowned slightly. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Shimizu turned to look at his friend as if waking up from a dream, and blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Suzuki Zimi slapped her forehead, her face full of speechlessness. I should be the one asking, what's wrong? What's wrong with you today? You look so absent-minded since you left the house. Didn't you sleep well last night? Qing Shueyo's expression froze at her friend's words. She really didn't sleep well last night, or to be more precise, she almost didn't sleep last night. But there was nothing she could do about it. After all, the shock of a completely shattered worldview was not so easy to digest. She saw it with her own eyes in the abandoned gym yesterday. It was almost like a fantasy moving into reality. The scene of Haruno Gen's battle with the faceless swordsman in the gym was replaying in his mind for who knows how many times. Shimizu Yu's expression was both excited and uncomfortable. To put it simply, it was an expression as if he had seen a concept product that he had been looking forward to for a long time finally be mass-produced and put on the shelves, but the price was far beyond his budget. Or, what does this expression mean? Are you constipated? Suzuki Zimi looked weird. You are constipated. Shimizu Yu glanced at his friend unhappily, then drooped his head weakly. I'm fine, I just feel a little bored. Boring. Suzuki Zimi looked at her best friend in disbelief. Are you bored being with me? After saying that, she looked like she was about to cry. You scum who plays with my feelings, let's break up. Shimizu Yu looked at her funny best friend with dead eyes, but her attention was attracted by a group of people holding umbrellas running towards the stadium in her peripheral vision. She pulled Suzuki Zimi's sleeve and pointed curiously at the crowded stadium in the distance. There are so many people over there, is there an important game today? Suzuki Zimi naturally put away her tearful expression, glanced in the direction pointed by Shimizu Yu and said casually, don't you know? TKY02 is holding a concert at Shinjuku National Gymnasium today. TKY02. Shimizu Yu thought for a moment, then said in surprise, isn't that the idol group that Haruno Rin is in? Yes, it's the younger sister of Haruno Gen in our class. She's super popular. Suzuki Zimi said with envy, except for the first day of school, I haven't seen her in school. It's really good to be an idol. You can skip classes whenever you want. Shimizu Yu glanced at Suzuki Zimi speechlessly, and then couldn't help but wonder if the idol knew that her brother had superpowers. Okay, let's go. Do you still want to go to his concert now? The tickets must have been sold out long ago. Suzuki Zimi held Shimizu Yu's hand and walked towards a more prosperous neighborhood. In the evening, the rain stopped, and the dark clouds covering the sky were cut into pieces of white rags hanging on the horizon. The sunset after the rain is always particularly moving, and the red and purple sprinkled on the horizon give the whole city a layer of ambiguous tipsiness. Qing Shueyu chased a black stray cat holding a hairband into a remote alley, because the hairband was a new product she just bought today. Although it was the change given by her mother for buying clothes, it was really not cheap. The stray cat broke open the door of a shop in the alley and went in. Without thinking, Qing Shueyu also ran to the door of the shop. Just as she was about to push the door open and rush in, she was stunned by the exquisite and classical door. However, she had seen many high-end places. Although she was surprised why someone opened a store here and made such a beautiful door, it did not affect her rushing in to ask for her hairband back from the rogue bad cat. The door was pushed open, and a crisp sound of wind chimes rang out. The scene behind the door came into view, and Qing Shueyu froze with half of his legs raised in midair, his entire expression frozen. In a living room with a medieval classical atmosphere, a boy with slightly longer black hair squatted on a fluffy carpet, holding some cat food in one hand and handing it to the mouth of a black stray cat. The evening sun streamed through the window onto his body, and the picture was as beautiful as a healing oil painting. The person in the painting seemed to be disturbed by the noise of the door being pushed open, and cast a glance at the uninvited guest outside the door. His azure left eye was as clear as the sea, and his dark right eye was as deep as the abyss. Shimizu Yu came back to his senses with a start. Hoshino-san. After shouting, Qing Shueyu stepped back and looked at the small vertical sign on the door frame. After confirming that this was an antique shop, he looked at Xingye Yuan with disbelief again. Are you here to buy antiques? No, this shop is mine. Xingye Yuan tilted his head and looked at Qing Shueyu with curiosity, but he reacted quickly and immediately thought of something. He lowered his head and picked up the dirty hairband that was thrown aside by the black cat. Is this yours? Ah. Shimizu screamed and was about to rush in, but was stopped by Haruno Gen. Please change your shoes first. There are disposable ones in the cabinet on your right. Shimizu looked at the dusty floor in the room and the large areas of furry carpet, and then looked at her shoes which were inevitably stained because of running on the ground that had just rained. She immediately took off her sneakers without saying a word and stepped on disposable slippers through her white socks. He came to Gen Hoshino and took the hairband that was brand new a few minutes ago, with a look of heartache on his face. How much is the hairband? I'll compensate you. Gen Hoshino suddenly said. Ah. Shimizu was stunned, then shook his head. No need, I'll just wash it when I get home. Then, she looked down at the black cat that was concentrating on eating the cat food in Gen Hoshino's hand, and asked uncertainly, do you raise this cat? No. Gen Hoshino thought for a moment and said, I only met it 2 months ago. At that time, I saw that it was almost starving, so I gave it some food. After that, it would often bring some things to me to exchange for food. Sometimes it was some garbage that it thought was good, and sometimes it was some lost items of others. A very smart guy, isn't he? Haruno Gen smiled at Shimizu. Shimizu was indeed a little surprised at the wisdom of this stray cat, who actually understood many principles that humans did not understand. However, thinking back, he just accidentally used too much force when unpacking the hairband and dropped it on the ground. As a result, this guy rushed over and picked it up and ran away. This is no longer the level of picking up things to exchange for food, this is robbery. With a slightly darker face, Qing Shueyo pouted and said nothing. A handful of cat food was quickly eaten up, and the black cat called out to Xingye Yuan twice, then licked its paws, turned around and walked away, looking very cool. After watching the little guy disappear outside the door, Xingye Yuan looked at Qing Shueyo again and asked with a smile, is there anything else for Qing Shui classmate? Maybe she felt that it was impolite to talk to others while she was standing and Gen Hoshino was squatting, so Shimizu directly sat down cross-legged on the carpet. She scratched her cheek a little embarrassedly, your superpowers, sorry, I don't have any superpowers. Gen Hoshino got up and went behind the bar, coffee or juice? Oh, no need. Shimizu waved his hands repeatedly, but Haruno Gen pretended not to hear him and poured a glass of juice and handed it to Shimizu. Reluctantly taking the juice, Shimizu spoke again, the faceless swordsman in the gym yesterday. Is it a ghost? She whispered her guess. Haruno Gen stared at her face silently. After a while, he sighed and said, why do you have to get to the bottom of it? Or are you dissatisfied with your past life? Why do you have to explore such dangerous variables? I'm just curious. This kind of thing that I always thought only existed in novels and animations suddenly appeared in reality. Anyone can't help but figure it out. Shimizu muttered in retort. Haruno Gen stared at Shimizu's eyes meaningfully for a while. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and showed a malicious smile, are you sure you want to know? Upon hearing this, Shimizu's eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded hurriedly. Haruno Gen walked to the bay window and sat down, looking at Shimizu with a smile, I remember that your kendo skills seem to be pretty good, how about actual combat? Ah. Shimizu was stunned, a little confused as to why Haruno Gen said this, but she still nodded honestly, I participated in the junior high school kendo national competition and won the runner-up. That should be pretty impressive. Haruno Gen thought for a moment, and his smile became even brighter. I can tell you what you want to know, but there is a condition. What condition? Shimizu blinked, then hugged his chest warily, his expression becoming fierce, if it's an excessive request, I won't agree to it. Haruno Gen ignored him and said with a smile, as long as you help me achieve my goal, I can not only tell you what you want to know, but also teach you some mystical skills that you can learn. Really? Shimizu almost jumped up with excitement, and immediately imagined herself turning into a magical girl and fighting against evil spirits. But the next moment, Haruno Gen's words were like a bucket of cold water that poured over her whole body, I want you to help me fight the evil spirit in the gym head-on. If you succeed, everyone will be happy. If you fail, I will also help you collect your body for free. Huh? Are you kidding? Shimizu's expression froze, I don't have the power to fight against ghosts. I can give it to you. Haruno Gen said with a smile, dealing with a ghost is not as difficult as you think. All you need is the corresponding tools. Just like what you saw yesterday, I just used a wooden sword with added materials to fight that guy. Isn't your kendo level very impressive? I can help you add materials to the wooden sword, and then you can go up and fight the ghost like I did yesterday. You don't need to kill it, just hold it off for 30 seconds. Watching the protagonists in stories go on adventures and challenge powerful enemies through a screen or a book may be exciting, but if the monsters in the stories are put into reality and you face them in person, I believe that most people will not be too interested in such a thing, which is several times more dangerous than fighting armed gangsters with bare hands. After all, no one likes to joke with their own lives. So at this moment, facing Haruno Gen's words and expression that were not joking at all, Shimizuyu's high interest in superpowers suddenly waned. Can you change the conditions? Shimizuyu tried to squeeze out a cute smile. If I really get killed, you will be in trouble, right? That's true. Haruno Gen smiled and said, but this is your only value to me. Even stray cats know that there is no free lunch in the world. You must understand that. Shimizuyu was silent. She lowered her head slightly and quickly weighed in her mind whether the reward of gaining superpowers was worth risking her life. Maybe it was because she had read too many novels and anime, or maybe she hadn't gotten over the age of middle school. The temptation of superpowers was almost irresistible to boys and girls of this age, so Qingshuiyu made a decision quickly. She gritted her teeth and said, if I succeed, will you teach me superpowers? I don't have any superpowers, and I can't teach you any. Xingye Gen shook his head, thought for a moment and said, if you're talking about the mysterious abilities I have, then they can probably be summarized as a little bit of Taoism and a little bit of alchemy. Then he added, and even if you really succeed, I can only teach you some simple and superficial techniques at most. You won't be able to learn more. Why? You don't have that innate talent. Haruno Gen's words were concise and hit the heart. Woo. Shimizuyu's cheek twitched, as if she was hit. She asked unwillingly, how did you know? Haruno Gen smiled and looked at her quietly. Shimizuyu twitched his lips and looked away. What do you think? Do you want to agree? If you agree, we'll get ready and leave. If you don't agree, it's getting late and I won't keep you for dinner. Qingshuiyu lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he raised his face and asked tentatively, what kind of tricks can you teach me? Haruno Gen casually touched his lower back, and a bright yellow talisman paper appeared in his hand. He shook it lightly, and the talisman paper instantly turned into ashes, and was replaced by a bright red fireball floating quietly in the palm of Haruno Gen. Shimizuyu's jaw snapped, and he stared at the fireball in Haruno Gen's hand with his mouth wide open. Although he knew that Haruno Gen had some incredible abilities, it was still a bit too shocking to see it with his own eyes at such a close distance. It was not until Haruno Gen waved his hand to disperse the fireball that Shimizuyu gradually came back to her senses. Her voice trembled a little, are you going to teach me how to make a fireball? Can't you see that the fireball is manifested by the talisman paper? Haruno Gen tilted his head and looked at Shimizuyu, probably curious about why this guy's IQ was so low. Qingshuiyu didn't care. At this moment, her enthusiasm for exploring the mysticism was unprecedentedly high. She still couldn't suppress her excitement. So, are you going to teach me how to make talisman paper? Xingye Yuan sighed, I told you that you don't have the qualifications. Even if I teach you to draw talismans, you will at most compete with the shrine for business in the future, and you will definitely not be able to compete with it. Qingshuiyu's face darkened again, and her mouth pouted slightly. Then what are you going to teach me? Teach you how to activate the talisman. But you said I can't learn to make it. Qingshuiyu realized something halfway through her words, and she asked with her eyes twitching, so even if I learn how to activate it, I can only get the real talisman from you. That's about what I mean. Haruno Gen said with a smile, so what is your answer? Shimizuyu pinched the hem of her clothes in confusion. The gap between reality and expectation was too big. She felt that such benefits were not worth risking her life to get them. But deep in her heart, she really wanted to touch the fantasy of moving into reality with her own hands, or the sight of a big fireball appearing when Haruno Gen flicked his hand just now was too desirable. She asked the last question almost gritting her teeth, if I can't hold on, will you save me? Probably, but don't hold on too much hope, it's too late. Haruno Gen smiled gently, but his words were cold. Qing Shuiyu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and almost mustered up the greatest courage in his life. I'll go with you. It's incredible no matter how many times I see it. As if it was a repeat of yesterday, Qing Shuiyu once again stood in front of the dilapidated gym shrouded in the sunset. But unlike the last time she followed Haruno Gen here, this time she came here as a helper and companion. Holding the wooden sword that had been added by Haruno Gen, Qing Shuiyu's eyes were full of amazement. The arc of electricity wrapped around the wooden sword body, exhaling a mysterious and fantastic atmosphere. But she suddenly thought of a question and couldn't help asking. The wooden sword you used last time seemed to have been cut by the ghost inside, right? Why don't you get a real sword back? It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Xingye Yuan glanced at her, not wanting to answer her stupid question, but thinking that she would have to work for him later. He explained casually, what's important is the talisman that adds material to the sword, not the material of the sword itself. Without the talisman, you can't even touch the evil ghost. After saying that, Haruno Gen took out a piece of talisman paper and held it in his hand, then looked at Shimizuyu beside him with a smile, and asked gently, "Are you ready?" Shimizuyu, who had no doubts in her heart, held the wooden sword, but her lips still trembled slightly. Although she had prepared herself mentally along the way, when she really came here, the fear in her heart still inevitably reached its peak. Haruno Gen silently looked at Shimizuyu, who was trembling slightly. After a long while, he smiled and said, "It's not too late to regret now. The supernatural things you expect may not be as good as you imagined." As soon as he finished speaking, Shimizuyu had already taken a step forward. "I'm ready." Haruno Gen shrugged. What else could he say? The girl herself was not afraid of death, so he naturally had nothing to say. The two of them walked into the dilapidated gym at dusk. The moment they stepped into the gym, Shimizuyu shivered all over. It was because the temperature here was too low. The rotten smell inside and outside made people feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Qing Shuiyu looked around, but did not see the faceless swordsman from yesterday, until Xingye Gen threw the talisman paper in his hand to the ground, and the talisman paper turned into ripples on the floor of the room. Then, less than 5 meters in front of the two of them, a Ronin swordsman commonly seen in taiga dramas appeared in front of them, holding a demon sword, with a dark face and no visible facial features. Shimizuyu swallowed her saliva and subconsciously looked at Haruno Gen beside her, seeking a sense of security. However, when she turned around, she saw that Haruno Gen had already run far away from her, as if he was going to watch the show. Boom. The faceless swordsman moved. As soon as he stepped out, the floor made a dull sound. Then Qing Shuiyu only saw a flash of knife light slashing towards her neck. Almost instinctively, she raised the wooden sword in her hand, which was flashing with lightning. Then she felt a strong force coming, which was transmitted from the wooden sword to her wrist. In just this moment, Qing Shuiyu's whole arm was numb. However, the faceless swordsman did not show any sign of stopping his attack. He slashed down from top to bottom with his backhanded cassock slash. Shimizuyu retreated repeatedly in panic. It can be said that he was worthy of being the national runner-up. His reaction was really impeccable. It was obviously unrealistic to avoid the evil ghost's cassock slash by simply retreating. The opponent's figure was like a thorn in the flesh, making Qing Shuiyu realize instantly that he must use the sword in his hand to block the opponent's attack, otherwise, let alone 30 seconds, he would be beheaded in 3 seconds. Enduring the extremely strong smell of blood and stench on the swordsman, suppressing the fear and panic in his heart, Qing Shuiyu's retreating steps suddenly paused. Facing the oncoming knife light, he raised his sword and slashed back with the reverse cassock move. Then, Shimizuyu was knocked away. She had a slender and light figure to begin with, and nowadays kendo competitions were more about skills and reactions. In fact, she was at best just a little stronger than an ordinary 16-year-old high school girl. Although she had withstood the slash of the faceless swordsman thanks to the hardness of the wooden sword that was reinforced by Gen Haruno, the opponent's terrifying power was still not something that a serious high school girl like Qing Shuiyu could withstand. She fell hard on the floor and the wooden sword in her hand almost slipped out of her hand. Before Qing Shuiyu raised her head, she saw the pair of feet that were covered with black mist moving quickly towards her in her peripheral vision. Fear instantly broke through the threshold. The yearning for extraordinary power and the sword skills all vanished at this moment. The only thing occupying her mind was the desire to live, because she knew that she would really die. Maybe it was because of fear, or because she hadn't recovered from the blow just now, but now Qing Shuiyu was so weak that she couldn't even raise her hands. She subconsciously glanced in the direction of Xingye General. Her desire for life made her subconsciously place a last glimmer of hope on this incredible classmate, even though she didn't last for 30 seconds as agreed, and she couldn't even hold on for 15 seconds. However, it was that glimpse that made Qing Shuiyu see this unforgettable scene. A huge red-purple fireball was swallowing and spitting out dazzling flames between Xingye Yuan's palms. The boy's slightly long hair was flying in the surging heat wave. One by one, pieces of talisman paper were flying around him, and then one by one they fell into the fireball and turned into new fuel. With each additional piece of talisman paper, the color of the fireball became darker and the light became more dazzling. Qing Shuiyu suddenly found that the coldness in the gym had completely disappeared, replaced by an unbearable heat. The heat wave spread to every corner of the gym, and finally attracted the attention of the faceless swordsman who was running towards Qing Shuiyu. It seemed that it had sensed the real threat, and it lost interest in Qing Shuiyu, the little bug, in an instant. The speed did not slow down at all, and he completed a right-angle turn in front of Qing Shuiyu. The long sword in the faceless swordsman's hand lit up a terrifying blood red, and wisps of black mist entangled it. In the trembling of the air, Xingye Gen also moved, and stretched out his right hand to push the fireball containing amazing heat towards the advancing faceless swordsman. The fireball collided with the tip of the demon sword. Like cold water hitting sulfuric acid, the place where the two touched instantly produced a violent reaction. Roar! The faceless swordsman roared again, and a hint of viciousness appeared on Haruno Gen's calm and cold face. The blue in his left eye was instantly stained with scarlet, and even his eyes became fierce. The fireball, which had reacted violently due to contact with the demon sword, had become quite unstable, and could no longer even maintain its basic spherical shape. However, correspondingly, the heat that had been thoroughly released had already elevated the sauna-like gym to the level of a fire scene. Buzz. The trembling in the air became more and more piercing. Haruno Gen took a step forward, but the faceless swordsman did not retreat. The tip of the long sword had completely submerged in the flames. However, the next moment, the faceless swordsman suddenly grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands and stabbed forward fiercely. Bang! The huge fireball exploded, and in the scattered flames, the blood-red blade pierced the palm of Haruno Gen's right hand, and the bright red blood spurted out. The pain that penetrated deep into the soul made Haruno Gen's expression instantly become ferocious, but the corners of his mouth suddenly opened at this moment. The scattered blood merged into the flying flames, and the red-purple flames became as red as blood, like a piece of iron attracted by a magnet, clinging to the faceless swordsman's body, making it look like he was wearing a feathered robe woven from flames. Roar! The roar was still piercing, but even more shrill. Haruno Gen gritted his teeth, and pushed his pierced right hand forward, grabbing the blade of the demon sword and clamping it tightly. His free left hand reached into the air, and the remaining talisman paper that had not been integrated into the fireball fell into his hand. He squeezed it hard, and the talisman paper turned into flames and wrapped around his fist. Haruno Gen thrust his fist out, piercing through the chest of the swordsman who was engulfed in flames like a plaster statue. Roar! Ah! Screams echoed, and the faceless swordsman disappeared along with the flames, turning into nothingness and being completely wiped out from this world. Only the black scabbard hanging at his waist fell to the wooden floor with a crisp sound. As if all his energy was exhausted, Haruno Gen's body went limp, and he knelt on one knee on the ground. He raised his left hand to grasp the handle of the demon sword that pierced his right hand, and pulled it out with force. Another large pool of blood fell to the ground, and Haruno Gen's face turned pale, with fine beads of sweat covering his forehead. It was not just because of the pain. At this moment, the wound on his hand was surrounded by wisps of black air. It was obvious that being pierced by the knife was completely different from being injured by an ordinary sword. Now Xingye Gen wanted to close his eyes and faint, as if a hand was dragging his consciousness and forcibly pulling him into the abyss. Hey, hey! After witnessing everything that happened just now, Qing Shuiyu was shocked and was only awakened by the pool of blood. She hurriedly stood up, but she had no strength and could only stumble towards Xingye Gen. How are you? I'll call an ambulance now. As he spoke, Qin Shueyo had already taken out his cell phone, but was stopped by Xingye Yuan, who held his wrist. He touched his waist and took out another talisman paper to cover the wound on his palm. The talisman paper turned into a clear stream of water to wash the wound, removing the black air along with it. Like a drowning man finally reaching the shore, Haruno Gen gasped for breath. He took out a roll of gauze from his jacket pocket and bandaged himself skillfully. Although he was extremely weak, Haruno Gen's eyes were still full of enthusiasm. He picked up the demon sword on the ground with his left hand and examined it carefully. The originally scarlet blade turned as black as obsidian, and it could even reflect Haruno Gen's own strange-colored eyes when placed in front of his eyes. The blood that had just stained the blade was absorbed by the blade in an instant, revealing the ominous nature of this demon sword. After swinging it twice, the slightly heavy weight and the sound of it cutting through the air made Haruno Gen extremely satisfied. Your hand," Shimizu couldn't help but remind him. Haruno Gen also picked up the scabbard and put the knife into the scabbard. He smiled and looked at Shimizu. "It's just a minor injury." "Thank you for this time, Shimizu-san." Shimizu was stunned, then scratched his cheek embarrassedly. "Didn't I drag you down? We agreed on 30 seconds. Don't worry, no matter what the process is, as long as the result is good, luck is also part of strength." Haruno Gen stood up with the help of his knife. His body swayed twice, but his expression was normal, and he did not show the fact that he was very weak at the moment. He pulled out all the remaining talisman papers from his waist and took a look. There were still 8 pieces. After thinking for a while, Xingye Yuan handed all 8 talisman papers to Qin Shueyo. "Here, these are your rewards. The triggering condition is your own blood at the moment of leaving your body." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the gym, leaning on his sword, waving his hand. "Then our employment relationship ends here. You are really lucky to not die this time. Don't pursue supernatural things in the future. It's very dangerous." Qin Shueyo didn't dare to stay in this gym alone. He tightly grasped the talisman paper in his hand, hurriedly stood up and trotted to catch up with Xingye Yuan. "Wait a minute, where are you going?" Haruno Gen gave her a strange look. "It's almost dark, of course we should go home." "Aren't you going to the hospital?" "Your hand. The bones and tendons are not injured. Going to the hospital is just to sew it up, apply medicine, and then rebandage it. The white water talisman just now can remove filth and accelerate healing. I have the necessary medicine at home, and I know how to bandage it, so why should I go to the hospital and waste time?" Qin Shueyo had nothing to say, or maybe her brain was still in a state of confusion and she hadn't sorted out her thoughts yet. She followed Xingye Yuan silently. Everything she experienced today was too strange, and her mood was quite complicated at the moment. Before they knew it, they had left the woods where the gym was located and returned to the road they usually walked to and from school. Haruno Gen stopped a taxi, waved goodbye to Shimizu, and soon disappeared from her sight. Standing alone under the deep blue sky where the sun has already set, the dark blue clouds on the horizon hang horizontally like ink marks painted by a brush. Qin Shueyo once again looked at the talismans in his hand that were full of mysterious atmosphere. The feeling of bringing this fantasy into reality and then touching it with his own hands was really wonderful. Thinking back to the activation method that Haruno Gen told her, she had the urge to prick her finger and draw some blood to try, but fortunately she was still rational. She looked around and saw several cars passing by. She swallowed, hugged the talisman tightly, and ran towards home. "I'm back," Haruno Gen habitually greeted after entering the house. Naturally, there was no response. After all, it was normal for his parents not to be at home, and his sister was also a busy person. However, to his surprise, when he was changing shoes, he saw the small leather boots that Haruno Rin wore today in the shoe closet. Already back? Or just returned home? Haruno Gen didn't care much and went straight back to his room. He put the demon sword in his hand against the wall, found some clean clothes suitable for the season, and went into the separate bathroom in the bedroom. The shower sprayed on his body, and the water droplets mixed with the blood on his palm fell on the clean bathroom floor. Haruno Gen lowered his eyes and looked at his right palm. The wound was hideous and still bleeding. It hurt so much. Wearing a plain white shirt, shorts that don't reach her knees, and long wet hair draped over her shoulders, Hoshino Rin walked out of the bedroom with her white and delicate feet stepping on soft cartoon shark slippers. Her beautiful, watery eyes glanced at the living room and she tentatively called out, "Nissan." "Jing." Rin Hoshino blinked, wondering if she had misheard the sound of the door opening she had just heard. But thinking about the issues of stalkers and sightseeing fans that her manager had mentioned to her a few days ago, out of caution, she hesitated for a while and knocked on the door of Gen Hoshino's room. "Nissan. Are you back?" There was still no response from inside. "Excuse me." Muttering softly, Hoshino Rin grasped the door handle and pushed open the door. There was a nice fragrance in the room. The room was large, similar to hers, with gray walls and ceiling, and the floor was covered with silver-gray carpets. The layout and decoration had a Nordic style, but for some reason the temperature in the room was lower than outside. This was the first time that Hoshino Rin entered Hoshino Gen's room, and she was somewhat surprised, but soon, her sight was firmly caught by something. It was a long sword with a pitch-black scabbard, handle, and guard. Although Hoshino Rin is an internet-addicted girl who is addicted to all kinds of games, she actually has no interest in toys and crafts such as knives and guns in real life. But for some reason, the long knife quietly leaning against the wall seems to have magic, deeply attracting her. Her beautiful eyes gradually became dull, and she unconsciously broke into Hoshino Gen's room. She came to the knife and picked it up unconsciously. Her right hand naturally rested on the handle, and there seemed to be a voice in her mind urging her to pull the knife out of the sheath. Clang! The clear and pleasant sound of the sword echoed in the bedroom. Looking at the pure black blade that could even reflect her own eyes, Hoshino Rin murmured in admiration from the bottom of her heart, "It's so beautiful." She put down the sheath in her left hand, raised her hand and touched the blade as if curious. A slight tingling sensation was transmitted from the tactile nerves of her fingertips to her brain, and Xingye Rin suddenly woke up. She was stunned as to why she had gone deep into her brother's bedroom as if possessed by a demon, and why she had pulled out the knife almost against her will. But the next moment, she suddenly felt her body become so heavy. Hoshino Rin's body went limp and she fell to the ground, her consciousness instantly falling into deep darkness. The blade that fell to the side had a hint of red on it where Hoshino Rin's fingers had touched, but it disappeared without a trace in an instant. The sound of the shower in the bathroom stopped, and the light from the crack in the door went out. Gen Hoshino, wearing a white long-sleeved shirt and black casual trousers, walked out. The first thing he saw was his sister fainted on the carpet in his room, and the black demon sword that had been unsheathed and fell beside him. After standing there and thinking for 2 seconds, Hoshino Gen still didn't figure out what happened. He walked to Hoshino Rin, leaned over to sniff her breath, and was relieved to confirm that she was still alive. The scarlet on the girl's slender white fingers was so eye-catching that Hoshino Gen noticed it immediately. He grabbed his sister's left hand and put it in front of his eyes to observe it carefully. A wisp of imperceptible black air was lingering on her injured fingertips. Woo! A choking sound was heard. Hoshino Gen looked at Hoshino Rin's pretty face that was almost flawless, tears welled up from the corners of her eyes. Although her eyes were closed, it could be seen from her expression that she was experiencing something extremely terrifying at the moment. Gen Hoshino recalled the time when he was pierced through the palm by the knife in the gym. He did feel like he was being forced into a coma, but he promptly used the white water talisman to cleanse away the black energy that wanted to penetrate the wound, so he didn't know what would happen if he really fell into a coma. With a long sigh, Hoshino Gen, who had already felt very tired, seriously thought about the consequences of throwing this cheap sister out of the room and lying back on the bed to sleep all day long. Looking at that beautiful face that was still crying even in a coma, he seemed to see the little girl who always followed him around crying and calling Oni-ai-chan 13 years ago and played with her. This is the bad thing about being reborn, even the memories of infancy cannot be forgotten. Hoshino Gen extended his index finger and gently touched Hoshino Rin's smooth and white forehead, and a bright white light appeared at the fingertips. Hoshino Gen closed his eyes, and his consciousness seemed to fall into the darkness. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, and in front of him was a lonely and desolate corner of the city shrouded in darkness. No, the beautiful girl who was slumped on the ground was covered by a tall figure, who was holding an ominous demon sword flashing with blood and chopped at the girl mercilessly. After screaming, the beautiful girl fell in a pool of blood, like a fallen angel. Even in death, it was so sad and beautiful. The world in front of me was broken like the life of the girl in the picture, but it was quickly put together again. The dead girl came back to life, and she ran in panic on the deserted road in the night, with a dark figure holding a knife chasing her. If nothing unexpected happened, everything that had just happened would be repeated in the future in a moment. Haruno Gen understood in an instant the consequences of being wounded by the knife and having one's consciousness dragged into the abyss. Those wounded by it would be killed again and again in the dreams deep in their consciousness. As long as this continued, it would be easy to bring a person's spirit to collapse. As expected of an ominous demon sword that has existed as a carrier of evil spirits for at least 140 years, it is indeed very strange. Haruno Gen couldn't help but sigh inwardly, looking at his sister who was almost collapsed. He waved his right hand, and a bright yellow talisman appeared between his two fingers. Wow, it's really convenient in a dream. Haruno Gen marveled at the current situation in his heart with an expressionless face, but his feet had already taken a step. The talisman paper turned into ash in his palm, and a long ice cone appeared in his hand. At the same time on the road, the girl fell to the ground because she was too panicked. Knowing what would happen next, she cried and backed away little by little. A black shadow approached step by step, and the dim street light shone on it, and the shadow covered the girl. The blood-red demon sword was raised again. No, the tearful girl choked, "Someone save me." Fear had already overwhelmed her. She was killed again and again inexplicably in this inexplicable place. The pain aside, the suffocation and darkness brought by the moment of death alone was enough to make her collapse. Since who knows how many reincarnations she had been praying not to wake up again after being killed, but the knife still fell on her again and again. The familiar sound of breaking wind sounded, and Haruno Rin closed her eyes in fear. However, the expected severe pain and suffocation did not come. Bang. Instead, it was as if something collided in front of her, making a crisp sound. Her eyelashes fluttered, and Haruno Rin tentatively opened her eyes slightly, staring blankly at the scene in front of her with her eyes covered with a layer of darkness. The boy with the same heterochromatic eyes as her used a long ice cone to block the long knife that was supposed to cut her, and a plain smile hung on his handsome face that was 50% similar to hers. The closed loop was broken. The ice spike deflected the bloody blade, and Haruno Gen almost got into the black shadow's arms. He raised his leg and hit the black shadow's abdomen with his knee. At the moment when the opponent staggered back, he whipped the black shadow's right arm with a whip kick. The right hand holding the knife was hit hard, and the weapon naturally fell out of his hand. Haruno Gen seized the opportunity and used his ice cone to poke the knife towards him, thus completing the disarmament. Sure enough. Haruno Gen stared at the shadow in front of him with a sigh and regret, holding an ice cone in one hand and a magic knife in the other. The illusion is much weaker than the real body. Throwing away the ice cone that froze his hands and switching the knife to his right hand, Haruno Gen muttered to himself, "But this saves a lot of trouble. It's a good thing considering the result." After he finished speaking, he threw out 5 talisman papers with his left hand, stepped forward, and stabbed out with the tip of the knife. The 5 talismans strung together turned into a large ball of dazzling electric light that wrapped around the scarlet blade, and then pierced through the body of the black shadow and the entire night. Haruno Gen opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him changed from that remote corner of the city to his own room. He took away his index finger from his sister's forehead, and felt dizzy. The sequelae of the dream spell were a bit uncomfortable. He resisted the dizziness and rechecked the fingers of the still unconscious Haruno Rin, confirming that the black gas had completely disappeared. He picked up his sister from the ground. Although he was extremely tired, dizzy, and his right hand was extremely painful, fortunately, his sister, as an idol, had a very slender figure, so it was not difficult to hold her. On the contrary, she was soft and fragrant and quite comfortable. But he was not interested in these things at all. He threw his sister on the sofa in the living room and immediately returned to his room. The door of the room closed, and then a crisp sound came from the handle, which was the sound of the door being locked. When Haruno Gen was sleeping soundly, he was awakened by a scream and the crying that followed. Haruno Gen got out of bed and rushed out the door as if conditioned. Then he saw Haruno Rin kneeling on the sofa crying and wiping tears. It only takes a moment to understand the current situation. After the sleepiness eased, Haruno Gen immediately understood the current situation. Well, this is normal. A 16-year-old girl was killed repeatedly in her dreams, and it is not difficult to understand why she cried after waking up from a mental breakdown. After making sure nothing unexpected had happened, Hoshino Gen sighed and planned to go back to his room, put on his earplugs and continue sleeping. However, perhaps because he opened the door a little loudly, Hoshino Rin, who was crying on the sofa, noticed this. The girl raised her tear-stained face and looked at Hoshino Gen, then called out pitifully with a heavy nasal voice, "Oni-chan." Two small hands kept wiping away the tears that were rolling down like broken pearls, and the delicate shoulders were still twitching. Hoshino Gen turned around and froze in place. "Oni-chan, brother." The last time he was called brother in this way was probably 13 years ago, when his parents divorced and his mother took his sister on the plane. The 3-year-old Rin lay on his mother's shoulder and struggled desperately, and she also cried and called him Oni-chan. At that time, he just calmly watched the little girl who had been with him for 3 years and almost never left his side disappear from his sight in tears. When they met again after more than 10 years, the chubby little girl had become a beautiful girl who was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. But the girl had never called him Oni-chan before, and even the number of times she called him Nissan could be counted on one hand. For some reason, the sleepiness disappeared completely. Hoshino Gen walked silently to sit next to Hoshino Rin and said calmly, "Did you have a nightmare?" Ignoring his crying sister and choosing to continue sleeping is not what a normal brother should do, right? Then it seems natural for him to come over and ask the reason and comfort her a little. But what surprised Hoshino Gen was that the girl who was wiping her tears and choking with sobs actually shook her head in response to his question. Her uncontrollable sobbing made it impossible for her to speak, and it seemed as if she could never wipe away her tears. And perhaps because she was crying too hard, she even started hiccuping in the middle of her tears. Although she looked pitiful and cute, Hoshino Gen found it a bit funny. So under the gaze of Hoshino Gen, Hoshino Rin cried for more than 10 minutes before she managed to calm down, but sometimes she couldn't help sobbing. Hoshino Gen held back his laughter and took a piece of paper from the coffee table and handed it to her. "Wipe it, your nose is full of snot." Exclamation point. Hoshino Rin quickly took the paper and wiped her nose. She was an idol, so crying and hiccups were fine, but how could she be seen with a runny nose? She wiped her nose hurriedly, raised her little face and looked at Hoshino Gen. Her eyes and cheeks were red, and her aggrieved look was quite adorable. "Are you feeling better?" Hoshino Gen asked with a smile. Hoshino Rin nodded embarrassedly. "Sorry for waking you up, it's okay, it's just a nightmare, it's not your fault." After saying that, Hoshino Gen stood up by supporting himself on the sofa, as if he was going to go back to his room. "Oh, Oni-chan," Hoshino Rin whispered to him. "That wasn't a dream, was it?" Hoshino Rin said with her head lowered. "Why do you say that?" Hoshino Gen turned around and spoke in a gentle voice. "I remember everything. I entered my brother's room and saw a strange knife. I don't know why I pulled the knife out, and I touched the blade with my hand. I cut my finger and then passed out. In that strange place, I was repeatedly killed by a black shadow, then resurrected and killed again, until my brother showed up and saved me. I remember all this." When Hoshino Rin said this, her soft and gentle voice trembled slightly, and she lowered her head so that people couldn't see her face, but you could imagine her expression must be one of fear, because her hands unconsciously hugged her shoulders out of fear. "Oh, you had such a dream. It is indeed a bit strange. However, no matter how real the dream is, it is just a dream. Don't confuse it with reality. Are you tired and confused by the concert during the day? Have a good rest." Hoshino Gen walked towards the room, but unfortunately he still couldn't leave. Because his left hand was grabbed by a cold little hand. "Then why is your right hand injured?" "I was just accidentally stabbed by a knife." Hoshino Gen pulled his hand out with a slight struggle. He returned to his room, closed the door, and locked it. Sitting alone on the sofa in the living room, Hoshino Rin raised her head slightly. Although her eyes were still red, her beautiful heterochromatic eyes were fixed on the closed door of Hoshino Gen, and they were frighteningly bright. Maybe the dream filter finally took effect, or maybe the strong curiosity overwhelmed the fear. Hoshino Rin sniffed, and her spirit was more excited than ever before. "I was completely wrong before. This brother is not an ordinary and dull introverted boy, but a mysterious and magical luxury treasure." Hoshino Rin recalled the last scene in the dream, and suddenly a devil-like smile appeared on her pretty face. "Too handsome, Oni-chan, knock knock knock." About half an hour after Haruno Gen returned to his room, there was a knock on his door. Since he was the only one in the house, it was obvious who was knocking on the door. Haruno Gen had severe insomnia and usually had difficulty falling asleep unless he was extremely tired. So even though he had been in his room for half an hour, he just lay on the bed in a daze. Hearing the knock on the door, he smacked his lips, feeling that his sister was a bit annoying. He got out of bed and opened the door. Outside the door, Haruno Rin had changed into a thin blue and white nightgown, holding a pillow in her arms, with her head slightly drooped, looking pitiful. "Sorry, brother. I'm still a little scared to be alone." Haruno Gen sighed, then put on a polite smile again. The fear caused by nightmares is similar to watching horror movies. If you want to relieve it, I recommend playing games or watching a comedy to distract your attention and relax your mind. When you are really sleepy, you can basically fall asleep immediately. When your body and mind are fully rested, the fear will naturally disappear slowly. But I'm very sleepy and tired now. Then just go to bed. It's scary to be alone. The smile on Gen Haruno's face was a little bit off. He asked tentatively, "So? I want to sleep on the floor in my brother's room, is that okay?" Haruno Rin raised her little face, her eyes moist, like a desperate injured deer asking for help from a hunter. If she used this expression to face her fanatical fans, I believe that no matter what she asked, it would be immediately granted. No. Haruno Gen is not a person who doesn't know how to refuse. He hates others entering his room, and he can't stand others staying overnight in his room. Haruno Rin blinked in a silly way, huh? She really didn't expect that she would be rejected so decisively. Of course, even though she refused, Haruno Gen could understand. Haruno Rin was just a 16-year-old girl. It was normal for her to be so scared that she dared not sleep alone after experiencing that kind of thing. It was even very likely that she suffered mental trauma and psychological shadows. Even he himself, after encountering a ghost for the first time, was so scared that he couldn't sleep all night. The feeling of fear lingering in the heart was not pleasant. So after rejecting his sister's request, Haruno Gen immediately added, "Sleeping on the floor is not good for your health. Sleep on the sofa in the living room. I can wait for you to fall asleep before leaving." Although she was a little unhappy about being rejected, what the other party said made sense. Haruno Rin thought of it as her brother caring about her. Besides, after all, her purpose was to stay with Haruno Gen, and sleeping on the floor was just a means to achieve her goal. After all, it was true that she was very tired and sleepy, and it was also true that she was so scared that she couldn't sleep alone, but more importantly, she was now extremely curious about this brother whom she had never really known before. Just as she had said before, she remembered clearly all the incredible things she had experienced since she entered Xingye Gen's room and picked up the strange black long knife. But that was too bizarre after all. After thinking about it, the only explanation that made sense was supernatural power. But she grew up in a scientific society after all. Although her intuition and her personal experience told her that those were inseparable from Haruno Gen, she still felt that it was a bit unrealistic deep down in her heart. She doubted whether it was really like what Haruno Gen said, and that this was just an extremely real and extremely strange dream that she had after being tired and confused. She wanted to get to know her brother better. In the dimly lit spacious living room, Haruno Gen was leaning on the sofa, browsing his phone to kill time. Not far from him, on another long sofa, Haruno Rin was curled up on her side, covered with a light pink blanket. "Brother." The quiet living room suddenly heard the light voice of Haruno Rin. Haruno Gen stared at his phone and replied nonchalantly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that we are twin siblings, but I didn't have that feeling at all when I was with my brother before." "Well, after all, we are not familiar with each other." Haruno Gen answered casually. He was absorbed in reading the urban legends shared by netizens on his mobile phone, trying to find a trace of the supernatural from these legends. Haruno Rin, curled up in the blanket, was a little speechless for a moment. What kind of answer is this? Not familiar? Even if we are really not very familiar with each other, is it really okay to say this to your own sister? Brother Haruno Rin couldn't sleep anymore. She sat up, hugged her knees and leaned against the back of the sofa. She looked at Haruno Gen, who didn't even raise his head with a resentful expression. "Don't you think of me as your sister at all?" Am I just a blood stranger in your eyes? Friends, have any of you played the game Red Skirt? This game is super weird. Can friends who have played it tell me, after your intimacy with the heroine exceeds 60, does the heroine also become a ghost? And it's scary to stick her face on the screen. The game couldn't be turned off. I unplugged the power and restarted the computer to restore it, and then after entering the game again, the intimacy became 59 again. I suspected that I encountered a bug, but I tried it several times and it was the same. Haruno Gen saw an interesting post, and he blurted out the question about Haruno Rin without even thinking about it. That's about the same. Haruno Rin stared at Haruno Gen in amazement. This is too hurtful. Haruno Gen ignored him. He switched to the search engine interface and typed "red skirt" in the search bar. However, what popped up were some online store advertisements promoting their own red skirts. He raised his eyebrows and went back to the previous post, reading the comments below. You can try uninstalling and reinstalling the game. Check the integrity of the file. Is there such a game? I searched it but couldn't find it. Are you kidding? How can there be such a strange game? Can you share the game file, or tell me where to download it? What type of game? There is an intimacy setting, and it can't be searched. It can't be an erotic game, right? Haruno Gen looked around and couldn't find another person who had played this game in the comments section. After thinking for a while, he clicked on the poster's homepage and started a private chat. Hello, I'm very interested in the game you described in your post at 8 o'clock last night. I'm willing to buy the game file for 10,000 yen. If you are interested, you can reply to me. After clicking send, Haruno Gen suddenly found someone standing next to him, very close. For a moment, Haruno Gen's whole body tensed up, and he almost wanted to raise his elbow to hit him reflexively, but fortunately, before the impulse turned into action, he realized that the person next to him was his sister who had come over at some point. He turned off the screen of his mobile phone calmly, turned his head and looked at Haruno Rin, who was standing barefoot on the ground, with his hands behind his back and looking at him curiously. Are you not going to sleep? I couldn't sleep and wanted to chat with my brother, but you ignored me, so I was curious about what you were doing. Haruno Rin paused, with a slightly strange expression. Are you looking for an H game? I spent 10,000 yen to buy an H game while my sister was sleeping next to me. Haruno Rin smacked her lips and took a step back, and when I asked you just now if you didn't see me as your sister, you admitted it. Haruno Gen was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly stood up, scaring Haruno Rin so much that she took 2.5 steps back. However, what surprised her a little was that after Haruno Gen stood up, he just said to her calmly, sleeping with someone you don't trust next to you will only increase your psychological pressure. So I suggest you go back to your room, lock the door, and rest. After saying that, he walked towards his bedroom. Even if he didn't act like a beast, at least explain or make an excuse about the H-game thing. Don't you care about your image in the eyes of your cute sister? Wait. Haruno Rin quickly grabbed Haruno Gen's sleeve. I'm not worried about you. Her face flushed, and her eyes wandered elsewhere. I know it's normal for boys of this age to be interested in that kind of thing. Besides, I really don't dare to stay in the room alone. Shinye Yuan sighed, not wanting to explain, and not knowing how to explain. He turned around helplessly and said, then you should go to bed honestly, and don't pry into other people's privacy casually. Ah. Oh. This sounded strange. As a super popular idol, people have always been keen to pry into her privacy. She never thought that one day someone would accuse her of invading others' privacy. Haruno Rin obediently returned to her own sofa, but this time she was wrapped in a blanket much more tightly. Haruno Gen also sat back down. He opened his phone and took a look. He hadn't received a reply to his private message yet, so he exited and continued to look for other posts about suspected supernatural events. What he didn't notice was that Haruno Rin, who was sitting on the sofa on the other side, also took out her phone and opened the forum. Haruno Rin recalled the content on the page on Haruno Gen's phone, and entered a few keywords based on her memory. Sure enough, she found the post about H-game that Haruno Gen had read before. She didn't really see what the post said just now, she only saw the title and a few replies, as well as a private message from Haruno Gen asking the poster to spend 10,000 yen to buy the game files. However, when Haruno Rin carefully read the description of the game from the top to the bottom, She suddenly felt a chill on her back. This game sounded so weird. Is it really an H game? Hoshino Rin recalled what happened in the dream before and shuddered slightly. If her brother didn't buy the game for the H content, then he must have bought it for the weirdness, right? Hoshino Rin quietly looked in the direction of Hoshino General. His handsome face, which was absolutely attractive to girls, looked a little melancholy under the light of the mobile phone. He was wearing a loose white shirt, which was clean and refreshing. When the moonlight poured on him through the French window, it really felt a bit like a dream. Sure enough, with a look like this, there's actually no need to play any H games. Hoshino Rin didn't know when she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes, the world outside the French window in the living room was already bright. She sat up dazedly and looked around, but didn't see her brother Hoshino Gen. The living room was empty and quiet without any sound. For no reason, Hoshino Rin suddenly felt a little scared. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and tentatively called out, "Oni-chan." In the kitchen. A response came from the kitchen. Hoshino Rin's heart suddenly relaxed. She put down the blanket, stepped on the cartoon shark slippers and ran to the kitchen. Then she saw Hoshino Gen in a white shirt standing in front of the induction cooker. The stove was on, and there seemed to be something stewing in the pot above. Hoshino Gen himself was holding a mobile phone in his left hand and tapping on the screen quickly. "Are you cooking?" Hoshino Rin was a little surprised. She had no idea that Hoshino Gen had cooking skills. "Well, I don't want to go out today," Hoshino Gen replied casually. Hoshino Rin glanced at his right hand wrapped in white gauze hanging down to the side, and then a cute smile appeared on her face. "Your hand is still injured, let me do it." "What are you cooking?" Rin Hoshino didn't seem to give Gen Hoshino a chance to refuse. She walked a few steps to Gen Hoshino's side and pushed her brother away from the induction cooker with her little butt. Gen Hoshino followed suit and decisively left the cooking area, while answering, "The broth in the pot." "Meat soup. Is it so greasy this morning?" Hoshino Rin wrinkled her nose. This kind of breakfast was obviously not acceptable to her. She curiously reached out and lifted the lid of the stew pot. A large amount of hot steam came out, and then Hoshino Rin saw the almost unbearable hodgepodge in the pot. The boiling light red soup exuded a fishy smell, and a lot of unappetizing foam adhered to the wall of the pot. Meat pieces of different sizes and shapes were vaguely visible, but what was more eye-catching were the vegetables such as cabbage and tomatoes that had been boiled to pieces. Hoshino Rin calmly turned off the induction cooker. "Well, I'll throw away the pot later." Sitting at the table in the restaurant area outside, Hoshino Gen heard the sound of the induction cooker being turned off, and looked up in surprise. "Is it cooked?" "Brother, have you never cooked before?" "What's wrong?" Not to mention this life, he usually eats in the school cafeteria or restaurants outside. In his previous life, whether he followed his master to travel around the country or traveled alone later, he didn't even have a home, so how could he cook? "What's wrong?" "If you eat what you cook, you will definitely get sick." "Oni-chan, please don't go into the kitchen again, okay?" Probably realizing something, Hoshino Gen silently lowered his head and continued typing on his phone with one hand. The private message he sent last night had been replied to, and he was now communicating with the other party. Hoshino Rin pouted, muttered something like, "Ignoring me again, so rude," and left the kitchen to wash up. "Are you really willing to spend 10,000 yen on such a strange game?" "Yes. Although I think you will regret it if you buy it, I won't refuse if I can make money, but I still want to make some things clear." "Please go ahead. This game is super weird, not just what I said in the post." After posting last night, I opened the game a few times and found another problem. When the favorability reaches 60 and something terrible happens, every time I restart the computer and enter the game again, the favorability drops more, and Qianjiang's expression becomes more and more indifferent, and it is more difficult to raise the favorability. My favorability has dropped to 10 now, and no matter how I interact with her, it won't increase again. Even if I uninstall the game and reinstall it, it's still the same. I now think that this game might be a virus written by a programmer out of boredom. Do you really want to buy it? Yes. Okay then, I hope you don't regret it. After paying 10,000 yen online, Gen Hoshino successfully obtained the game file of Red Skirt. At this time, Hoshino Rin, who had finished washing up, also came back. She found her mother's apron in the kitchen and put it on. She turned around and asked Haruno Gen in a soft voice, "Brother, what do you want to eat? Or do you want to drink broth? Let me make it clear first, I don't have much confidence in stews. Then just do what you are good at." Okay, Haruno Gen checked the directory of the game files, and after making sure that these were really just some data files, he uploaded them to the computer in his bedroom. He planned to go back to his room after breakfast to see what the game was all about. The breakfast made by Haruno Rin was served quickly, including fried eggs, bacon, ham, toast, fruit salad and a cup of hot milk. These were all foods that did not require cooking skills but were very suitable for breakfast. However, it was also true that Haruno Rin was not a girl who was particularly good at cooking. At most, she had learned a few tricks for filming effects when she was on some shows, but at least the fried eggs on the plate were still very presentable. These breakfasts were prepared for Haruno Gen. As for Haruno Rin, she only had whole wheat bread, fruit salad, and a glass of skim milk. Haruno Gen took a look and didn't make any comments. One reason was that he didn't like to interfere in other people's affairs, and the other was that he had long been accustomed to Haruno Rin's starving diet. Haruno Rin supported her cheeks with both hands and smiled at Haruno Gen, who was quickly finishing the food across the table. "How is it? How does it taste?" Although the taste of these things has little to do with the cooking skills of the cook, Haruno Gen was not stingy with his praise for the worker. "It's great, much better than the school cafeteria." Haruno Rin was a little proud and started to eat her breakfast. Haruno Rin cleaned up the mess after the meal because Haruno Gen had an injury on his hand, although the so-called cleaning was just putting the dishes into the dishwasher. Haruno Gen originally wanted to go back to his room to install red skirt immediately after dinner, but looking at the slender back of Haruno Rin busy in the kitchen, he suddenly became a little worried whether the game was really related to the supernatural. If it was true, what if something unexpected happened and the innocent Haruno Rin was affected? With this in mind, Haruno Gen asked towards the kitchen, "Are you going out today?" Haruno Rin hummed a beautiful melody and ignored Haruno Gen's question. Just when Haruno Gen thought that the other party didn't hear clearly, Haruno Rin suddenly said, "Oni-chan, who are you talking to? Is there anyone named you in our family?" Haruno Gen was slightly speechless, and then decisively changed the topic. "Rin, are you going out today?" Haruno Rin laughed happily, probably feeling proud of her superb skills in bringing people closer together. She pointed her finger at her chin and tilted her head upwards to think, "It seems that there is no work today. Oh, by the way, there is a program to be recorded in the evening, so I will probably go out in the evening." After saying that, she looked at Haruno Gen strangely. "Why are you asking this, brother?" "Nothing, just asking casually." Haruno Gen got the answer he wanted, got up and left the restaurant. Haruno Rin blinked her eyes with different colors, stared at Haruno Gen's leaving back, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. In the past, Haruno Gen never asked her if she was going out, and he never even talked to her. Today, he was acting so abnormally, so there must be a purpose. There are probably only two possible purposes for asking her if she is going out. One is to ask her to help her complete something outside, such as helping to buy things and bring them back. The other is to hope that she goes out so that she is the only one at home. Haruno Rin felt that the latter possibility was more likely. Putting aside Haruno Gen's personality issues, if it was really the former, he should have given an explanation after getting the exact time of going out. How could he just turn around and leave after asking? So following this line of thought, Haruno Rin quickly thought of the fact that Haruno Gen spent 10,000 yen to buy a game from someone last night. Think about the way Haruno Gen quickly tapped the screen with his thumb in the morning. It was obvious that he was typing. However, typing on a mobile phone at such a high frequency can only be done by chatting. But as far as Haruno Rin knows, this brother doesn't even use Line, so the most likely possibility is that the brother contacted the poster and successfully purchased the game file. Asking her when she went out was to play the game when she was alone at home. After the reasoning was over, Haruno Rin fell into deep thought. Although the conclusion was deduced by herself following the intuitive logical chain, Haruno Rin felt that this should be the fact. But why can't you play that game until she's not at home? Haruno Rin also had a guess in her mind. She also read the post. The game's characteristics are weird. Although some people in the comment area speculated that it was an H-type game, she didn't think her brother went there for that. But if he just wanted to play a horror game, he wouldn't have to care about her being at home. So after eliminating all the impossible, no matter how outrageous the answer is, that is the truth. Do supernatural powers really exist? Hoshino Rin thought about it and decided to verify it a little. First of all, the brother's plan was most likely to wait until he was alone at home to start playing that strange game. From this, we can infer that the brother was either worried that she would be affected by supernatural powers like last night, or he wanted to conceal something about supernatural powers. Of course, the possibility of both was the greatest. So as long as I show my interest in the game, if my brother stops me, then my reasoning is probably correct. That means there really is a supernatural power in the world. Taking a deep breath, Hoshino Rin left the kitchen and knocked on the door of Hoshino Gen's room. The door was opened, and Hoshino Gen stood behind the door and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Hoshino Rin swallowed her saliva, and asked as naturally as possible, "Oniai-chan, did you buy the game you wanted to spend 10,000 yen on last night?" Hoshino Gen raised his eyebrows. "Why are you asking this?" "That's it. I also saw that post. I am a little interested in the game mentioned above. If you buy it, can you send me a copy of the file as well?" After that, Hoshino Rin added, "Of course, if it's inconvenient, I can buy it myself from the poster." Hoshino Gen stared at Hoshino Rin's somewhat unnatural face meaningfully for a while, and finally said calmly, "It's up to you." After that, he retreated back to the room and the door closed again. Hoshino Rin, who was locked outside, blinked her big eyes, and after a moment, she stuck out her tongue and made a face at the door. It was different from what she thought, but Hoshino Rin had already made up her mind. Her brother didn't answer directly whether he bought the game or not, which probably meant that he agreed. He didn't agree to give her the game file directly, which probably meant that there was indeed a problem with the game. As for the last word, whatever, it was a miscalculation. Although they had not spent much time together in the past year, in her impression her brother Hoshino Gen was a bit taciturn but actually a very gentle and polite person. However, now that she thought about it, those were probably just appearances. Maybe because he felt that his image had been shattered after last night, he just exposed his true nature and was too lazy to pretend in front of her. Looking at the current performance and thinking about it carefully based on his past behavior, Hoshino Rin guessed that the gentleness he had shown in the past might have been to reduce unnecessary communication with others. As for that politeness, it might have been a form of indifference and alienation towards others. Hoshino Rin became more and more curious about her brother who had disappointed her before. It felt like drawing cards in a game. She had been looking forward to getting an SR for a long time, but found out that it was just an R. However, when time peeled off the rough shell of the R, she found a glittering golden SSR hidden inside. She thought about it, took out her phone and searched for the post again, clicked on the poster's homepage, and entered the private chat. "Hello, I want to buy the game, Red Skirt, you mentioned in the post." The spacious bedroom is decorated in blue and pink tones to give it a girlish feel. On the carpet, bed, and desk, there are neatly arranged plush dolls everywhere. The largest one is bigger than a person, and the smallest is only the size of a palm. Qing Shuei-yu held a stack of talisman papers tightly in her hand, and paced in circles on the carpet with her bare white feet. Her eyes were fixed on the talisman papers in her hand, and her pretty face was full of confusion. From the time she came back last night until now, she has been struggling and hesitating about whether or not she should experiment with the functions of these talismans at home. But think about it, she only has 8 cards in her hand, and once they are used, they will be gone. If she wants more, she can only find Xingye Yuan, but if the conditions for getting the reward are the same as yesterday evening, she will not do it even if she is beaten to death. After all, she was almost beaten to death yesterday afternoon. Sure enough, it's a waste to use one here, right? A precious superpower product. But, there are 8 in total, so it doesn't matter if one is wasted, right? 8 minus 1 still leaves 7. Qing Shuei-yu suddenly stood still, holding the talisman paper tightly with both hands, and decided. Just use one. Just treat it as a verification of authenticity. After all, that guy is a guy who can use a cute girl like himself to block the mud. He is not a good person. What if he gives me a fake one? Thinking of this, Qing Shuei-yu successfully convinced herself. She put the 7 talisman papers into the iron box in the desk drawer and kept one for herself. How do you activate it? It seems to be using the blood you shed the moment you leave your body, right? By the way, did that guy shed blood when he used the talisman? Qing Shui Yu rummaged through the drawers of the desk and found some unused thumbtacks. He lit the unburned scented candle on the desk and warmed the tips of the thumbtacks over the fire. Qing Shuiyo took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and stabbed her left finger with a thumbtack. As the pain came, a hint of scarlet flowed out of her fingertips. She didn't dare to neglect it, and quickly picked up the talisman paper and wiped it on her fingertips. Suddenly, under Qing Shuiyu's shocked but relieved gaze, the bright yellow talisman paper in her hand was swallowed by a wisp of flame, and then quickly expanded into a basketball-sized fireball floating on her palm. A mysterious connection seemed to allow her to control the fireball. Qing Shuiyu thought that this was probably because the fireball was fueled by her own blood. This is incredible. A feeling of floating in the air, as if I were in a dream, came over me. So beautiful, Qing Shuiyu murmured to herself, the fiery red light reflected in her watery big eyes. Ding-ling-ling-ling. The shrill ring of the telephone suddenly rang, Qing Shuiyu's heart skipped a beat, and the mysterious connection was instantly severed. Ah! With her short cry of surprise, the fireball exploded and turned into sparks that dissipated in the air. Ah! Qing Shuiyu screamed and fell to his knees, searching desperately on the carpet, perhaps hoping to find some unburned talisman paper, but unfortunately the talisman was not a candle and turned to ashes the moment it was ignited. Naturally, Qing Shuiyu found nothing. She let out a long sigh, then puffed her cheeks and stood up to pick up the phone on the bed. She looked at the caller and it was indeed Suzuki Zimi. When the call was connected, Shimizu yelled with resentment, "Zame." Ding. The laptop beeped, indicating that the game had been installed. Hoshino Rin ran to the living room with the computer, found a data cable to connect the laptop to the TV, and the image on the computer screen immediately appeared on the TV. She didn't dare to actually play the game that was suspected to be related to supernatural powers. She had already been psychologically traumatized by the shock she experienced last night. Hoshino Rin took the wireless mouse and wireless keyboard to the coffee table away from the TV, then ran to Hoshino Gen's door and knocked again. This time the door opened much slower. It took a full half-minute before Hoshino Gen's figure appeared in front of Hoshino Rin again. "What's wrong again?" Hoshino Gen's expression remained calm, but there was a hint of helplessness in his voice. Hoshino Rin gave her brother a super sweet smile, which, if shown at a concert, would probably stun a lot of fans. "Oni-chan, can we play a game together?" Hoshino Gen raised his eyebrows and was about to refuse, but before he could say anything, he was choked back by Hoshino Rin's sweet and coquettish voice. "We made an appointment the night before last, didn't we?" Under the gaze of those watery, heterochromatic eyes, Hoshino Gen recalled in silence, and it seemed that this was indeed the case, but he had only said it casually at the time and did not expect that it would really be remembered. But now he was just reading books, listening to music, and playing games in his room, and he actually had no objection. He just rejected the request of his cheap sister because he subconsciously didn't want to be with others. But since he had promised her before, it would not be appropriate to go back on his word now. "TSK, what do you want to play? Let me warn you in advance that my right hand is not very flexible right now, so I may not be able to play anything too difficult," said Gen Hoshino. "I know." Seeing that Hoshino Gen agreed, Hoshino Rin immediately smiled. She grabbed Hoshino Gen's left wrist and dragged him to the living room coffee table and sat on the carpet. Hoshino Rin used the wireless mouse on the coffee table to double-click the red skirt icon on the TV screen. The screen went black, and then the game title appeared in a very girly font. Hoshino Gen, who was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, turned to look at Hoshino Rin, who was smiling ingratiatingly beside him, with an expressionless face. Hoshino Rin's smile gradually became guilty. Suddenly, Hoshino Gen sighed, picked up the mouse without saying anything, and clicked to start the game. Xingye Lin breathed a sigh of relief. She felt very stressed when her brother was staring at her. The background music coming from the speakers is a very pleasant and soothing melody that has a healing effect on the heart. Then there is the girl's humming in a childish voice, which harmonizes very well with the background music. However, I don't know why, both the children's voice and the melody are so healing, but when they are blended together and interwoven into music, there is an inexplicable weird feeling. Hoshino Rin couldn't help but move closer to Hoshino General. Although she was very curious, she was not very brave, especially when she was 90% sure that supernatural things really existed in this world. It was inevitable that she would be afraid. After a short period of weird BGM, the screen officially entered the game interface. The game has a very beautiful style, and the background music is still the same, but the children's voice has disappeared, the weirdness has been removed, and only the healing melody remains. The content of the game is very simple. It is about interacting with a cute girl named Qianjiang who suffers from severe depression. The interactive content includes but is not limited to chatting, shopping, playing games together, and giving gifts. These interactions can increase favorability. When the favorability reaches a certain level, new interactions will be unlocked. To be honest, it does have a bit of the flavor of an H-type lowly development game, but the game graphics are too beautiful, and Qianjiang, the heroine of the game, is too beautiful and fragile. If that kind of content is really unlocked later, it would be too disappointing. As the most important value in the game, Qianjiang's favorability is not so easy to improve, and it is even a bit difficult. Many times, the favorability will drop drastically due to an inexplicable choice, causing a lot of previous efforts to go to waste. There is also a mood value setting. Although on the surface the girl named Qianjiang always faces the player with the most gentle and sweet smile, her numerical mood value can almost be called moody. When the mood value reaches the lowest point, many interactions will turn gray and cannot be clicked. You can only restore your mood through the most basic chat, but once you choose the wrong dialogue during the chat, your favorability will drop. After working in front of the coffee table for the whole morning, it was not until around 1 p.m. when the cleaning lady rang the doorbell and came in to clean that Qianjiang's favorability level reached 9. Hoshino Rin had changed from being tense and fidgeting at the beginning to being bored and lying on the coffee table in a daze. She even had some doubts as to whether the things she had deduced and thought out before were a battle of wits with the air. "Oni-chan, I'm so hungry." There was the sound of a washing machine running in the bathroom. The cleaning lady was washing clothes. Hoshino Rin was lying on the coffee table, like a little salted fish that had lost its dream. Haruno Gen glanced at her, took out his phone and placed it in front of her. There are delivery numbers for custom meals in the phone book. There are several good restaurants and hotels nearby. After saying that, he continued to hold the mouse, concentrating on improving Qianjiang's favorability. At 9 points, Qianjiang's feelings towards him were still at the stage of acquaintance. How could a mere development game be so difficult? Hoshino Rin next to him had no intention of being polite with his brother, so he grabbed the phone and opened it. "There is a password." As she said this, she was about to hand the phone back to Haruno Gen, wanting him to unlock the password, but Haruno Gen directly said, 0102. When the password is usually 4 digits, many people are used to using their own or their partner's month and date of birth. Hoshino Rin is very familiar with the number 0102 because it is her birthday. However, before she could even begin to react, she suddenly realized that she and Hoshino Gen were twins. The time difference between their births seemed to be no more than 5 minutes, and that they had the same birthday. I suddenly felt a strange feeling in my heart, warm and comfortable. Hoshino Rin found the phone book and opened it. There were very few numbers stored in it, only her father and mother, marked as father and mother respectively, and a few numbers marked with surnames. The rest were all restaurant phone numbers such as Shichiya Restaurant, Matsumoto, and Yamadaya. After thinking for a while, Hoshino Rin clicked on the option to add a contact, entered her personal mobile phone number, and noted. "The cutest sister in the world. Oni-chan, I'm going out." In the evening, at the reminder of her agent's phone call, Hoshino Rin changed into going out clothes and prepared to go out to record the evening show. Hearing his sister's goodbye, Gen Hoshino, who was still sitting behind the coffee table, working hard with the mouse, looked up at her, nodded slightly, and then shifted his gaze back to the game screen on the TV. The apartment door closed and Gen Hoshino was the only one left in the apartment. The soothing melody from the game echoed in the living room. Staring at the cute and healing game screen, there was no fluctuation in Hoshino Gen's eyes, even though he had been racking his brains to please the little girl in the screen all day. But this is normal, after all, not everyone can accept the feeling that after making countless efforts, all the previous efforts have gone to waste just because of accidentally choosing the wrong answer to a strange question. In the game, under the blue sky and the blooming cherry trees, a girl with an angelic face smiled and looked out of the screen, as if she had seen through the limitations of the two-dimensional space and was looking at the three-dimensional player. "Thank you, Mr. Y." It was another sentence without a beginning or an end. Haruno Gen sighed inwardly. Y was his game name, and Y-san was what Qianjiang called him, the player. Normally, in such a plot, every time Qianjiang finished a sentence, several options would appear on the screen for the player to choose from. The game could not be replayed and there was only one chance to choose. Therefore, every time I choose a star source, I will think carefully before pressing the mouse. However, to Haruno Gen's surprise, what appeared on the screen this time was not an option, but a blank dialogue window. The cursor that appeared and disappeared from time to time indicated that this time the player's response would no longer be a multiple-choice question, but a subjective question with self-edited answers. This unlucky game. Haruno Gen was already feeling like cursing in his heart, but at this moment, the sound of fingerprint verification suddenly came from the door of the apartment, and then the door was pushed open. Haruno Rin, who had just left, poked her head inside, and seeing Haruno Gen looking at her, Haruno Rin gave a slightly embarrassed and forced smile in return. "Oni-chan, can you take the elevator with me?" Gen Haruno looked at Chi-chan who was smiling warmly on the TV screen, then looked at his sister who was laughing as if she was about to cry behind the door, then he decisively put down the mouse and stood up. He would rather go out for a walk and waste time than sit here and try his best to please a virtual little girl. The Haruno family's apartment in Koto District is located on the 12th floor. When taking the elevator, whether going up or down, it usually stops several times in the middle. Sometimes there will be people coming up, and sometimes there will be no one outside. No one knows what will happen before the elevator door opens. Although Rin Haruno was not a particularly courageous person in the past, she was definitely not so timid as to be afraid to take the elevator alone. It is conceivable that although nothing seemed to be wrong when she was with Gen Haruno, in fact, that incident last night seemed to have really scared her and left her with some psychological trauma. Wearing a mask and a baseball cap, Haruno Rin adjusted the sunglasses she wore to cover her special eye color, and then pinched the corner of Haruno Gen's clothes with her slender white index finger and thumb. As the elevator was descending, she felt a slight sense of weightlessness under her feet, and she unconsciously moved closer to her brother, as if this could bring her a great sense of security. "Brother, do you think there are really ghosts in the world?" Haruno Rin asked in a low voice. Haruno Gen, who was sending a message to the poster to ask if he sold the game guide, didn't even raise his head. His voice was very casual. "Don't let your imagination run wild. Since you have never encountered one in your life, it means that whether there are ghosts in the world or not has no effect on your life." Haruno Rin retorted, "Then last night. You're having a nightmare." Haruno Gen interrupted her. Haruno Rin slowly puffed up her cheeks, and her beautiful big eyes stared angrily at the profile of Haruno Gen through her sunglasses. However, from beginning to end, Haruno Gen never turned his head to look at her. In the end, she could only pout in frustration and muttered softly, "Liar." Because Haruno Rin's agent and assistant were already waiting in the lobby on the first floor, when the elevator reached the first floor, Haruno Gen didn't even go down but returned the same way. I don't know if it's an illusion, but after returning home, Haruno Gen always felt that the temperature in the living room seemed to have dropped a lot. First of all, he ruled out environmental cues. After all, at this moment, the afterglow of the sunset in the evening was flowing into the room through the circular floor-to-ceiling windows, and the living room was almost filled with warm light. Almost in an instant, Haruno Gen realized something. He walked to the TV, and the game screen changed as expected. Before going downstairs, the picture in the game was clearly blue sky and white clouds, but now the sunset is shining all over the world. Qianjiang, who was originally standing under the cherry tree and smiling at him, is now squatting on the side of the road crying. The evening breeze lifted up her hair, and under the glow of the setting sun, even the tears on the girl's face sparkled. If anyone with a Lolita crush saw this picture, they would probably lose control on the spot, but Haruno Gen didn't buy it. The typing box with the flashing cursor is still there, indicating that the game session has not been skipped due to long periods of inactivity. Haruno Gen stared at Qianjiang who was crying sadly and thought for a few seconds, then smiled happily. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with this game. He thought for a moment, then sat back down behind the coffee table. He placed his left hand on the wireless keyboard and typed quickly, "Sorry, I just had to leave for something." "What's wrong with you?" After playing for a whole day, Haruno Gen has almost realized that there doesn't seem to be much difference between Qianjiang in the game and the girls in real life. The so-called favorability is not a numerical value that can be accumulated, but the other party's current perception of the player. She will be unhappy if the player who accompanies her chooses the wrong words, and she will cry if the player ignores her. She will say thank you and sorry, cry and laugh. If you really want to improve Qianjiang's favorability, you can't treat her as a string of game data, but as a person separated only by a glass. After all, ghosts were humans before they became ghosts. But although it was true, he actually had no idea how to improve people's favorability. Haruno Gen cut out the panel and took a look at the current favorability. 21, familiar. He remembered that it was 23 before he went downstairs. TSK, this was really the most difficult game he had ever played. Haruno Gen took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was now 6:40 in the evening. He wondered if he could reach 60 favorability before dawn tomorrow. He finally entered a chat interface. The message he sent to the poster asking to buy the game guide still received no reply. He let out a long sigh. Nowadays, whether you are catching ghosts or playing games, you have to be down to earth. 11:08 p.m. Qianjiang's favorability towards Waisan is 29, familiar. Haruno Gen yawned out of boredom. There were several bags of snack packages on the coffee table, with only a box of instant noodles filled with soup, half a can of Red Bull and an unopened can of espresso left. Amidst the mess of snacks and drinks, the black sword was placed there casually. One could grasp the handle at any time by just stretching out one's hand, and with a little force, it could be unsheathed immediately. Haruno Gen really wanted to draw his knife and smash the TV. Today he had thrown almost all the sweet words he had said in his life into this TV. Since the input box appeared in the evening, it has never disappeared. The multiple-choice questions are gone, and all the conversations with Chi-chan have become manual input. Although there is nothing wrong with telling ghost stories to ghosts, after telling so many ghost stories in a row, Haruno Gen not only felt that his emotional intelligence was soaring, but he was almost turning into a ghost. He couldn't help but yawn out of boredom. Just as Haruno Gen was thinking that there were so many evil spirits in the world and it wouldn't hurt to give up one, the cell phone he threw on the coffee table rang. He looked at the caller, and saw the cutest little sister in the world. Haruno Gen was silent for a moment, then answered the phone. "Oniai-chan, can you come downstairs and pick me up?" The voice coming from the phone was very soft, just like a spoiled child, but if your hearing was sensitive enough, you would notice the slight tremor in the voice, which was obviously an effort to hide your fear. How should I put it? This sister has completely turned into a coward. I got it. Haruno Gen's voice sounded a little helpless. He wanted to ignore it, but to be honest, it was still his fault. After all, he brought the knife back, and this house was also Haruno Rin's home. The elevator usage rate dropped significantly late at night. Haruno Gen was out for only 3 minutes and brought Haruno Rin back from downstairs. The brightly lit living room allowed Haruno Rin to completely relax. She changed her shoes at the entrance, took off her mask and baseball cap, stretched herself, and followed Haruno Gen into the living room. Seeing the mess on the coffee table, Haruno Rin widened her eyes in surprise. "Brother, isn't that what you're having for dinner?" Haruno Gen ignored her and couldn't help yawning. He sat back behind the coffee table. The favorability of this unfortunate game would drop as players left, and the longer the time, the more it would drop. Fortunately, this was not a serious game, otherwise, if it was released through a serious channel, the sales would have plummeted. Although it has only been more than a day, Haruno Rin has already adapted to the way her brother behaves after his true nature is exposed. If he wants to ignore her, then so be it. After all, you are an SSR. As a veteran internet addict, Haruno Rin deeply understands that the harder something is to get, the more precious it is. Haruno Rin walked forward to tidy up the coffee table, but as soon as she got closer, she saw something familiar. It was a long knife that was completely black. Even though it was almost submerged in the snack packaging bag, its presence was so conspicuous. Haruno Rin's face turned pale. She remembered that she accidentally touched the knife last night, and then she started to die repeatedly in her dreams. Noticing something was wrong, Gen Hoshino calmly picked up the knife on the coffee table and stuffed it under the carpet. He was so distracted by playing the game that he forgot to put the knife away before going downstairs. The thing that brought psychological trauma disappeared from her sight. Hoshino Rin's expression relaxed. She swallowed her saliva and said, "Oh, what is that?" "Handicrafts found on the street." "You're lying." Hoshino Rin decisively expressed her distrust of her brother. "If you don't believe it, forget it." Hoshino Gen didn't care at all. He cast a lazy gaze on the TV screen, and then was surprised to find that the chat input box had disappeared at some point, and the option for interactive dialogue with Qianjiang had returned. After a little thought, Hoshino Gen discovered the problem. He glanced at his sister who was staring at him angrily. It seemed that the dialogue options disappeared after Rin left in the afternoon. Could it be that this ghost is still shy? Will he feel embarrassed when there are too many people around? Hoshino Gen raised his eyebrows. Good thing, multiple choice questions are much easier than subjective questions. Hoshino Rin, who was standing by, saw that her brother was quickly immersed in the game and no longer paying attention to her. She immediately became deflated, made a face at Hoshino Gen, and turned away. After taking a shower, Rin Hoshino was sleeping on her side on the sofa at the back in her nightgown, while Gen Hoshino was still sitting in front of the coffee table working hard. Originally, Hoshino Gen wanted to stay up all night to see if he could raise his favorability to 60 before going to school, but he ended up overestimating his patience. For him, who is not a Lolita control nor a love-building enthusiast, the boredom of this game is second only to math class. At around 4 in the morning, with the soothing and peaceful BGM playing, Gen Hoshino fell headfirst onto the blanket and fell into a deep sleep. Sizzle. The TV screen flickered slightly, and the game screen and the snow screen switched back and forth, but at this moment, the demon sword that had been stuffed under the carpet by Hoshino Gen trembled twice, and the flickering screen instantly returned to normal, and even the game automatically quit. The dim living room finally became completely quiet. Hoshino Gen was woken up by his sister. When he opened his eyes dazedly, the world outside the floor-to-ceiling window with circular screens was already bright. Hoshino Rin was still wearing the same white nightgown, and her messy hair showed that she had just gotten up. Hoshino Rin was sitting on the carpet like a duck. When she saw Hoshino Gen open his eyes and sit up, she covered her mouth with one hand and yawned, and handed her mobile phone showing the time to her brother with the other hand. She said in a soft but listless voice, "Oniai-chan, it looks like you're going to be late for school." Maybe he was a little dazed because of his sleep and his sense of space was not very good, so the latest model iPhone was almost in close contact with Gen Hoshino's face. Hoshino Gen was not nearsighted. On the contrary, his eyesight was surprisingly good, so he had to lean back slightly to see the time displayed on the phone clearly, 9:35. The morning class of Sagawa Private Academy High School started at 8:40 a.m., so he was not going to be late, but he was already late. Hoshino Gen also made a sound in a listless manner and wanted to fall back into sleep, but soon he thought of something and woke up completely with a start. He hurriedly looked at the TV screen and found that the game screen of Red Skirt had disappeared, and now the screen showed the desktop of the computer connected to the TV. Hoshino Gen quickly grabbed the mouse on the coffee table and double-clicked the Red Skirt icon. When the familiar game screen appeared in front of him, his eyes turned to the favorability column. Just like the last time he looked there last night, it was still 37 familiar. Hoshino Gen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his work was not in vain. "Brother, are you going to school today?" Hoshino Rin's weak voice came from his ears. Hoshino Gen, who quit the game again, glanced at his sister who was swaying like a tumbler next to him. He was worried that she would hit her head on the coffee table. It's okay to break a coffee table worth millions of yen, but if the head or face of the super-popular idol was damaged, the loss to the Hoshino family would be huge. Xingye Yuan stood up with the help of the coffee table. "Go." "Oh!" Hoshino Rin also pulled herself together. She shouted to Hoshino Gen who was returning to his room, "Then brother, wait for me. I'll go with you." Hoshino Gen didn't respond, but it was considered as his agreement. After he finished washing up in the room, changed the gauze on his right hand, and changed into his school uniform, he came out and saw Hoshino Rin had already changed into the school uniform of Sagawa Private Academy and was waiting for Hoshino Gen at the entrance with a leather backpack. The girls' school uniform of Sagawa Private Academy is not much different from that of ordinary universities. Except for the more refined workmanship, it is also a normal short skirt JK. At this moment, Hoshino Rin's slender, straight and white legs are wearing white over-the-knee socks, and her small and exquisite feet are stepping on beautiful round-toed leather shoes. She has a slender figure and a pretty face. It really makes people feel that this is a girl as sweet as candy. Hoshino Gen was a little surprised, not because he was surprised at how cute and pretty his cheap sister was, but because he thought that when Hoshino Rin said she wanted to go with him, she meant that he would accompany her in the elevator, and then go their separate ways downstairs, one to be a student and the other to be an idol. In his impression, Hoshino Rin seemed to have never worn a school uniform since the day of the high school entrance ceremony. While changing his shoes at the entrance, Hoshino Gen asked casually, "Don't you have to work today?" "No need. The concert is over, and I've finished filming the drama I was doing some time ago. Advertising and endorsements are for next week. I did receive invitations to a few variety shows, but I rejected them all. Even an idol needs to rest." Hoshino Rin answered her brother's question while putting on a mask and baseball cap. Although she became an idol because of her hobby, idols also have their own troubles, especially the need to hide her head and tail when she goes out, which once made Hoshino Rin very unhappy. Although she likes the feeling of being the center of attention when she is on stage, she still hopes not to be so in the spotlight when she is resting. Of course, it would be nice to stay at home and play games, but the problem is that in the current situation, Hoshino Rin really doesn't have the courage to stay at home alone, especially when there is a suspected ghost living in her computer. When I arrived at the school by taxi, the campus seemed a little quiet. This was naturally because it was the third class in the morning. Although happy education is now popular in Japan, basic classroom discipline can still be maintained. After changing into the indoor shoes in her school bag, Rin Hoshino also stuffed her own round-toed leather shoes into her brother's shoe cabinet. This was her second time coming to this school, and she had long forgotten where her shoe cabinet was. Gen Hoshino and Rin Hoshino are not in the same class. Gen Hoshino is in Class A on the first floor, and Rin Hoshino is in Class C on the second floor, so after changing shoes in the shoe closet, the two have to go their separate ways. At the stairs, Hoshino Rin waved goodbye to Hoshino Gen. "Oniai-chan, remember to wait for me after school this afternoon." After that, she turned around and went upstairs. Hoshino Gen's high school grades were not ideal, and he was usually a quiet student in class. If you ignore that unreasonable face, he would be the person with the least presence in the corner of the classroom. But unfortunately, this world is a world that values appearance, and this society is a society that values money and status. Hoshino Gen has a good face and a pair of wealthy parents, so he can get preferential treatment in school. Even if you are late, the teacher will just say, "Come in," and let the matter go. As soon as he sat down in his window seat in the front row, Hoshino Gen heard a lot of exclamations coming from a classroom upstairs. Others didn't know what was going on, but he could guess that it was nothing more than his idol sister finding her classroom. Hoshino Gen was unmoved. He took out the textbooks for the corresponding class from his school bag, spread them out on the desk, and then fell asleep. Ching Shuei was a little distracted today. Although she was not very serious in class normally, it was rare for her to be distracted since she arrived at school today. After all, what she used to do most in class was to secretly read novels and comics, but now, or to be more precise, since that night last Friday, she suddenly lost her enthusiasm for her previous hobbies. Now, her mind is full of that bizarre world of ghosts, spirits, and superpowers, a world that is out of reach and cannot be obtained. The door is right in front of you, but you can't push it open no matter what. It's really frustrating. Yoshimizu originally thought that she could come to school today just in time to chat with Gen Hoshino. Although it might be an illusion, when she was with Gen Hoshino, she always felt like she had stepped into the door to a different world. The city scenes that she had already become tired of suddenly became novel. That feeling was much more interesting than reading novels and comics. But what she didn't expect was that Hoshino Gen's seat remained empty throughout the morning. Only then did she remember that Hoshino Gen had injured his hand while hunting ghosts the night before, so it was natural for him to take a leave of absence today. After realizing this, her originally excited spirit immediately deflated, and she felt like she was completely wasting her time in school, so she became even more unscrupulous in her daydreaming, so much so that she didn't even notice when Hoshino Gen entered the classroom. But at this moment, a small ball of paper suddenly flew from behind to the desk in front of Shimizu, which woke her up from her distraction. She turned her head and looked around, and soon found her good friend Suzuki Zimi, who was winking at her. With a suspicious attitude, she unfolded the paper ball. "Look at the window." Qing Shuiyu blinked, not quite understanding what was going on. She turned her head to look at her good friend again, but she was surprised to find that a large number of classmates around her were looking at the seat by the window in the front row, with expressions of either dullness, admiration, or arousal on their faces. Qing Shuiyu vaguely realized something, and she subconsciously cast her eyes to the left front. The pink cherry blossoms were carried into the open window by the warm wind, floating down and landing on the boy's forehead. He lay on the table, his eyelids closed, his long and thick eyelashes trembling slightly, his black hair drooping slightly, his skin snow-white. He was bathing in the golden sunlight slanting in from the window. He looked otherworldly, like a goblin from a fairy tale. The classroom and the cherry blossoms, the breeze and the boy, the picture is as beautiful as a slowly flowing oil painting. To be honest, Shimizu was a little amazed. If possible, she even wanted to take a picture with her mobile phone and make it into wallpaper. But soon, she came back to her senses. She slapped her cheeks with both hands. What a close call. She was almost fooled by this guy's appearance. Qing Shuiyu, how can you be like those superficial guys who look at the appearance and serve the dish? This is not right. Shimizu, who prides himself on having a noble soul, quickly broke free from the special mood of the picture, and was able to look at the guy who dared to sleep in the classroom with a normal mind. TSK, actually, if you look closely, there's nothing wrong. He just took a nap. He must have stayed up late last night. Clear water. Shimizu, who was daydreaming and walking at her best, was suddenly called by the teacher on the podium. She was immediately startled, but as the runner-up in the national kendo competition in junior high school, she reacted quickly. She quickly stood up and replied, "Yes. Please answer the question just now." The math teacher who spoke was an old lady in her middle age. Perhaps because she was used to the early days when relaxed education was not popular in Japan, she was strict and old-fashioned. In contrast to the young and fashionable English teacher, she was the type of teacher that students disliked the most. According to gossip, at the beginning of the school year, this menopausal math teacher had a big fight with the dean of studies because he was not able to take on the role of class teacher. The moment his name was called, Qing Shuiyu's heart sank. Not to mention answering the question, she didn't even know what the question was. Qing Shuiyu pouted, lowered his head, and honestly admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, teacher, I was distracted." The attitude was good and the apology was sincere, but the menopausal old lady didn't buy it. She looked sharp and pointed outside the classroom. Qing Shuiyu sighed softly and stood outside the classroom as a punishment. At this time, the math teacher called the name again, Xingye. The classroom was silent, no one spoke, and no one responded. The scene just now had obviously served as a warning to others. The previously lax classroom discipline suddenly became serious. However, this made the sleeping guy even more conspicuous. "Hoshino." The angry voice echoed in the classroom, tearing the flowing oil painting into pieces. Haruno Gen opened his slightly hazy, heterochromatic eyes, raised his face, and was confused for a moment, but soon realized what had happened. He supported himself on the desk with his left hand and stood up, silently meeting the teacher's suppressed angry gaze. "Repeat what I just said," the teacher said. Haruno Gen was speechless. The teacher pointed outside the door angrily. Haruno Gen took a look over there and immediately understood what this meant. Since the fault was his own, Haruno Gen left his seat and stood outside as punishment. In the quiet corridor, Shimizu and Haruno Gen leaned against the wall side by side. Although Shimizu guessed what was going to happen when she heard the math teacher shouting Haruno in the classroom, she couldn't help but want to laugh when she saw this guy yawning and standing against the wall as punishment. She looked at Haruno Gen with a look of gloating, and her beautiful big eyes seemed to be saying, "You've got this day, kid." Haruno Gen also noticed the gaze beside him, turned his head to look, and was a little speechless. However, he didn't care much. He habitually gave her a polite smile and looked away. This made Qing Shuiyu feel a little embarrassed. She pouted, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but whispered, I tried the talismans you gave me. Haruno Gen nodded, although it was unclear whether this was in response to Shimizu Yu's words or because he was sleepy. But Qing Shueyo automatically understood it as the former. She moved a little closer to Xingye Yuan and said a little embarrassedly, can I buy talisman paper from you with money? Haruno Gen leaned his head against the wall with his eyes half closed. He looked so listless that people worried that he might fall asleep while standing. How much do you think is a reasonable price per ticket? Haruno Gen's casual words left Shimizu Yu speechless for a moment. How much is the right price? This question is a bit difficult. In real life, it is actually very simple to put a price on an item. If you really want to buy or sell it, then the psychological price may have automatically appeared in your mind when you have this idea. The reason is simple, because there is a reference. But now Haruno Gen asked Shimizu Yu to put a suitable price on a talisman that can stimulate superpowers, which Shimizu Yu cannot do. If time could go back 3 days, she wouldn't even know that such a thing existed in the world. Without any reference, how to price something that does not exist in the world? This is probably the difficulty of this question posed by Haruno Gen for Shimizu Yu. I don't know, how much do you want to sell it for? Qing Shueyu asked in a low voice. She thought Haruno Gen would offer her a very high price, but Haruno Gen turned his gaze to her and looked her up and down thoughtfully. Haruno Gen's appearance made Shimizu Yu feel a chill all over her body. Just when she was hesitating whether to punch this bastard in the eyes, Haruno Gen spoke. He asked, your name is Shimizu Yu, right? Qing Shueyu looked doubtful, but nodded anyway. Are you brave enough? Haruno Gen continued to ask. Are you okay? Although she didn't know why Haruno Gen asked this, Shimizu Yu still answered truthfully. After all, if she was not very courageous, she would not be so keen on horror novels with supernatural elements. After getting a satisfactory answer, Haruno Gen fell into thought again. He looked at Shimizu Yu carefully and found that she had black hair, fair skin, bright and clear almond eyes, small and rosy lips, and most importantly, she had a slender and tall figure, and slender and straight legs. She was a rare and authentic beautiful girl. Well, his IQ is not high, but he is quite strong, has a strong ability to accept things, and is very courageous. Most importantly, he is not only not embarrassing to have around, but he is even a bit pleasing to the eye. For a moment, the thought that I had had a long time ago but later gave up because of fear of trouble came to my mind. Just when Qing Shueyo was stared at and felt his entire body was trembling, Haruno Gen smiled and said, I have a job here, are you interested? The reward is the talisman you want, 1 per week. Qing Shueyo's heart skipped a beat. When she heard that she still had a chance to get the talisman, she almost agreed without hesitation. But when the words came to her lips, she suddenly remembered the way Haruno Gen stared at her body. She crossed her arms and asked cautiously, what job? Ignoring Shimizu Yu's obvious misunderstanding, Haruno Haruka smiled and said, I remember you seemed to like the novel called Psychic Detective's Notes very much. Qing Shueyo didn't quite understand what Xing Yiyuan wanted to express. He frowned and asked in confusion, is there any connection between the work you are talking about and this? Haruno Gen did not answer Shimizu Yu's question, but asked, have you seen other works of this type? Of course, I've seen all the ones that are slightly famous. Shimizu Yu said with a proud smile. For example. Speaking of this, Shimizu Yu became a little excited. She opened her mouth and said, The Ghost Story, On Myoji's Work, and 100 Demons' Tale. Every time she mentioned a work name, Haruno Gen nodded. Finally, he interrupted Shimizu Yu, who had already mentioned more than a dozen works and was still willing to continue, and said with a smile, then have you noticed that in these works, all the characters who use exorcism as a profitable job have one thing in common? Do you all have special abilities? Shimizu Yu blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked tentatively. Haruno Gen shook his head, his smile becoming gentler, no, they all have an assistant who is dedicated to doing some tedious and boring, but indispensable preparation work. Qing Shueyo opened his eyes slightly and asked in surprise, you want me to be your assistant? Surprise was not because of unwillingness, but because of surprise, kidding. She dreamed of getting a deeper understanding of and touching those mysterious supernatural things. As for being an assistant and doing boring preparation work, that was not a problem. After all, it was boring, but that was definitely because the kid had long been used to it. As the saying goes, a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. The things that guy is used to must be super new and incredible to me. And if I become this guy's assistant, doesn't that mean I am indirectly participating in and solving some supernatural incidents? Shimizuyu's eyes sparkled, and he suddenly felt that Haruno Gen became very pleasing to the eye. Haruno Gen smiled and asked, "What is your answer?" "Of course I am willing." "When does it start?" Shimizuyu asked impatiently, suppressing his excitement. "No hurry." Xingye Yuan thought for a moment and said, "I'll print out a contract after school. It won't be too late to start work after you sign it." Qing Shueyo had no objection to this, but at this moment she suddenly saw Haruno Gen took out an A4 paper from somewhere and was writing something on it with a pen he carried with him. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you writing?" "Application for withdrawal from the company," said Gen Haruno. "Application for withdrawal?" Shimizuyu asked in surprise, "Are you going to withdraw from the Kendo Club? Didn't you just join last Friday?" Haruno Gen paused his pen and said, "I joined the Kendo Club to practice my swordsmanship and to carry a bamboo sword to the dojo in the woods after school. Now it is not necessary, so of course the homecoming club is more suitable for me." As if he had thought about the wording, he continued to write quickly after he finished speaking. "No way, you joined the Kendo Club just to make it easier to steal the school's bamboo swords?" Shimizuyu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that this guy was actually a part-time thief. "Don't be so harsh." Haruno Gen smiled and said, "The money my father donates to the school every year is enough to build several new dojos. What's wrong with me borrowing a few bamboo swords?" Qing Shueyu was speechless. "Oh, right." Haruno Gen suddenly remembered something and turned to Shimizuyu and said, "I remember that you seem to be a member of the Kendo Club. If you have decided to be my assistant, you'd better quit the club as soon as possible, because after school is your working time." "Ah." Qing Shui was stunned for a moment, but after comparing the importance of superpowers and Kendo in his mind, he nodded reluctantly, "Oh. Is this true? Is it that Rin-chan? Rin-chan from TKY02 is coming to school?" "Of course it's true. I went to see it during break just now." "How is it? Is it as pretty as on TV?" "She's much cuter than on TV. If you can make Rin-chan my girlfriend, I'd be willing to shave 30 years off my lifespan." "TSK, come on, even if you jump off a building and commit suicide now, no one will even look at you. The noise in the school cafeteria at noon is so loud that if there is any disturbance on campus, you can definitely hear the news here. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a transit station for campus intelligence. The biggest news at Sagawa Private Academy today is, of course, that the current super popular idol, Hoshino Rin, has come to school." Although it didn't lead to any craze or anything like that, when Haruno Gen walked in the cafeteria, at least 5 out of every 10 people he passed by were talking about Hoshino Rin or TKY02, so as a result, Haruno Gen, the idol's older brother, received several times more attention than usual. Gen Haruno has no habit of bringing his own lunchbox. Although girls from other classes would often come to talk to him, share tables with him, or ask for his contact information when he was eating in the cafeteria, they would basically be discouraged by Gen Haruno's perfect, death smile. Over time, he was naturally labeled as weird, and as a result, basically no one came to bother him. But due to the incident of Haruno Rin coming to school today, his long quiet lunchtime instantly turned into a fan QA column. "Haruno-san. Are you really Rin-chan's brother? Do you usually live together? Why didn't Rin-chan have lunch with you? How's your brother-sister relationship? I have a sister too, but she ignored me after she reached puberty. Is it the same at home, Rin-chan?" A bunch of inexplicable and privacy-related questions stopped him at the food window. The silent Gen Haruno turned around decisively, bought a piece of fried noodles bread from the vending machine and left the cafeteria. In Japan, there are far more students who bring their lunch boxes than those who go to the cafeteria. During lunch break, the classroom is always filled with the aroma of food and a lively atmosphere. Classmates who have been together for almost a month already know Haruno Gen's personality, so no one here would be so tactless as to run up to him and ask him questions, because everyone knows that they won't get anything out of the question and will only get an awkward smile. Gen Haruno sat in his seat, munching on bread leisurely while looking at the blue sky outside the window. In a classroom where everyone was sitting together at shared desks, he looked quite unique and independent. This scene, in Suzuki-zame's eyes, became so lonely. Suzuki-zame picked up a meatball and put it in her mouth, then complained to her good friend Shimizu, who was eating lunch with her, "If you hadn't told me that he used you to block the mud, I would have almost thought that guy was a cool male god." At this time, Shimizu was liking Haruno Gen, so he casually defended him by saying, maybe he is just too lazy to communicate with ordinary people. An ordinary person? Suzuki-zame asked curiously, isn't he? Qing Shueyo opened her mouth and almost nodded subconsciously, but fortunately her head had not been completely overwhelmed by excitement and anticipation. Her low IQ came online in time, and she quickly laughed. Look, he is the idol's brother, his family is so rich, and he is mixed blood, so you can tell that he is not from the same world as us. How come we are not from the same world? Suzuki-zame puffed out her rather large chest in dissatisfaction. Uncle Shimizu is. Before Suzuki-zame could finish her words, she was interrupted by a knock on the classroom door. Many students in the class fell silent, and then looked towards the classroom door at the same time. The person knocking on the door was a senior girl. She glanced at the scene in the classroom and asked, "Excuse me, are Haruno Gen and Shimizu here?" Student Union. Looking at the high school senior who introduced herself, Haruno Gen and Shimizu, who were called to the corridor, were a little confused. The senior girl nodded and said, "Yes, both of your recommendations for membership have been approved. Please come to the meeting hall after school this afternoon for the meeting." Haruno Gen frowned and asked in confusion, "Recommendation for membership? Who recommended it?" The girl was also puzzled. "Didn't you submit your application to the teacher and then be recommended by the class teacher to join?" Qing Shueyo was surprised and said, "No, I have never applied to join the student union." "Is that so?" The senior student was also surprised. It shouldn't be wrong. After that, she lowered her head and flipped through the roster in her hand. Class A of Grade 1, Haruno Gen, Shimizu, these are your names, right? The name is correct, but no matter what, we did not actively apply to join the student union. Xingye Yuan said, "Can you trouble the senior sister to erase our names?" Shimizu nodded repeatedly. In order to work part-time after school, she even quit her favorite kendo club. How could she have the time to join the student union? But the sophomore was in a dilemma. She said helplessly, "But both of you have already been registered. How can we just erase your names? The student union of our school is not a place for fun. The last president has stipulated that you cannot quit within at least 1 month after joining." Xingye Yuan's eyebrows moved slightly, and he suddenly changed his attitude and nodded, "Okay, senior sister, we got it." Shimizu looked at Haruno Gen in astonishment. He was forced to join the student council for no apparent reason. How could this guy just accept his fate? Is this his personality? Hearing this, the senior student also breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, then please don't be late." After that, she nodded at the two of them, and rushed to other classes with the roster. "Hey, are we really going to join the student union? I don't even understand what's going on." Shimizu looked at Haruno Gen and asked with a frown. Haruno Gen shook his head. "Whether to join or quit, it is not up to that senior sister just now to decide. In that case, why waste time with her here?" He frowned, his voice still calm. "You go back and wait for news, I'll go ask the real owner." After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the office. Qing Shueyu scratched his head, his face still showing that puzzled look. There were not many people in the teacher's office, so at this moment, the young and beautiful girl with a slender figure wearing headphones, listening to music and drinking a drink seemed even more eye-catching. Haruno Gen walked into the office and went straight to the female teacher's desk. The other party seemed to be listening to music very attentively and did not notice Haruno Gen's arrival at all. It was not until Haruno Gen knocked on the other person's earphones that the female teacher noticed that someone had come up to her. She took off her headphones and hung them around her slender white neck. She raised her beautiful face with a little makeup towards Haruno Gen and smiled warmly. Haruno-san, what can I do for you, teacher? Fujiwara Risa is the homeroom teacher and English teacher of Class A, Grade 1 at Sagawa Private High School. She just graduated from college and this is her first year on the job. Because the age difference is not that big, and she is fashionable, generous and beautiful, not only do students in her class love her very much, but students from other classes are also keen to communicate with this teacher. But perhaps it was because she had no experience in her first year of work that she was always overly responsible for her students. Haruno Gen was quite troubled by this. Not long after the start of the school term, the school held a parent-teacher meeting. Parents from all walks of life poured into the spacious and bright classroom. The students either smiled or led their parents to their seats with helplessness. In this chaos, Fujiwara Risa immediately saw Haruno Gen, who was sitting in the seat by the window, staring at the cherry blossoms outside the window with his cheek in boredom. She didn't say anything at the time, but just took note of it silently. After the parent-teacher meeting, she found Haruno Gen to inquire about the situation. At that time, Haruno Gen's answer was, "I forgot to notify the parents." Fujiwara Risa believed it, and then, with the mentality of being responsible for the students, she called Haruno Gen's father and planned to hold a parent-teacher meeting for the child alone. Then she heard from Haruno Gen's father, "I am not in the country at the moment. If you have any questions, please talk to my assistant." In shock, Fujiwara Risa called Haruno Gen's mother again, but the result was almost the same. The lady on the other end of the phone told her in awkward Japanese mixed with English that she didn't know about the child's situation and asked her to consult the child's father if she had any questions. At that time, Fujiwara Risa vaguely understood something. Since then, Haruno Gen became the student she paid the most attention to in the class. However, Haruno Gen's weird behavior at school made him naturally become the problem boy who needed the most care and responsibility in Fujiwara Risa's heart. Just now, a senior girl from the second year of high school told me that I was recommended to join the student union. Teacher Fujiwara, do you know what this is going on? Haruno Gen looked into the teacher's smiling eyes, with a plain and polite smile on his lips. Isn't that great? Fujiwara Risa smiled and said, joining the student union will allow you to learn a lot. All school activities, whether it's festivals or sports meets, are organized by the student union. But the problem is, I don't want to join the student union, said Haruno Gen. Is that so? Fujiwara Risa's smile faded, revealing a thoughtful look. After a moment, she smiled apologetically at Haruno Gen. I'm sorry, Haruno-san. Last week, the president of the student union came to the office and asked the head teachers of each class to recommend 2 good students from each class to join the student union. Most of the students in our class have joined clubs. Although joining the student union doesn't mean you can't participate in club activities, it will have some impact. I was worried about it, but then you and Qingshui you suddenly applied to quit the club and became the only 2 idle people in the class, so I recommended you to join. After that, she clasped her hands together and apologized to Haruno Gen. I'm sorry for not asking for your opinions. I already know I was wrong, but now that the matter is done, how about you do me a favor? As compensation, I can agree to one request from you and Shimizu. Haruno Gen was silent for a long time, and he put away the smile on his lips. He lowered his eyes and said calmly, Teacher, you may have some misunderstandings about me, but you really don't have to waste your time on me. What really needs your attention are the other students who are really interested in studying. I won't go to the student union's activities, and Shimizu may be the same. Please help us settle it, thank you. After saying that, Haruno Gen turned around and left the office without looking back. Watching Haruno Gen's back disappear outside the door, Fujiwara Risa also sighed slightly in her heart. This child is really worrying. On campus, the school bell is always the most beautiful melody. Like the opening symphony of a dance party, the quiet classroom became boiling in the next second. The huge noise of decibels quickly filled the entire teaching building and spread to every corner of the campus like flowing water waves. Shimizu, who could no longer wait, quickly packed his school bag and looked at Gen Haruno, who was sitting by the window in the front row. He discovered that the guy did not leave his seat immediately after school. Instead, he was writing something with his head down. She was about to go over to take a look when she heard the voice of her good friend Suzuki Zimi. Xiaoyo, let's go to the club together. After hearing her good friend's words, Shimizu remembered that she had not yet told the other party the news of her resignation. However, a few days ago, when she was still worried about not having enough pocket money, she had already discussed the topic of giving up swordsmanship and taking up industry with Suzuki Zimi, so now it was just a matter of saying a few words. "Oh, sorry Zime, I forgot to tell you that I submitted my application for withdrawal this morning, so I won't be joining the club anymore." Suzuki Zime was not too surprised. She was just stunned for a moment and then asked curiously, "Have you decided to go work?" Shimizu Yoshio nodded in acknowledgement. Suzuki Zimi stretched out her tone, but said in a coquettish tone, "Wouldn't it be boring for me to go to the club alone in the future?" After that, she stared at Shimizu with burning eyes. "Xiaoyu, where do you work part-time? I'll quit the club and accompany you. It's super fun just thinking about it." Now Qing Shuei was in a dilemma. Well. She subconsciously turned her gaze towards Haruno Gen and found that the guy had finished writing and was slowly tidying up his desk. She instinctively felt that this matter should be kept secret. After hesitating for a moment, Qing Shuei made an excuse and said, "But it seems that there is only one person missing there. How about I go and ask for you while I'm working part-time today?" "Okay, do you want me to go with you? It won't be fun if you get cheated." "No need, we are acquaintances, we won't be fooled." "Is that so?" Suzuki Zimi looked at Shimizu's somewhat unnatural face suspiciously, but she caught a glimpse of the clock on the wall of the classroom and found that the club activity was about to start, so she had to give up. "Okay, I'll go to the club first, and contact me after school." Wondering why stupid Xiaoyu was acting so strange today, Suzuki Zime walked to the door of the classroom. But just as she was about to leave the classroom, a figure that made the surrounding space seem bright appeared in front of her, accompanied by bursts of candy-like sweetness. Glowing white skin, an unreal cute face, and enchanting blue-black eyes, so beautiful that it takes your breath away. Suzuki Zimi is actually very confident about her appearance. From childhood to adulthood, except for her best friend Shimizu, she always felt that she was definitely the best in terms of appearance. But at this moment, facing the person in front of her so closely, she actually felt ashamed of herself. "Oh, sorry." Hoshino Rin realized that she seemed to be blocking someone's way, so she quickly moved aside and then slipped into Class A classroom. The noisy classroom became quiet the moment the girl came in. Hoshino Rin turned a deaf ear to her. Her eyes were filled with smiles. She waved at Haruno Gen, her voice light and sweet, "Oni-chan, let's go home." Suddenly, bursts of exclamations were heard in the silent classroom, and then turned into heated whispers. Perhaps it was because there were not many people in the class and they were all classmates. Although everyone was amazed and surprised by the appearance of Hoshino Rin, they all just watched from a distance with reservation. After packing his school bag, Gen Hoshino stood up and walked towards his dazzling idol sister. Rin Hoshino naturally took her brother's arm and excitedly told him about the interesting things that happened at school today. As they watched the brother and sister go away, the classroom, which had been somewhat restrained before, suddenly became chaotic, and words like "Rin-chan," "beautiful," and "envy" filled the classroom. Qing Shuei was stunned, not sure whether he should chase after him. But at this moment, she saw Haruno Gen passing by the classroom window and hooked his finger at her. Immediately, Shimizu understood what he meant. However, when she picked up her school bag and rushed out the door, she was stopped by Suzuki Zimi, who was still outside. The other party freely confided to Shimizu how amazed he was just now, and expressed the fact that he had become a fan of Hoshino Rin. Shimizu gave his best wishes to his good friend on his star-chasing journey, and the two then parted in the corridor outside the classroom. Shimizu found Gen Hoshino in the shoe closet area. Standing next to her idol sister, his presence was a little too strong. The students coming and going frequently cast their eyes over there, and the bolder and more sociable ones would come over and ask Hoshino Rin for a photo and autograph. As an idol, Hoshino Rin seems to have no airs at all and accepts all requests from her classmates. When Shimizu changed his shoes and went over, Hoshino Rin had already been surrounded by a group of people. Haruno Gen was leaning against a cabinet on the side, looking down at his phone. When he saw Shimizu coming over, he put away his phone and handed him a piece of notepaper. Qing Shuei took it subconsciously and glanced at it, and found that it seemed to be a list, but the items on the list were a bit strange. "What are rooster comb blood, pigeon blood, and gold all about. Shimizu was completely confused. You don't need to know for now. Your next task is to buy all these things and send them to the antique shop. Ah. Qin Shueya was stunned. You want me to buy these things? The students all gathered around Hoshino Rin. No one was paying attention here. Hoshino Gen took out a bulging black wallet from his pocket and put it into Shimizu's hand. Shopping funds. When you finish shopping and come to the store, I will explain to you what these things are used for. Then you can decide whether to work for me or not. After saying that, he turned and left, without even paying attention to Hoshino Rin, who was actively developing fans. Fortunately, Hoshino Rin had been paying attention to the movements here. When she saw Hoshino Gen leaving, she immediately said goodbye to her classmates, put on her baseball cap and followed him. Brother, who is that girl? Classmate. Hoshino Gen said concisely. Really? But I saw you gave your wallet to someone else. Could it be? Ask her to buy something. Hoshino Gen glanced at his adopted sister and said, don't think so badly of others without permission. Hoshino Rin stuck out her pink little tongue and said unhappily, I haven't even said it yet, how do you know what I'm thinking? Hoshino Gen rolled his eyes and ignored it. After returning home, Hoshino Gen threw down his school bag and took out the black sword from under the carpet. He found a piece of clothing to wrap it up to cover the blade. Finally, under the puzzled gaze of Hoshino Rin, he closed the laptop connected to the TV and tucked it under his armpit. Please lend me your computer for a while. I have something to do outside. After saying that, Hoshino Gen went to the entrance and put on the shoes he had just taken off. Wait, where are you going? Hoshino Rin, who was lying on the sofa, quickly stood up and ran to the entrance. Take me with you, okay? No. Hoshino Gen refused decisively. Hoshino Rin pursed her lips and looked at her brother pitifully. She pinched the hem of Hoshino Gen's clothes with both hands and shook it. Her beautiful heterochromatic eyes were misty, as if she was about to cry in the next second. The corners of Hoshino Gen's mouth twitched. He knew that this girl had been a crybaby since she was a child, and now she is so old and she is still like this. Although Hoshino Gen wanted to ignore it now, he believed that if he really abandoned this girl, Hoshino Rin would burst into tears as soon as he walked out of the house. Although Hoshino Gen is not a moral person, let alone a gentleman, he actually can't stand seeing Hoshino Rin crying in front of him, perhaps because his adopted sister used to cry for no reason when they were young, which would make him uneasy. After staring into his sister's misty eyes for a long time, Hoshino Gen gave up and said, whatever you want. The pitiful expression on Hoshino Rin's face disappeared instantly, and she immediately gave him a super sweet smile. Thank you, brother. When Hoshino Gen brought Hoshino Rin to the antique shop, Shimizu was already waiting at the door with a bag. Seeing that Hoshino Gen actually brought Hoshino Rin with him, Shimizu was a little surprised. She thought that the secret of that guy's superpowers was only known to her. But it was true. After all, he was with his family day and night, so it was natural for his sister to know. Just as I was daydreaming, Hoshino Gen had already come up to me. He handed the laptop to Hoshino Rin and went to open the door. Since she saw Shimizu, Hoshino Rin's eyes have been on her. After realizing that this girl was really standing here waiting for her brother, her eyes instantly became dangerous. She felt that the SSR that she had worked so hard to open was being targeted by others and wanted to be monopolized. But when she looked at Hoshino Gen's back, a sweet smile immediately appeared on her pretty face. She walked briskly to Shimizu and greeted him with a smile. Hello, I heard from my brother that you two are classmates. I know my brother doesn't like socializing, but I feel relieved to see that he has such an excellent friend like you. Please continue to take care of me in the future. Shimizu discovered that there was a reason why this girl was so successful in the idol industry. Not only was she so beautiful, she also spoke so sweetly and exuded a sweet aura. Such a girl only needed to stand there quietly, and the sky would become bluer, the clouds would become whiter, the flowers would become more beautiful, and even the lake water would become clearer. This is a girl so beautiful that you can't help but want to get close to her. Shimizu instantly fell in love with this girl of the same age, and became even more envious of Hoshino Gen. The rolling door was lifted, and the classic wooden door was also opened by Hoshino Gen. Shimizu smiled at Hoshino Rin a little embarrassedly. In total, she and Hoshino Gen had said less than 100 sentences. She didn't even know if it counted as friends. She didn't know how to respond to Hoshino Rin, so she had to change the subject and said, "You're even prettier than on TV." If you don't know how to talk to a girl, you can never go wrong by complimenting her on her beauty. Sure enough, Hoshino Rin's smile became even sweeter. "Thank you for the compliment." The decoration inside the antique shop surprised Hoshino Rin for a moment. She really didn't expect that her brother had such an exquisite and beautiful secret base. Following Shimizuyu in, Hoshino Rin followed Shimizuyu's example, who was obviously not here for the first time, and took a pair of disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet by the door and put them on. She skipped over to sit next to Hoshino Gen, who was sitting on the carpet behind the low table, and put her mouth close to Hoshino Gen's ear and whispered, "Is the contract you just printed for this classmate?" On the way here, Hoshino Gen went to a printing shop to print out a contract. Hoshino Rin was originally wondering what this was for, but now she found out that her brother was running an antique shop and there was a girl waiting outside the door. The smart Hoshino Rin easily guessed the reason. Hoshino Gen didn't respond, but Shimizuyu had already carried her school bag and sat opposite Hoshino Gen and Hoshino Rin. She put the bag on the table, then took out a black wallet from her school bag and handed it back to Hoshino Gen. The gold bars cost 131,200 yen, and the other things added up to a total of 8,430 yen, of which 6,000 yen was for the coxcomb blood. Originally, they didn't want to sell it, and I kept raising the price before they agreed to help me extract the blood from the coxcomb. Hoshino Gen took the wallet and put it into his pocket without even looking at it. Compared to the wallet, he was more interested in the contents of the bag on the table. He threw the contract in front of Qing Shuiyu. "You can take a look at the contract, don't rush to sign it, let me check something." Qing Shuiyu said, "Oh," lowered her head and casually flipped through the book, but she was a little confused when she saw the densely packed handwriting. Fortunately, Hoshino Gen checked things very quickly and made sure there was no problem after simply flipping through the bag. "Shimizu-san." Hoshino Gen suddenly called out, and Shimizuyu quickly raised his head. "Can you accept a tattoo?" "Tattoo?" Qing Shuiyu blinked, then shook his head decisively. No, if my mother finds out I'll be beaten to death." Hoshino Gen nodded, and then continued, "What if it is a tattoo that no one else can see? It's not that the fingerprint is in the private part, but the tattoo itself is invisible." "Huh?" Qing Shuiyu was even more confused. "Then why do I still need a tattoo?" Hoshino Gen stood up and walked towards the double doors behind the reception room. "Follow me." Shimizuyu quickly stood up, and Hoshino Rin on the opposite side also followed with shining eyes. When Hoshino Gen pushed open the door of the exhibition hall, a chill that made them feel uncomfortable blew in their faces, causing both girls to shrink their necks subconsciously. Xingye Yuan pointed to the dark-colored exhibits covered with talismans in the exhibition hall and said, "The origins of those things are similar to that black knife. If anything goes wrong, any of the items here will be fatal to ordinary people." After that, he looked at Qing Shuiyu and said, "What I mean by tattoo is that I use alchemy to draw the talisman directly on your body. When you are bewitched by those things, the blood-transmitting talisman will automatically activate to protect you. Now, let me confirm with you one last time." Hoshino Gen turned around and smiled at Shimizuyu. "Are you still willing to work here when you may encounter supernatural things at any time?" Qing Shuiyu swallowed, and his little heart was beating fast in his chest. Her beautiful eyes reflected Hoshino Gen's face, and she couldn't help but look back at the contract on the desk. Suddenly, she felt that the door of the mysterious side was waving to her. As long as she wrote her name, the door would open to her. Shimizuyu did not answer Hoshino Gen's question. In silence, Shimizuyu returned to the desk and sat down. He picked up the pen that was pressing on the contract and quickly signed his name on it. Then, he looked at Hoshino Gen with burning eyes. The originally plain smile on Hoshino Gen's face suddenly became warm, and he said in a friendly tone, "In this case, from now on, Shimizu-san, you will be a member of the antique shop. I suggest you read the contract carefully so that you can know your obligations and rights." Shimizu is a person who listens to advice very much. Since Gen Hoshino said so, she guessed that there must be some special clauses in this contract that need attention. While Shimizu was looking at the contract, Hoshino Gen went over and took the bag of alchemical raw materials to the backyard, with Hoshino Rin following closely behind him. The backyard is very large. Except for the part connected to the main body of the house, the other 3 sides are surrounded by high walls. 2 cobblestone paths in a cross shape cut the entire courtyard into 4 areas. The flower beds, peach trees, pavilions, and even fish ponds are as beautiful as a paradise on earth in this metropolis made of steel and concrete. But such a beautiful scene did not make Hoshino Rin's gaze move even for a moment. From beginning to end, her eyes were fixed on Hoshino Gen, and her heterochromatic pupils were frighteningly bright. Hoshino Gen ignored her, as if Hoshino Rin didn't exist, and walked across the cobblestone path by himself and came to the stone mill beside the pavilion. It was a very peculiar-looking stone mill, and what was peculiar was not the shape, but the material. It is called a stone mill, but in fact, you can tell at a glance that this mill is not made of ordinary stone. It is so black that it can even reflect the surrounding objects, and it looks more like obsidian. When Hoshino Gen took out the things in the bag one by one, Hoshino Rin couldn't help but touch the black stone mill out of curiosity. It felt smooth, but unexpectedly warm. It might be because of the sun and the black color absorbing heat. But after a careful feeling, it didn't feel like obsidian. She was just about to ask her brother, but at this moment Hoshino Gen had already taken out a thumb-sized gold bar and stuffed it into the grinding hole. This action surprised Hoshino Rin. Hoshino Gen looked at his right hand wrapped in gauze, and then looked at Hoshino Rin who was standing next to him. In the stupid and puzzled look of his sister, Hoshino Gen gestured to her with the black millstone beside him. Hoshino Rin blinked, then asked uncertainly, "Oniai-chan, do you want me to grind the mill for you?" Hoshino Gen looked down at his injured right hand again. The corners of Hoshino Rin's pink and thin lips twitched. As a super popular idol, she also has an excellent family background, so she has never lacked film offers. She has participated in many movies, TV dramas, and even variety shows, so it is not an exaggeration to say that she is an actor. When playing roles in the drama, she has done a variety of things, but to be honest, she has never experienced a job like pulling a millstone, which a donkey is better suited to than humans. Although her physical strength was not particularly bad, she had no intention of competing with the donkey in this regard. However, facing her brother's request, Hoshino Rin pursed her lips and reluctantly reached out to hold the grinding rod. She tried hard to turn the millstone, just like the donkey she had seen in movies and TV shows. But perhaps because gold was too hard, the entire millstone seemed to be stuck by something and could not be turned at all. Hoshino Rin's white little hands tightly grasped the grinding rod, her teeth clenched, and she used all her strength to suck milk, but the stone mill still did not move. She pouted and looked at Hoshino Gen aggrievedly, as if to say that it was not that she was useless, but that using a stone mill to grind gold was unreliable in itself. Hoshino Gen didn't say anything. He took out a bright yellow talisman paper from somewhere and threw it lightly. The thin yellow paper curled up into a ball very delicately and fell into the eye of the millstone. The next moment, flames rushed out of the eye of the millstone, and red light shone through all the gaps above and below the millstone. Hoshino Rin was stunned, looking at her brother as if she had seen a ghost. She had long guessed that her brother might have some special abilities, and it had been verified a few minutes ago, but this scene still brought her a strong impact that was no less than the collapse of her worldview, even though her original worldview had already been shattered once in the dream that night. Hoshino Gen signaled Hoshino Rin to continue pushing. Even though Hoshino Rin had a lot of questions to ask and a lot of things to say at this moment, in the end she said nothing. She silently followed her brother's instructions and pushed the millstone. This time there was no hindrance or jamming at all. Although the strength required was still great, it was already within an acceptable range. She pushed it in circles like this, and in the middle, Hoshino Gen threw cockscomb blood, pigeon blood, octopus eyes, amaryllis flowers, cinnabar, and a lock of his own hair into the grinding eye. The fire in the grinding eye became more and more dazzling, but strangely, not a trace of smoke came out. Until Hoshino Gen suddenly said, "Stop," Hoshino Rin stood still reflexively, and the flame that was burning fiercely in the millstone the last second suddenly went out, and then a wisp of smoke slowly flowed out of the millstone, flowing into the silver cup that Hoshino Gen had prepared in advance like liquid. Such a magical scene that completely violated the law of conservation of mass made Hoshino Rin stare at it intently, fascinated, and even held her breath unconsciously. Hoshino Gen bit his left index finger and whispered softly, Below is like above is like below, thus the miracle of Tai is accomplished. It sounded like a whisper or a prayer, but it was not a spell. Rather, it was like someone was talking to himself, reminding himself of something. Haruno Gen placed his index finger on the silver cup filled with smoke. A hint of dark red crystal quickly gathered at his fingertips, and finally left his fingers and dripped into the smoke. Z. Amidst an indescribable sound of joy and happiness, the smoke dispersed from the bowl, just like the sun appearing after the clouds have been cleared away. In the silver cup, which was no longer hazy, a thin layer of beautiful liquid red agate appeared. It's breathtakingly beautiful. Shimizu hadn't read a few lines of the contract when she felt dizzy. It was such a thick stack of A4 paper, with densely packed small handwriting printed on each page. She really didn't have the confidence that she could finish reading it. Just as she was forcing herself painfully to read the words on the contract word by word, Haruno Gen came back with Haruno Rin. He sat opposite Shimizu holding a silver cup, and took out a needle from somewhere and held it in his left hand. In the confused look of Shimizu, Haruno Gen smiled at her and said, "You can start now. Where do you want the tattoo?" "Ah. It's starting now." Shimizu looked at the needle in Haruno Gen's hand in surprise and asked uncertainly, "Is this the one we're going to use?" Haruno Gen smiled but said nothing. Qingshuiyu curled the corners of her mouth and was a little hesitant, but she was the kind of person who would never back down once she made a decision. Since it has come to this, she would grit her teeth and carry on to the end. She took a breath, stretched out her right hand, and spread it on the table as if she was going to have her pulse checked. She pointed to her snow-white arm and said, "Here." Gen Haruno pulled her arm over without saying a word and started to give her an acupuncture. Etc. Haruno Gen raised his head and looked at Shimizu's pretty face full of nervousness and surprise. "Well, I'm afraid of pain, please be gentle," Qingshuiyu said in a low voice. Haruno Gen lowered his head and stabbed Shimizu's arm with a needle. "Ah." Qingshuiyu closed his eyes and couldn't help but let out a cry of pain from his throat. But Haruno Gen had no intention of showing mercy. The tip of the needle rose and fell on the fair and flawless skin at an extremely fast frequency, leaving a faint red mark wherever it passed like a painting. Gradually, Shimizu became numb to the pain. He cried out in pain with every needle in the beginning, but now his pupils move up and down with the rise and fall of the needle in Gen Haruno's hand, with lifeless eyes. Haruno Rin, who was watching from the side, covered her mouth with her hands, and her expression was obvious, "I don't understand but I am greatly shocked." More than 10 minutes later, the inside of Qingshuiyu's forearm turned red, and dense needle holes formed red lines, forming a talisman pattern full of mysterious symbols. Some red spots were overflowing from these lines, and Haruno Gen took out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. "Is the knot over?" Shimizu's voice sounded with tears in it. Haruno Gen couldn't help but look up and found that the pair of beautiful almond eyes were filled with tears, as if they were in pain. Haruno Gen smiled and said in a gentle voice, "Almost, there is one last step." After saying that, he took out a very small pocket brush from his treasure chest-like pocket. Haruno Gen reached the mini brush into the silver cup placed beside him, stirred it gently, and when he took it out, the originally pure white tip of the brush was soaked with intoxicating red. Haruno Rin couldn't help but look into the silver cup, and was surprised to find that it was clean without a trace of red residue. At this time, Haruno Gen had already lowered his arm and touched Shimizu's skin with the tip of the brush, landing on the upper left corner of the talisman pattern. Qingshuiyu felt a burning sensation on his skin. It was different from the burning pain where the skin was pierced by a needle. This feeling was like the moment when you put your feet into hot water while taking a bath. It was so hot that you wanted to pull your feet back, but if you grit your teeth and endure it, you would enjoy the comfort brought by the bath. This is what happened to Shimizu now. The moment the tip of the brush touched her, she couldn't help but retract her hand. If it wasn't for Haruno Gen pressing it, there would definitely be a red scratch on her arm due to an error. But as Haruno Gen's wrist moved, the tip of the brush moved along the talisman pattern on her forearm, and an extremely comfortable and warm feeling enveloped her whole body. Even when Haruno Gen finished writing, Shimizu still felt a little unsatisfied. But the next moment, she didn't care whether she was comfortable or not, because the moment Haruno Gen finished drawing the talisman, a steam dissipated from her arm, and the golden and red talisman pattern shone brightly, flashing fascinating gorgeous colors. The steam quickly dissipated into the air, and the magnificent light gradually dimmed. Finally, even the talisman pattern disappeared. Qing Shuiyu's arm on the table was smooth and flawless, as if everything that Haruno Gen had just done on it was a dream. With his eyes wide open, Qing Shuiyu couldn't help but touch the place where the talisman was with his other hand. It was still smooth and delicate, without any graininess caused by being pricked by so many needles. It was truly miraculous, so miraculous that Qing Shuiyu still couldn't believe it, just like that. Haruno Gen didn't say anything either. He spread out the clothes that wrapped the black demon sword and pulled out the blade. A crisp clang sound echoed around him. Haruno Gen brought the blade close to Shimizu. The next moment, her wrist shone brightly, and the golden and red talisman that had just disappeared appeared instantly. The black demon sword began to tremble uncontrollably. Haruno Gen put the blade back into the sheath, and the talisman immediately disappeared again. Qing Shuiyu was sure that the pain she had just endured was worth it. No, it was super worth it. She could even accept it if it hurt 2 or 3 times more. The scene that was like a dream come true really hit a certain spot in her heart, and her whole face became flushed with excitement. This. You and me. Shimizu pointed at her wrist incoherently, extremely excited. Equally excited was Haruno Rin, who was sitting next to Haruno General. However, her focus was not on the invisible and luminous tattoo on Shimizu's wrist. She was looking at her brother beside her with a bright light in her eyes. Haruno Gen smiled and said to Shimizu, "Don't be so excited, you'd better pray that thing won't be activated again." After that, his tone suddenly changed, and he said with a smile, "Now that the contract has been signed and the preliminary preparations have been completed, Qing Shui-san, it's time for you to get to work now." "No problem." Qing Shuiyu was in high spirits and agreed to the work order issued by the boss immediately. "What do you want me to do?" Haruno Gen snapped his fingers. "It's very simple. Didn't Mr. Fujiwara ask us to write an English essay before school? Please help me write one, but remember it should not be the same as your own. He also gave me instructions. You can write it in Mandarin first, then use translation software online to translate it into English and copy it down." After saying that, Haruno Gen pulled the contract in front of Shimizu, wrote 2 English words randomly on the blank space with a fountain pen, and pushed it back in front of Shimizu. "This is my handwriting, try to imitate it as close as possible." Silence, stillness. Qing Shuiyu's expression froze on his face, and the corners of his lips twitched. Huh. At a time when happy education is popular, more than 80% of Japanese colleges and universities do not give homework except during holidays. However, it is different at Sagawa Private Academy, which pursues a high rate of admission. Although the amount is small, it is not uncommon for teachers to give some homework. Shimizu lay on the desk, pouting her face, and began to do her homework unhappily. Opposite her, Haruno Gen was holding a laptop and continuing to play Red Skirt, and Haruno Rin was sticking close to her brother as usual, watching. Time flies. About an hour later, Shimizu threw a piece of manuscript paper full of English words in front of Haruno Gen with a cold face. Haruno Gen took it and glanced at it. The content of the composition was extremely boring, with several grammatical errors and even a few misspelled words. The only noteworthy thing was that the handwriting was imitated okay. This was enough to satisfy Haruno General. He said nothing, nor did he intend to make any changes himself. He just smiled gently at Shimizu and nodded. Then next, please clean the floor, Shimizu-san. Sweep first, then mop, and finally wipe it with a rag. Haruno Gen pointed to the door to the utility room. All the tools are in there. After saying that, he retracted his gaze and turned his attention back to the game. Qing Shuiyu, who was left on the other side, stared at him in amazement. She tried to hold back, but couldn't. She had never done housework at home. It was fine to help him with his homework, at least she looked like a clerical worker, but now this bastard asked her to treat her as a housekeeper. Qing Shuiyu felt insulted. She glared and shouted, "I'm here to be an assistant, not a nanny." Haruno Gen looked at her again with a strange expression and said, "Didn't you read the contract carefully? Article 37 and Article 42. When Shimizu heard this, he immediately grabbed the contract on the table and started looking through it, and quickly found the 2 clauses that Haruno Gen mentioned. Article 37. During the validity period of this agreement, Party B must obey all legal instructions of Party A during working hours. Article 42. This agreement shall come into effect on the date when Party A stamps its seal and Party B signs or stamps it, and shall be valid for 3 years. During the validity period, Party B shall not unilaterally terminate this agreement. If Party B forcibly terminates the agreement, it shall compensate Party A 10 times the amount of the entry benefits. Qing Shueyo couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of unfair clause was this? Sure enough, it was a complete illusion that I liked this guy. This guy is a super asshole who is even worse than an asshole. Shimizu gritted his teeth and looked up at Haruno Gen, and found that the bastard was also looking at him with a smile. I reminded you to take a closer look. Haruno Gen said with a gentle smile. Hoo-hoo, Qing Shueyu felt that if she continued to stare at this face that seemed to deserve a beating for a while, her lungs would explode. She angrily threw the contract on the table and walked towards the storage room with a force that seemed to crush the floor. Hoshino Rin took the contract curiously and looked at it for a few seconds, then looked at her brother beside her with shock, probably because she was shocked that her brother was actually a bastard. However, she has now confirmed that this girl named Shimizu is not coveting her SSR, but is instead an unlucky girl who was tricked by her brother into working as a laborer. Hoshino Rin felt inexplicably sorry. After hesitating for a moment, she stood up and ran to the utility room. Shimizu-san, let me help you. As the sun was setting, Qing Shueyu, who had been busy for half a day, finally got off work. Considering that she worked hard on her first day at work, Haruno Gen made an exception and gave her a talisman as a bonus. After replenishing the talisman library, Shimizu suddenly felt that the anger bar in his heart, which had already reached max, was reduced by half, and even Haruno Gen's face, which asked for a beating, became handsome again. TSK. Considering that this guy still knows that he went too far and still knows to give me compensation, I will forgive him again. Qing Shueyu happily carried his school bag and set out on the way home under the sunset. Hoshino Rin waved goodbye in front of the store and did not return to the store until Shimizu's back disappeared from her sight. Pursing her lips, Rin Hoshino looked at her brother who was sitting behind the desk with a helpless look. Is it really okay to cheat your classmates like this? Using the big stick and the sweet date method to deal with a simple girl. Rin Hoshino felt that her understanding of her brother's moral bottom line had been refreshed. Cheating. What did I cheat her about? Hoshino Gen smiled. He exited Red Skirt and closed his laptop. This is clearly an equal exchange. I got cheap labor, and Shimizu got the coveted opportunity to use superpowers. Besides, the so-called cheap is only for me. Others can't afford the same remuneration. It's clearly a win-win situation. How can it be related to cheating? Hoshino Rin was speechless. She decided to skip this topic and adjusted her expression. Little stars appeared in her eyes. Brother, can you give me some of the talisman you just gave to Shimizu-san? What do you want that for? Hoshino Gen was already tidying up the desk. He stuck a piece of talisman paper on the laptop and wrapped 2 pieces of talisman paper on the black demon sword next to it. Because you just said it was an opportunity to use superpowers, Hoshino Rin's face was full of an expression of interest and desire. Hoshino Gen folded the English composition that Shimizu had written for him and put it in his pocket. He smiled at his adopted sister, then went to the shoe-changing area in front of the shoe cabinet without saying anything. Hoshino Rin puffed up her little face and called out coquettishly, Oni-chan. Xingye Yuan ignored him, changed his shoes, got up and walked out the door. I'm going home. After hearing this, Hoshino Rin pouted in grievance and chased after him. The wooden door was closed, the rolling shutter was lowered, and the antique shop was closed. The next morning, Hoshino Rin received a call from her agent and went to the agency to attend daily training, while Hoshino Gen went to school alone as usual. As soon as he entered the classroom, he found that the atmosphere around him was not right. Normally, the classroom would be very noisy when there were no classes. However, today, most of the students were reading books in their seats, and many of them were repeating formulas or the spelling of English words. Among these people was Shimizu, who was sitting behind him on the right. Xingye Yuan took a quick look and quickly understood that these people were cramming before the exam. It's exam. Hoshino Gen was sleepwalking the whole day yesterday and had no idea what was going on, but he was not panicked at all. It didn't matter what the results were. At most, the teacher would just nag him a few times. It was time to go home after the last exam. The weather in Tokyo today is not very good, the sky is very gloomy and it may rain at any time. Now that it is the end of April and the beginning of May, the rainy season is about to come. It seems reasonable to have a few heavy rains to warm up the atmosphere. In order to avoid getting soaked halfway, Gen Hoshino took a taxi directly outside the school gate to the antique shop. After yesterday afternoon's hard work, Qianjiang's favorability towards Wei-san has risen to 43 points. If she continues to work hard, she may be able to achieve her goal today. After skillfully making himself a cup of coffee, Gen Hoshino sat on the carpet behind the desk, peeled off the talisman paper he had pasted yesterday, and turned on the computer. With the familiar tune, he tried his best to focus on Red Skirt. Cute painting style, healing music. In fact, after getting used to the game, Gen Hoshino discovered that if he hadn't subconsciously labeled this game as supernatural and needed to be on guard against possible attacks at all times, he would actually be happy to play it as a way to relax in his spare time. Boom. A muffled thunder exploded in the sky, followed by the sound of raindrops hitting the eaves. Almost at the same time as the rain, Qing Shuiyu, carrying a school bag, pushed open the door of the antique shop and walked in, panting. As she changed her shoes, she panted, "Ha! That was a close call. I almost got soaked." She sat down opposite to Xingye Yuan and asked curiously, "How come you are so fast?" "I ran all the way here." "No matter how fast your two legs are, they can't outrun four wheels." Haruno Gen replied with a smile. Qing Shuiyu understood what was said as soon as she heard it. She couldn't help but curl her lips. "Tsk, you are really rich." In Japan, taking a taxi is actually a luxury. The price is ridiculously expensive for ordinary people. If there is no emergency, the tram is the mainstream means of transportation for people. Besides, the school is not far from here, but he still took a taxi back. He is really a big dog owner. After sitting on the soft carpet and resting for a while, Shimizu saw that Haruno Gen was still playing on the computer, so he couldn't help asking, "What game are you playing? The BGM is nice." In fact, Qing Shuiyu wanted to ask yesterday, but she was so angry at this guy that her stomach hurt. She was worried that if she talked to this guy, she would not be able to help but pick up the bamboo sword and fight with him, so she barely suppressed her curiosity. Fortunately, the matter has been resolved now, and Shimizu feels that their relationship should have returned to the point where they can have normal conversations. Red Skirt, a gal game about cute love. Qing Shuiyu was shocked and stared at him as if she was meeting Haruno Gen for the first time. She had always thought that this guy was a cold man who was gentle and distant on the surface, but actually dark and shameless. She really didn't expect that he would be so obsessed with beautiful girl games and love games. Could it be that this guy is unexpectedly an otaku? Wait, think about it carefully. This guy almost never talks to others in class. Is it possible that he is not aloof, but socially anxious? Is he using a smile to cover up his fear? Amazing. Shimizu's expression changed again and again. He had misjudged this guy. He was hiding so deeply. Haruno Gen didn't know what Shimizu had imagined because of his casual words, but just from the expression on her face and his peripheral vision he could tell that it must be something ridiculous. He has time to daydream but doesn't know how to work. He is such an unconscious, stupid coolie. Haruno Gen played the role of a black-hearted capitalist, never giving his employees any time to slack off. He gave orders, "Shimizu-san, if you have rested well, it's time to work." Ah. Oh. Although Shimizu is a lazy guy, she is very professional. Since she agreed to be someone's assistant, she will not be lazy during working hours. It is better to say that she is still quite enthusiastic about this job, provided that Haruno Gen does not treat her like a rude person like yesterday and let her continue to be a housekeeper. "What do you need me to do?" asked Qing Shuiyu. "What you did yesterday, you have to do today." Haruno Gen said as a matter of course, "It seems that you only cleaned the living room on the first floor yesterday. It's raining today, so forget about the backyard. You have to clean the exhibition hall and the second floor carefully. Don't forget to clean the stairs as well. Oh, and don't go into the innermost bedroom on the second floor. You can do whatever you want in other places." Ignoring Shimizuyu's dumbfounded expression, Haruno Gen manipulated the mouse while talking to himself. From now on, whether it's the first or second floor, you have to clean it every 2 days. This is the main content of your job from now on. Qing Shueiyu's eyes were almost red. This bastard has bullshit social phobia and is obviously a purebred black-hearted psychopath. She slammed the table, stood up and shouted, "This is not an assistant's job, I won't do it." Haruno Gen's expression did not change, he did not even look up, his voice was still kind. "Are you planning to break the contract, Shimizuyu?" "No problem, you know the cost of the materials to make the talisman on your arm, and this does not include the labor cost when I refined it into an alchemical item. For the sake of our friendship, I will give you a total of 1 million, 10 times the compensation, 10 million in cash." After saying that, he raised his face and smiled gently at Qing Shueiyu. Qing Shueiyu took a deep breath, turned around with a dark face and walked towards the utility room. This bastard deserves to be struck by lightning. 10 million, why don't you go and rob it? Listening to the crackling sound of rain outside, Qing Shueiyu sincerely prayed that a bolt of lightning would fall and strike that bastard. Looking at the back of Shimizuyu, whose resentment was almost condensed into substance, Haruno Gen seemed to be thinking about something. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a food ordering hotline. "Hello, please send a level 5 set meal to 18, 2 Chom, 3 Dan, August Cho, with double servings of rice." Boom. Amid the thunder, the rain grew heavier and heavier, as if it was going to drown the world. Deep in the woods, the rain formed small streams of water and poured down from the hem of the yellow raincoat to the ground. Under the raincoat was a beautiful girl with teardrop moles at the corners of her eyes. Her young face, which looked to be about 18 or 19, had a coldness that was not suitable for her age. She looked as if she had seen through the world and had no interest in anything, and she looked very much like a 3-no girl. The girl stared at the dilapidated gym in front of her and was silent for a long time. Finally, she reached into the hood of her raincoat, pressed the earphone hidden under her crystal ears, and said in a flat voice, "Kikiri, it's gone." The voice of a middle-aged man with vicissitudes of life was heard from the other end of the headset. "Oh, this is so troublesome. Can you confirm whether the nest has been moved or has been dealt with by someone?" The girl shook her head, but soon realized that she was communicating remotely and the other party couldn't see her body language, so she had to speak again. "I don't know, but there are 2 strange smells, 1 male and 1 female." After cleaning the second floor, Yoshimizu was about to go downstairs to clean the stairs when she saw Gen Hoshino waving at her. Just as she was about to frown, she suddenly noticed that the table in front of Haruno Gen was filled with steaming, sumptuous dishes that looked extremely tempting. Almost subconsciously, her flat belly began to make a gurgling sound. She had no appetite for lunch because of the exams, and after school in the afternoon she did a 3-kilometer weighted run. Before she could even take a break, she was forced to do housework by her black-hearted boss, changing water, sweeping and mopping the floor upstairs and downstairs. She has been busy until now, and even though she has much more physical strength than her peers, she can't bear it anymore. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but now that he saw that guy got so many delicious foods from nowhere and placed them there, Qing Shueiyu suddenly felt so hungry that his stomach was sticking to his back. She pouted, walked up the remaining stairs to the first floor, and headed towards Gen Hoshino. She didn't show any good looks to Xingye Yuan. She said with a cold face and a stiff tone, "What?" Haruno Gen smiled gently, and his voice was even softer. "You must be exhausted, come and eat something and take a rest." Qing Shueiyu was stunned. She was indeed tired and hungry. Looking at the delicious food on the table that definitely didn't look cheap, listening to the sound of rain outside and the beautiful music coming from the computer, Qing Shueiyu thought it would be a great thing if she could sit down and enjoy the food in such an environment. But she felt in her heart that Haruno Gen was not a good person, and he might not have good intentions now. It was possible that after she ate his food, he would force her to do something unwillingly. "I'm not hungry," Qing Shueiyu said stubbornly. For Yoshimizu, not showing her emotions on one's face is obviously an extremely distant state. She has lived in a wealthy family since childhood, and her cheerful and lively personality makes her loved by people around her. Growing up in such an environment, it is really difficult for her to have any thoughts. In the eyes of people like Gen Hoshino, whatever she is thinking is almost written on her face. Seeing this, Xingye Yuan was very happy. He smiled and said, Don't let your imagination run wild. This is one of the employee benefits. You don't have to pay anything. After that, he added, in fact, if you really read the contract carefully, you will find that you are not losing anything at all. The employee meals are just the basics, and even one talisman per week is nothing. The real big deal is that you can entrust me for free every month to help you complete a task that is not difficult for me. Of course, you may not understand the value of it now, but you will thank me when you really encounter difficulties. Well, it's better to make it clear, otherwise if the pressure is too much, the newly acquired assistant will simply give up and start to play rotten. After all, it's really hard to find a pretty, simple-minded, easy to dispose with, and stupid coolie like Shimizuyu who has already reshaped his worldview. Shimizuyu was stunned by what Haruno Gen said, but she understood what he meant. What he meant was that her salary was not just one talisman per week, but also included a free commission once a month, and the right to eat and drink for free at Haruno Gen's place. Shimizuyu's expression relaxed. She felt that although this guy didn't have much conscience, at least he was still there. She was not interested in monthly commissions. Maybe Haruno Gen was right, but she really didn't feel that she had any difficulties that required Haruno Gen's help to solve. However, the aroma of the dishes on the table kept drilling into Qingshueyu's nose. She couldn't help swallowing and muttered softly, "You said it yourself. Even if you change your mind later, I won't listen." After saying that, she decided not to be polite anymore. She turned around, went to the bathroom, washed her hands and face, then came back and sat at the table. Without any girlish reserve, she picked up the bowl and started to eat. Qingshueyu didn't worry about how to explain her lack of appetite after dinner. After all, she had told her mother yesterday about her part-time job. The last time she asked her mother for an overdraft of pocket money, her mother said, "If your pocket money is not enough, go work and earn it yourself." So her mother not only had no objection to Qingshueyu working after school, but was quite relieved. When Qingshueyu put a piece of what seemed to be chicken along with salty and spicy sauce mixed with rice into his mouth, his eyes suddenly lit up. TSK. It's really delicious. The cost of ordering it must be super expensive. Maybe it's the special food of a 5-star hotel. Shimizuyu thought that Haruno Gen was really crazy. If he had the money to buy such things as employee benefits, why not just hire a genuine housekeeper to come back and clean the house? He had to make such a hassle and let a beautiful girl like himself do housework for him. Either he was sick or he had some special fetish. Considering that this guy is still addicted to gal game, it is most likely the latter. Haruno Gen had no idea why Shimizuyu was secretly criticizing him with ill intentions. He was in a good mood right now. While eating, he glanced at the screen on the computer with the corner of his eye. The game had just made new progress. After a series of unexpected events like a task chain, Chi-chan's favorability towards Wai-san increased to 54, dependence, and even changed the way he addressed Wai-san to Wai-chan. It may take an entire night to achieve a favorability level of 6, but it may also be achieved after the next choice. At this point, Haruno Gen is not in a hurry anymore. It is not good to exercise on an empty stomach, and it is not suitable for strenuous activities within half an hour after a meal. What he should do at this time is to relax a little and recharge his energy. Besides, it would be bad to endanger ordinary people. Haruno Gen cast his eyes across from him at Shimizuyu, whose mouth was stuffed like a hamster, and couldn't help laughing again. "Eat slowly. Choking while eating doesn't count as a work injury, so I won't compensate you." Shimizuyu's face turned red when she was told that, and she then realized that her eating manners were a bit indecent. In fact, her family was very well off. Although the dishes that Haruno Gen ordered from somewhere were indeed delicious, they were not enough for her to eat like she had not eaten enough. The fact that she was starving was one thing, but the more important point might be that she subconsciously felt that it was unnecessary to maintain her girlish reserve in front of a bad guy like Haruno Gen. Although her upbringing made her feel embarrassed for a moment after hearing what Haruno Gen said, but thinking about Haruno Gen's character, she immediately raised her little face and said a little unconvinced, "You said you would feed me enough, why do you care how I eat?" "I didn't care about you. I just reminded you not to choke." Haruno Gen was in a good mood and generously didn't care about the attitude of his employees. While the two were talking, a sudden cell phone ringtone came in. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Haruno?" A very enthusiastic male voice came from the other end of the phone. I am Sato, the sales manager of Kawasaki 4S store in Shibuya district. The modification procedures and car purchase procedures for the Kawasaki Ninja H2 resold to you have been completed. If you are free, can you come over to sign and inspect the car? After answering the phone, Gen Hoshino was silent for a moment. His first reaction was that the other party had dialed the wrong number, but the person on the other end of the phone had clearly stated his name. His second reaction was that his personal information had been leaked and he had received a scam call. Of course Haruno Gen knows what Kawasaki H2 is. In his previous life, he was scared by a female ghost and had to flee overseas. When he first arrived in the United States, his financial conditions were relatively tight. However, in that country, it was indeed not very convenient to travel without a private car. Due to some personal reasons, he could not accept second-hand goods, nor could he afford a brand new car, so he chose a relatively cheaper motorcycle. When considering what brand and style to buy, he also looked at various motorcycles on the internet. Among them, the Kawasaki H2, which has an extremely handsome appearance and is undoubtedly a supercar among motorcycles, naturally became his dream motorcycle for a time. But the high price of tens of thousands of dollars was really beyond his ability to afford at that time. It was not until much later, when he was considered successful in his career and able to fulfill his original dream, that motorcycles had long been eliminated from his means of transportation. After all, in that free country, one could get a driver's license and drive a car when he was 16 years old. Of course, if he becomes richer in the future, it is still unknown whether he would consider buying the car of his dreams to make up for his past regrets. After all, he died before the age of 19 in his previous life. Mr. Hoshino. Are you listening? The sound of the phone brought Haruno Gen back to his senses. He sighed softly and responded, Sorry, I can't afford your car. Goodbye. After saying that, he was about to hang up the phone, but the voice on the other end hurriedly said, Wait, the vehicle has been paid in full, the payee is Miss Haruno Rin, and your phone number was also left by Miss Haruno, don't you know? In the silence, the corner of Haruno Gen's mouth twitched fiercely. After hanging up the call from the sales manager of Kawasaki 4S store, Gen Hoshino's expression became a little subtle. On the surface, he was still enjoying his meal, but in fact, he was secretly observing. Ching Shui, you couldn't help but be curious, what's wrong? You look weird. Nothing. After adjusting his facial expression, Haruno Gen smiled at her. It can be regarded as receiving a gift that is a bit special to me. It feels quite wonderful. Oh. Ching Shui Yugen nodded and shut up. Although he was still curious about what kind of gift could make this black-hearted guy show such an expression, this was his private matter after all. He and he were not even friends, so it seemed that he was not in the right to interfere. After the meal, Haruno Gen gave Shimizu the task of cleaning the table, while he continued to work hard for the last 6 points of favorability. 1813. In the game, the white alarm clock in the pink room shows the same time as in reality. Qianjiang sat on the beautiful princess bed, her watery eyes gazing at Haruno Gen, who was controlling Yanyang outside the screen, her voice childish and sweet. Wai-chan, if I become unlovable, will you still like me? A light pink selection box appears. Yes, no. Haruno Gen reflexively clicked the will button, which would obviously increase his favorability. Sizzle. Almost at the moment when Haruno Gen pressed the left button of the mouse, the 4K resolution computer screen suddenly flashed twice. When the picture became clear again, the dreamy pink room in the game had faded, and the world became pale and monotonous. The only color was the red on Qianjiang's originally white skirt, a scarlet red as if someone had splashed blood on her. The style of painting suddenly changed. Qianjiang lowered her head, stood up and staggered towards the screen, from far to near, like an actor approaching the camera, and her figure gradually became a close-up. In front of the camera, she suddenly raised her face, her complexion was pale, her eyes were empty and scarlet, 2 lines of blood and tears hung on her face, and she had an extremely weird smile on her face. It's only because Haruno Gen is so experienced, otherwise if someone else sat in his position, he would be scared to death. Haruno Gen lowered his eyes and calmly tried to move the mouse. Sure enough, there was no movement on the screen. Win+D hides the window and shows the desktop, and there is also no feedback. Haruno Gen thought about it, took out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket, quietly reached behind him, and stuck the talisman on the back of the computer. He put his index finger and middle finger together and raised it up as a sword finger, and pressed hard on the talisman. Ding! Amid the strange sound, it seemed as if some invisible ripples were spreading. Zzz. A large number of noise dots flashed on the computer screen, and Qianjiang's pale and terrifying face suddenly became hideous. Haruno Gen's expression remained unchanged as he continued to strike the talisman with his sword fingers. The ding-ding-ding sound was heard continuously for a while, and even Shimizu, who was wiping the stairs, couldn't help but look sideways. And once she saw it, she couldn't take her eyes off it. Amidst the shrill scream, a head that seemed to be made up of noise dots with an extremely high flickering frequency popped out of the computer in front of Gen Haruno. Qing Shueyo almost popped his eyes out. What the hell is this? Then, Shimizu, who was in extreme shock, saw Haruno Gen suddenly take out a talisman paper and cover the head of the noise spot with it. The guy grabbed the head with his palm through a layer of talisman and pulled it out hard. A short figure composed entirely of high-frequency flickering noise was pulled out and fell to the ground. The noiseman quickly got up and rushed towards the computer behind Haruno Gen using all four limbs like an arthropod, but before that, Haruno Gen had already closed the computer, and a black long sword appeared in his hand. As if feeling a strong threat from the knife, the men at the noise point changed direction without any hesitation and rushed towards Qing Shueyu on the stairs. Qing Shueyu sucked in a breath of cold air, and her heart immediately rose to her throat, and she cried out in her heart that her life was over, but at this moment, her wrist suddenly shone brightly, and a golden red talisman appeared. The moment the person in the noise point was illuminated by the light, an extremely sharp scream with an electric sound instantly pierced through the air and the walls and echoed throughout the streets and alleys in the area. Even though he howled in pain, the noiseman still dodged the black blade attacking from behind him with incredible swiftness, and then rushed out of the door of the antique shop at a speed that left an afterimage in the air, and threw himself into the pouring rain. Haruno Gen rushed out closely behind him, not caring about the heavy rain hitting his body. His clothes were immediately soaked. But he had just taken 2 steps out of the alley when his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. Because at this moment at the entrance of the alley, a figure wearing a yellow raincoat was standing in the path of the noisy man. He clearly felt that the figure had similar characteristics to himself. So in the next second, the figure in the yellow raincoat suddenly took out his mobile phone and held it in front of him. The timing was just the moment when the noiseman rushed into her arm's reach. The noisy person took advantage of the situation and dived into the mobile phone screen of the person in the yellow raincoat like a fish leaping into the sea. Then, the person in the yellow raincoat took out a red rope from somewhere and quickly wrapped the phone tightly. In the heavy rain, Haruno Gen, who witnessed this scene, stood with a knife in his left hand. After a moment, he raised the long knife in his hand, pointed the tip of the blade at the yellow raincoat, and said in a calm voice, "Hand it over." Huang Yui tilted his head and raised the mobile phone in his hand that was tangled like a dumpling with red thread, as if asking if this was what Haruno Gen was talking about. Haruno Gen pointed the knife at her and said nothing. Huang Yui nodded in understanding, then shook her head quickly, probably to express that she understood what Haruno Gen meant, but that she couldn't give him the thing. The prey that was finally lured out after so much effort fell into the hands of others. Anyone with a temper would not tolerate this. Although Haruno Gen's temper was not so flammable and explosive, he was definitely not a kind person who could remain calm when his things were stolen. The raised blade was slowly lowered, and Haruno Gen took a step forward, splashing a large amount of water. Friendly verbal communication had no effect, so he had to resort to the not-so-friendly manual communication. Like a ghostly figure shuttling through the rain, the blade shattered the water droplets that scattered the city's light and shadow, and slashed at the right wrist of the man in the yellow raincoat with a cold chill. It seemed that Haruno Gen was planning to chop off the man's hand that was holding the phone that held Qianjiang. Although Huang Yui looked stupid, her reaction speed was actually faster than that of an ordinary person. Facing the fierce knife, she dodged quickly, then crouched down like a conditioned reflex and kicked with a sweeping kick to knock down Haruno Gen. There was no fluctuation on Haruno Gen's face, but at the moment when the slender and straight long leg attacked, he suddenly kicked out with his right leg, and the 2 legs collided in midair with a low muffled sound. The girl in the yellow raincoat lost her balance instantly, as if she had not expected Haruno Gen to possess such great strength. Although she looked a little dazed, she could not hide the pain and confusion on her delicate and pretty face. Then the next moment, a string of blood splashed in the air, and was quickly covered by the heavy rain, merging into a pool of light red blood. The girl was slightly stunned. She looked at her shoulder awkwardly and saw that the raincoat and the clothes underneath had been cut open. Her skin, which should have been fair and flawless, was replaced by a hideous wound with black hair and blood. Haruno Gen shook off the rain on the blade of the knife. As for the blood, it had been completely absorbed by the black blade. Putting the knife back into the sheath, Haruno Gen leaned over and pulled the cell phone out from the tightly clenched hands of the man in the yellow raincoat who was already beginning to shake. Plop. The girl fell in the heavy rain and fell into a deep coma. Haruno Gen first lowered his head to check the mobile phone that was entangled with a red rope, then suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the antique shop door. Shimizu, who appeared there at some point, was suddenly startled, but seemed to have thought of something, and bravely stayed where he was. Haruno Gen looked down at the girl lying in the rain again, and felt a little disgusted when he saw her raincoat soaked with dirty water on the ground. After thinking about it, he waved to Shueyu, who was standing at the door of the antique shop, signaling him to come over. Shueyu was slightly shocked when she saw this, but after a moment of hesitation, she still stepped into the rain, shielding her forehead with her hands to prevent the rain from entering her eyes. Then she came in front of Haruno. General Shueyu glanced at the girl whose shoulder was still bleeding on the ground, and then looked at Haruno Gen with a complicated expression. Is she still alive? Haruno Gen rolled his eyes and said, "What are you thinking? I'm not a murderer. Although the robbery is a serious crime, it's not punishable by death for the time being. Let's move her into the store first." After assigning the task to his employees, Haruno Gen took the knife and planned to go back to the house to avoid the rain. Shimizu looked at the unscrupulous boss who was not prepared to do any hard work in surprise, and hurriedly shouted, "Where are you going? Let's lift it together." Haruno Gen didn't look back, but raised his right hand and spread out his 5 fingers so that she could see his palm. She saw that the bandages that should have been white were already soaked with blood. Shueyu was suddenly speechless. She almost forgot that this guy's hand was stabbed through at the gym that day. She pouted, bent down, and laboriously carried the girl on her back, then slowly moved towards the door of the antique shop in the rain. Back in the house, Haruno Gen ordered Shimizu to put the girl in the yellow raincoat on a chair, while he went to the grocery room to find a hemp rope and skillfully tied the girl tightly to the chair. The process made Shueyu stunned. Finally, she couldn't help but asked, "What are you going to do?" Asking for information. Haruno Gen said as a matter of course. He then looked up and down at Shimizu, who was as wet as himself, and pointed in the direction of the bathroom and said, "There are unused towels in the cabinet above the sink. You can go and wipe yourself." Shueyu didn't move. She looked at Yuan vigilantly, and then looked at the girl who was tied to the chair, with a teardrop mole in the corner of her left eye and a rather extraordinary appearance. "Are you planning to do something shameful?" Haruno Gen gave her a kind smile to show his magnanimity of not bothering with fools. Shueyu felt insulted, but she still puffed up her cheeks and refused to give up. "So what are you going to do with her?" Haruno Gen thought for a moment and said, "That depends on the results of the interrogation later." Interrogation. Shimizu heard the sensitive word again. Although she instinctively thought that the current situation should be handled by the police, she actually saw clearly what happened outside just now. The girl who was now tied to the chair was probably the same type of person as Haruno General. She thought that the police probably couldn't intervene in matters between such supernatural people. At least she didn't think that her father, a policeman, knew that there really was an unscientific side to this world. What else? Haruno Gen didn't know what Shimizu was thinking. He said excitedly, "I've lived in Japan for so many years. Although I vaguely felt that there should be a group of people like me, this is the first time I've met one. Now that I've finally caught one alive, how can I not ask for details?" As he spoke, he threw a white water talisman onto the wound on the shoulder of the girl in the yellow raincoat. The talisman paper dissolved into a clear stream of water that quickly washed away the blood and black air. Haruno felt that if this guy who showed up halfway and tried to snatch his prey was really a ghost hunter in this world, after what he had done, he should be able to get rid of the demon sword on his own very quickly. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, the girl on the chair took a deep breath and woke up slowly, just like a suffocating person coming into contact with the air. The first thing the girl looked at when she woke up was her shoulder, and she saw the wound that looked particularly hideous on her fair skin. She couldn't help but gasp, and her cheek twitched in pain. Haruno Gen didn't give her time to react to her current situation, nor did he show any sympathy for her. He said bluntly, "I ask you a question. What's your name?" Attracted by the voice, the girl looked at Haruno Gen's face, then looked down at the ropes that tied her up, and gradually realized her situation. She lowered her head in frustration, without saying a word. In the spreading silence, Haruno Gen drew out his magic sword with a clang and placed it on the girl's slender white neck. He smiled and asked again, "Name?" "Child's name is Shiranai." Yoshimizu felt that he had once again refreshed his understanding of Haruno Gen, this magical and mysterious classmate. At the beginning, when the two had no contact, Shimizu saw that Haruno Gen always kept to himself at school and never responded to other people's conversations. He just thought that guy was a weird person who looked foul but was a pity. Later, she approached Haruno Gen for the first time because she wanted to get a copy of his psychic detective notes, but he used her as a shield and made her late and run laps as punishment. At that time, she really thought that Haruno Gen was actually a sultry jerk. Later, she saw the true face of Haruno Gen in the evening dojo after school, and saw the scene that was like fantasy coming into reality. At that time, Shimizu felt that Haruno Gen was full of secrets, as mysterious as the bright moon in the dark night sky, which made people curious as if they were itching for 100 claws to get excited. In fact, Shimizu has been a girl who loves to fantasize since she was a child. When she walks and looks at the blue sky, she would think how nice it would be if she could fly. When she looks out the window during class, she would think how nice it would be if she could know magic. When she grew up, she gradually came to understand the world and knew that these things were impossible to exist, but those fantasies always existed in her heart and never disappeared, so she became addicted to all kinds of fantastic fantasy works, including novels and comics. It was not until that day that she discovered through Haruno Gen that fantasy could really become reality. To be honest, no matter what happened before and after, at least at that moment, Shimizu was full of yearning for this classmate named Haruno Gen. "I want to get close to him, want to understand him." It's not because he is Haruno Gen, but because Shimizu sees in him his own fantasy of becoming reality. Everything that happened later seemed like a coincidence and also a natural progression. She helped him deal with the demons in the gym, obtained talismans that could activate superpowers, and became his assistant, but ended up doing a somewhat disillusioning job as a housekeeper and babysitter. Although they had only been in contact for a few days, the image of Haruno Gen in her mind kept changing. But no matter what, although Shimizu felt that Haruno Gen was a bit cowardly, he was indeed like a righteous man in the comics, dealing with evil spirits in the shadows of the city where no one else could see, and protecting ordinary people. Although he inexplicably didn't want to admit it, deep down in his heart, Shimizu still felt that Haruno Gen was a handsome guy. But now, Shimizu looked at Haruno Gen with a complicated expression, who was putting a knife on someone's neck to force information and could still smile so gently on his face. She felt that her understanding of this guy was still too superficial. Haruno Gen also noticed the gaze of Shimizu Yutaka behind him, but he ignored it. Now his mind was all on the girl named Shiranai Chihina in front of him. "How did you find this place?" "The taste." Perhaps because he was afraid of being cut by that strange black knife again, Jiming Bainai told the truth honestly. "Police dog. Or is this some special ability?" Shiraha tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said in a rather unintelligent way, "I didn't bring a dog with me." "That's a special ability." Haruno Gen was even more interested. He didn't care about the other party's slightly strange way of speaking, and continued to ask happily, "Are you alone, or is there some organization behind you?" Perhaps because he felt that this question involved privacy, Shiraha remained silent for a moment, seemingly unwilling to speak. However, he glanced at the black blade still on his neck and could not help but answer with a bitter face, "I have a father, a mother, and a younger brother." Haruno Gen turned the blade, held the handle backwards, and placed the tip of the blade against Shiraha's thigh. He smiled softly and said, "Please reorganize your words. If you keep pretending to be stupid, I'll stab you." Exclamation point. Jiming Bainai opened his eyes wide in shock and said hurriedly, "I didn't lie." "Oh, I see." Haruno Gen nodded with a smile, as if he was moved by the girl's sincerity, and even put the knife back into the sheath. However, just when Shiranui Chiname and Shimizuyu next to him breathed a sigh of relief, Haruno Gen suddenly took out a piece of talisman paper and pointed his sword finger at Shiranui Chiname's forehead. Question mark. Childish name by Na blinked in a silly way. Then, the talisman paper turned into scattered lightning and enveloped Shiranui's entire body. Sizzle. Ouch. Jiming Bainai's eyes widened, and the paralysis, severe spasms, and pain all over his body instantly overwhelmed his mind. Ah. Along with the screams, tears came out of Jiming Bainai's eyes. Shimizuyu widened her eyes and was so shocked that she almost put her hands in her mouth. She originally thought that the interrogation mentioned by Haruno Gen was an exaggeration, and she never expected that this guy actually meant it. A strong feeling of uneasiness spread in her heart. She looked down at her position and suddenly felt as if she was aiding and abetting the evil, like a minion cheering for the villain. This was something Qing Shueyo couldn't accept. She quickly reached out and grabbed Xing Yuan's hand. Hey, you. Haruno Gen avoided Shimizuyu's grabbing hand, but at the same time he withdrew the sword finger that was against Shiranui Chiana's forehead. Jiming Bainai was trembling all over and breathing heavily, and his shoulders twitched from time to time. Xing Yuan smiled and said, "The minimum output power of the 5 Thunder Talisman is at most as powerful as an electric shock gun. It is a warning. I will ask you again now. Is there any organization behind you?" Who? Shiraha gradually recovered. Maybe the electric motor had stimulated her tear glands. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears and her voice was a little sobbing. "You bad guy." Haruno Gen smiled without saying anything, and just silently took out another piece of talisman paper. Shiraha pouted in grievance, but she really didn't want to experience the feeling of being electrocuted again. "Yes." "Very good." Haruno Gen nodded, his face full of praise and encouragement. "So is your organization official or spontaneous among the people?" Uncle Kudo said we are civil servants. "That's the official one." Haruno Gen nodded, then looked up and down at the girl who didn't seem to be very smart, and slowly fell into deep thought. Since ancient times, most of the truly extraordinary people have an arrogance that looks down on the world. They may not sneer at the orders of the government court, but it is normal for them to turn a deaf ear to them. At least in my previous life, in my country and in the free country across the ocean, 2 of the most powerful countries in the world, there were no specific official special organizations. Haruno Gen didn't know what the world was like in this life, but when he thought about how he had been so active in searching for the supernatural over the years, but had never been discovered by the so-called official special organization, there were 3 possibilities. First, this special official Japanese organization was established not long ago, perhaps only in the past 2 years. Secondly, they have very few people, and they may all be guys with limited means and poor ghost hunting abilities. Third, both of the above are correct, and this possibility is the most likely. Thinking of this, Haruno Gen shook his head slightly disappointed, but then he smiled again. No matter what, the official is the official after all, and face has to be given. It would be understandable if he didn't know, but now that he already knows the identity of the official personnel, it would be a bit unreasonable to continue torture and extract a confession. Anyway, his things have been taken back, and Haruno Gen has no intention of going against the officials, and he can't do anything about it. He didn't want to relive the way he died in his previous life. Haruno Gen put away the talisman paper in his hand and showed a bright and cheerful smile. "So Jiming classmate is an official, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought he was a robber from somewhere." As he spoke, in front of the somewhat puzzled gazes of Shiraha and Shimizuyu, he drew his knife and cut the hemp rope that bound Shiraha. The rope fell to the ground, and Jiming Bainai regained his freedom instantly. She blinked and sat in the chair staring at Haruno Gen blankly, as if she still didn't understand what was going on. Haruno Gen took the phone that was tangled with red strings and shook it in front of her. "Although it was a misunderstanding, it was you, Chiming, who stole my things first, which led to the current situation. So no matter what, it's not my fault, right?" The situation changed too quickly, and Shiraha's mind was a little slow to react. She subconsciously wanted to nod as Haruno Gen led the rhythm, but she immediately remembered something and quickly shook her head. "No, this is very dangerous." Haruno Gen said patiently, it may be dangerous for others, but it's different for me. Otherwise, why would I chase it? And you see, since you can catch this thing, it means you are not afraid. Since you are not afraid, why should I be afraid when I am obviously more powerful than you? In the final analysis, it is because you didn't understand the situation clearly and came to rob others' things without knowing the right or wrong. This caused this unpleasant misunderstanding between us. When Xingye Yuan said this, his tone changed and he smiled, but I have always been generous, so I won't care about these things. I also forgive your offense. But next time before you take action, remember to clarify the situation first, and don't do bad things with good intentions. Childish girl Bai Na was confused by what he said. She opened her mouth to retort but didn't know what to say. Haruno Gen didn't give her a chance to respond, and continued with a gentle smile, well, now that things have been made clear and the misunderstanding has been resolved, please do as you please, Jiming-san. Shiraha cast her eyes towards the cell phone and red string in Gen Haruno's hand, and after trying to hold back, she said, that. Haruno Gen put his phone back into his pocket with a smile and interrupted, it's getting late, so I won't keep Jiming for dinner. But. Jiming Bai Nai's eyes kept following his mobile phone. Haruno Gen took out a talisman and held it in his hand, looking at her with a smile. Jiming Bai Nai stopped talking, stood up silently, put on the hood of his yellow raincoat, covered the wound on his shoulder, and limped out of the antique shop, feeling indescribably sad. Shimizu watched her disappear in the rain with a look of reluctance on his face, and then stared at Haruno Gen with a look of scum. Haruno Gen ignored her, rolled his eyes, and pointed at the water stains on the ground brought in by the three people, clean it up. Shimizu curled her lips quietly, and secretly cursed Haruno Gen in her heart for being so inhuman. He had just been so cruel to a cute girl, and now he was exploiting this beautiful girl again. He was indeed a sultry man with a weird hobby. Without caring about how bad his image was in the minds of his employees, Haruno Gen sat back on his carpet, took out Shiranai China's cell phone and started exploring. Through the gap of the red line, you can see Chi-chan on the screen, sometimes panicked, sometimes ferocious, and sometimes expressionless. It's a bit weird, but Haruno Gen is used to it. Now, compared to the trapped Chi-chan, Haruno Gen is more interested in these red lines. He could feel the mysterious aura in these lines, which were similar to his own talisman paper, but fundamentally different, and even had a vague feeling of being possessed by an evil spirit. If we have to summarize it, Gen Haruno thinks this should be a kind of alchemical product. Haruno Gen didn't find it strange that there were people in Japan who knew alchemy. Alchemy originated in ancient Egypt. After Hermes engraved the Emerald Record on the Emerald Tablet, this skill became something that everyone could learn. Although it required extremely high talent, there were so many people in the world, so there would always be some people who could learn it. What Haruno Gen was curious about was the way this red rope was made. He suspected that the alchemist who made this red rope was using an evil spirit carrier to make alchemy, a technique that even he didn't know. Haruno Gen sighed softly, but soon cheered up again. He was not in a hurry. If he let the girl named Shiranai go today, it would mean that his name would soon appear on the official organization's desk. He believed that soon someone would come to contact him formally on behalf of the official. He was just thinking about something when a cell phone rang again. Haruno Gen looked in the direction of the sound and saw Shimizu, who was wiping the floor, hurriedly dropped the rag, ran to where she put her school bag and took out the cell phone from it. Shimizu glanced at Haruno Gen, narrowed his eyes vigilantly, and ran to the bathroom with his phone, probably because he didn't want some unscrupulous boss to hear him answering the phone. Haruno Gen smiled and didn't mind. After a while, Qing Shueyo came back after answering the phone. She stood in front of Xingye Yuan and said expressionlessly, "My mother called and asked me why I haven't come home yet. I just cleaned the floor. Can I leave work now?" "Of course." Haruno Gen said with a smile, "but the rain outside may not stop for a while. Do you need me to call a taxi for you?" Although this classmate Shimizu had some misunderstandings about him, he was actually not stingy with his employees. After all, they would be spending a long time together in the future. For things like doing hard labor willingly and unwillingly, the efficiency is a completely different concept. However, Qing Shueyo was not a person who liked to take advantage of others. She knew that taxi fares were very expensive. Although she knew that Haruno Gen was a big spender, she still shook her head simply. "No, just lend me an umbrella." Haruno Gen shrugged, stood up and went to get an umbrella without any objection. Not long after Shimizu left, Haruno Gen stretched and prepared to go home, but at this moment he suddenly remembered the call from Kawasaki 4S store, and wanted to go and see what the motorcycle his cheap sister gave him looked like. After all, it was a superbike that no man could refuse. He had dreamed of it before. But thinking that he didn't have a motorcycle license, he could only try it a few times and couldn't drive it at all. It was useless to go there. Haruno Gen immediately gave up his plan to go to Shibuya instead. Anyway, it was almost the Golden Week in May, so he might as well get his motorcycle license during the holiday. Gen Haruno simply tidied up the desk in front of him and called the taxi company for a car. It was her business if her employees liked to exercise, but as the boss, Gen Haruno would not let herself be wronged. In less than 10 minutes, a taxi stopped outside the antique shop and honked. Haruno Gen took the laptop with him after completing the mission and got into the car in a good mood. The Haruno family's residence in Koto Ward is a high-end apartment in an independent apartment building, managed in a hotel-style manner. Southwest taxis can drive to the foot of the apartment building unimpeded. However, before Haruno Gen got out of the car, he saw a familiar Lexus business car driving away. Haruno Gen remembered that it was the private car of his stepsister in the office. It seemed that Haruno Rin had already returned home before him. Just as he was thinking this, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Haruno Gen took it out and saw that it was indeed a call from the world's cutest sister. Haruno Gen didn't answer the call nor hang up, but just turned his phone to silent mode. When the taxi stopped in front of the automatic glass door downstairs of the apartment building, he just got out of the car and walked in, and saw Haruno Rin wearing a mask and a baseball cap, waiting for the call to be connected in the corner of the hall. Haruno Gen silently came to Haruno Rin and patted her delicate shoulder. Woo! Haruno Rin was caught off guard by being tapped on the shoulder. She was so frightened that she almost dropped the phone in her hand. But when she saw the person next to her clearly, her beautiful heterochromatic eyes suddenly showed a radiance of surprise. "Oni-chan." She screamed and was about to hug Haruno Gen's arm, but Haruno Gen, who was not used to having close physical contact with others, instinctively avoided it. Haruno Rin didn't mind too much. She just pouted her lips in grievance. After all, even if there were only apartment staff in the hall and they were all obliged to keep the residents' privacy confidential, there was no guarantee that some people would have poor professional ethics. It would be bad if they were secretly photographed and posted online, and then reported recklessly by the media. Although she had been planning to find an opportunity to expose the fact that Haruno Rin has a twin brother to the media these days so that it would be convenient for her to go out and play with her brother in the future, so that there would be no problem even if they were photographed behaving intimately, but she did not want to be exposed by being secretly photographed. Haruno Rin hung up the phone that was still dialing, and immediately noticed the laptop that Haruno Gen was holding under his other arm. Surprise flashed in her eyes, and she guessed something very keenly. She couldn't help her curiosity, and pointed at the computer excitedly and asked Haruno Gen, "Brother, did you solve the game?" As Gen Haruno took his sister to the elevator, he smiled and made a gesture to her to keep quiet. Only then did Haruno Rin remember that there were cameras installed everywhere in the public areas, including the apartment lobby and the elevator. She immediately shut her mouth until the elevator stopped on the 12th floor and verified her fingerprint to enter the house. While changing shoes at the entrance, Rin Haruno took off her hat and mask and couldn't wait to ask Gen Haruno about red skirt. Has the favorability reached 60? Did the ghost really appear? Brother, have you gotten rid of the ghost? Haruno Rin was like a noisy little yellow bird, chirping non-stop around Haruno Gen. Although Haruno Gen felt that there was no need to hide this matter from his sister who already knew some things, he was too lazy to explain so much. He took out the mobile phone wrapped with a red rope from his pocket and handed it to Haruno Rin. The moment Haruno Rin saw the strange-looking Chichan on the screen through the gap in the red line, her voice stopped abruptly, her expression froze, and her face quickly turned pale. Her intuition told her that the little girl on the screen was a real ghost. Facing the ghosts that I had always thought existed only in horror stories, it would be a lie to say I wasn't scared. But with her brother right in front of her, and with a great sense of security, in addition to the instinctive fear, Rin Haruno also felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. It felt like visiting a zoo and seeing poisonous snakes separated by transparent glass. The beautiful, crystal-clear lips like jelly trembled slightly, and Hoshino Rin looked at Hoshino Gen's face with shining eyes. At this moment, her admiration for her brother was like a flood that could not be stopped. Hoshino Gen put his phone away again and said with a smile, "Okay, I got caught in the rain earlier and I'm soaked. I'm going to take a shower first. I've already eaten. If you're hungry, you can order food for yourself." Hoshino Gen went back to his room to take a shower, but Hoshino Rin did not order any meal because she had eaten a lot of fruit in the office in the afternoon and was not very hungry, and she did not want to consume more calories today. Being alone in the living room with nothing to do, Hoshino Rin looked at the PS5 console under the TV in the living room and felt a little tempted. Playing games has always been her hobby. Even though she has been exposed to some unprecedented mysterious things now, it does not affect her original hobby. But instead of playing alone like before, Hoshino Rin looked in the direction of Hoshino Gen's bedroom and decisively chose to go back to the bathroom in her room to take a shower, and then find her brother to play games together later. The next morning, Gen Hoshino got on a taxi to school yawning sleepily. He had played games with his sister for half the night. His cheap sister who was an idol was still sleeping soundly at home, but he had to suppress his sleepiness and go to school. When the car was halfway there, Gen Hoshino, who was dozing off, saw Yoshimizu who was also on his way to school. His sleepiness instantly faded away, and he asked the driver to stop the car. He rolled down the window and enthusiastically invited Yoshimizu to get in the car. Qingshueyu originally didn't want to go up, but in fact, she didn't sleep well last night because of what happened before, and now she felt dizzy and tired, so she didn't refuse hypocritically. The two took the bus to school together, changed shoes in the shoe closet together, and finally entered the classroom together, then separated and sat back in their seats. Unlike Hoshino Gen who is a loner in class and a poor guy with no friends, Shimizuyu's personality is still very likable, at least she is quite popular in school. As soon as she sat down, Suzuki-zame, who was chatting with other girls, ran over and said, Xiaoyo, I heard that the results of yesterday's test will be announced this afternoon. And then there will be a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. Shimizuyu, who was still a little confused, was shocked when he heard this. What? Parent-teacher meeting. Qingshueyu was indeed a little panicked. Not to mention that she was daydreaming in class the whole day and was caught by the teacher more than once or twice. Just thinking about the results of this exam, she felt that she was doomed. In fact, although this test was sudden, the news had actually spread out a week ago. Students who were interested would naturally start reviewing actively, but Qingshueyu had been a poor student for many years. Apart from having some experience in cramming, she was really not good at and did not like studying, not to mention that her mind had recently been attracted by the real, supernatural events. Qingshueyu did not have a good morning this morning. Even his daydreaming in class, which he usually loved the most, made him feel worried. It was not until the afternoon that the test results were finally posted in the corridor. With the mentality of, if you stick your head out you'll be in danger of being hurt, and if you hide your head you'll also be in danger of being hurt, Qingshueyu gritted his teeth and squeezed under the score list with other students. In fact, many public schools in Japan do not rank students' grades, and they do not even make everyone's grades public. However, Sagawa Private High School is a school that pursues a high rate of admission, and ranking grades to promote competition is just a common practice. Qingshueyu glanced at the list from top to bottom. 1. Sasaki Iane 848 points. 2. Shiraishi Ryudo 821 points. 3. Sato Toru 819 points. 290, Qingshuei 376 points. Qingshueyu looked at her ranking and score and was speechless for a moment. Although she knew that she had done very badly in the exam, she never expected it to be so bad. There are 10 classes in total in the first year of high school at Sagawa Private High School, from A to J. It's been less than a month since the start of the school year, and there are no transfer students yet. There are exactly 300 people in the whole grade. Although there are only 299 names in the ranking, that's because a super popular idol with a special identity did not take the exam. Therefore, Qingshueyu's ranking in this exam was not too high or too low, just the 10th from the bottom in the grade. Thinking of tomorrow's parent-teacher meeting, Shimizu suddenly felt overwhelmed and couldn't help but smack his lips. He was already quietly thinking in his mind whether he should go to his good friend Suzuki Zimi's house to stay for a few days to avoid the limelight. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. She glanced too quickly just now and seemed to have missed someone's name. With this thought in mind, Shimizu hurriedly searched from the bottom to the top. Soon, she found the words, Haruno Gen 401 points, at the 256th position. Ha! This guy is just like me. Somehow, even though his condition had not improved, after seeing that Haruno Gen's results were almost the same as his, Shimizu's mood inexplicably improved and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. It's not that she was gloating, she just simply felt that the cocky guy wasn't that great at anything. She couldn't help but look back into the classroom window, only to see the young man sitting by the window on the other side, supporting his cheek with one hand, looking at the blue sky outside with a smile on his lips, as if he was indifferent to everything around him, as if there was an invisible film separating him from everyone else. The curve of Qing Shueyu's mouth corners gradually smoothed out, and he looked a little absent-minded. For some reason, she suddenly became curious about what that guy was thinking about. Perhaps her gaze was too straightforward. Haruno Gen in the classroom seemed to have noticed something. He turned around, his eyes passed through the many classmates in the classroom and the corridor, and met the girl's clear and beautiful almond eyes. Then his eyebrows curved and he smiled, but that smile seemed a bit naughty no matter how you looked at it. Plop. Qing Shueyu felt her heart skip a beat and her cheeks became inexplicably hot, but when she thought of the guy's usual shamelessness and exploitation of herself, she felt that she was being intimidated by this evil bastard. At this thought, Qing Shueyu suddenly became furious and glared back at him with a bad look. However, her rosy cheeks and bright almond eyes did not seem to be intimidating at all, but rather quite lethal, causing many of the students who were crowding nearby to look at the rankings to secretly glance at her. The second class in the afternoon was physical education. The physical education teacher was not a good person and started by testing us in a 1,000-meter long-distance run. The playground of Sagawa Private Academy is beautiful and spacious, with a standard 400-meter running track. Boys and girls are tested separately, boys first and girls later. Shimizu was pulled by Suzuki Zimi to rest on the green grass inside the track with a few girls, chatting and laughing. Shimizu was a little silent today, a little out of place with the noisy environment around him. Suzuki Zimi quickly noticed that her best friend was in a bad mood, but she understood what was going on after a little thought. She smiled and approached Shimizu, and said with a malicious smile, "Are you still worried about tomorrow's parent-teacher meeting? Don't worry, I will help you plead with Aunt Shimizu to spare your life." Qing Shueyu hugged his knees and rolled his eyes. He glanced at her, then shifted his gaze to follow the large group of boys running. Some fell behind and became the slowly moving tail, some sped up and left the large group behind to become the most eye-catching leader, and a guy with a particularly eye-catching appearance was still leisurely blending in the middle. "TSK, you are really good at pretending." Qing Shueyu curled her lips. Others didn't know what kind of person Haruno Gen was, but she knew it very well. Although he was a shameless black-hearted bastard, he was indeed a powerful bastard. Although she had never seen how good Haruno Gen's physical strength was, Qing Shueyu felt that if the guy ran well, it would be easy for him to overtake the guy in the front who looked like a peacock spreading its tail. Suzuki Zime, who was standing by, was a little unhappy when she saw her good friend ignoring her. She puffed up her cheeks and pinched Shimizu's smooth and white face with her hands. "Xiaoyu dash. I noticed that something is wrong with you recently." Qing Shueyu was startled, but she felt that she would never let her good friend know that she was in contact with supernatural powers, so she calmly slapped Suzuki Zime's hand away and said calmly, "No way. It's everywhere." Suzuki Zimi opened her eyes wide. She grew up with Shimizu and knew that this girl would pretend to be calm when she had something to hide. But in fact, her unintentional pouting was the biggest flaw. Suzuki Zime thought of a possibility. She looked at Qing Shueyu with a strange and scrutinizing look, until Qing Shueyu felt hair all over his body. She said with great sorrow, "Xiaoyu, are you in love?" Now it was Qing Shueyu's turn to be confused. She blinked and looked puzzled. How is it possible? But Shimizu was like this, and the more Suzuki Zime was sure of it, she looked compassionate. "Obviously, otherwise why haven't you been sticking to me these days? And speaking of which, I often saw you staring at that boy Haruno in class these days. Could it be that you have fallen in love with him?" Fortunately, Shimizu was not drinking water, otherwise he would have spit out a mouthful of water to scold Suzuki-sama after hearing this. Her face turned red, not because of anything else, but because she felt a little embarrassed to talk about love in public. But her good friend actually said that she liked that boy Haruno Gen. This was just nonsense. She wanted to beat that bastard up, it would be better than that. She couldn't tolerate such words that were tantamount to throwing dirty water on her. She said angrily, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly like that bastard? If you don't like him, why do you keep staring at him during class?" "Oh, right. Just now, your eyes seemed to be looking at the direction where those boys were running. In fact, you were looking at that boy Shinya." As she spoke, Suzuki-sama turned her head with an indignant look on her face and looked at the large group of boys running. It happened that they had reached the starting position of the second lap, which was relatively close to where the girls were resting. There was no need to look carefully. As long as she cast her eyes towards the crowd, her sight would naturally be caught by a certain unreasonable guy. Especially at this moment when most of the boys were running with their faces red, the handsome boy with a calm expression and skin so white that it seemed to be glowing in the sun even seemed unreal. The indignant expression froze for a moment. Suzuki-sama turned around, grabbed Shimizu's little hand and said earnestly, "Xiaoyu, you can't be so superficial." "What? Xiaoyu likes Hoshino." At this time, other girls came over, looking like they had smelled something strange. Before Shimizu could clarify in a rage, Suzuki-sama changed her expression and said jokingly, "I'm kidding, how could it be possible? Hoshino's personality is so strange, he's not the type that our Xiaoyu likes. Just kidding. It's okay to talk about it among family members in private, but if others hear it and spread it around, it will have a negative impact on Xiaoyu's reputation." "What? It's boring." Among the three girls who came over, there was a girl with short hair. She looked pure and sweet. Her name was Sakurajima Yui. The way she was wearing a gymnastics suit made people know at a glance that she was an energetic sporty girl. The other two girls are named Aguri Ano and Ito Saki. Aguri Ano wears a high ponytail, which makes her look quite heroic. As the class monitor, she has a strong personality, but in private, she is just an ordinary high school girl who likes to gossip. Ito Saki, with her long black straight hair and fair skin, is second only to Haruno Gen in the class. After all, her appearance is too deceptive. She looks like a beautiful girl from anime. When she is silent, she looks like a beautiful and cold female academic bully. There are even many students who love the second dimension and say that she is the real-life Yukino Shida Yukino. But unfortunately, anyone who is slightly familiar with her knows that Ito Saki just has the face of a cold and arrogant academic master. In fact, her grades can be summed up in two words: terrible. She is a strong student who can compete with Shimizu. As for her personality, it is more appropriate to say that she is shy rather than cold. If she didn't have two good friends who grew up with her, she would not get close to others. The three people joined the conversation between Shimizu and Suzuki-sama, and the topic of the conversation suddenly changed to another topic. From a new milk tea shop opened on which street to the exposure of a celebrity's love affair. Just as they were complaining about the hit drama on Tokyo TV at 8 o'clock every night, there was a sudden commotion behind them. Several people looked back at the same time, and saw a girl with long legs and long hair, holding a bottle of drink and walking towards the group of boys who had finished the 1,000-meter run with a red face, surrounded by a group of people. Then, amid the cheers, the girl shyly stuffed the bottle of drink into Haruno Gen's hands. "Tisk, it's good to be handsome. Even with such a weird personality, there are people who like him," Suzuki-sama said half-complainingly, and at the same time, she glanced at Shimizu secretly with the corner of her eye. When she found that there was nothing unusual, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was indeed worrying too much. It's not that she can't stand seeing her best friend fall in love, but she feels that a guy like Haruno Gen is not someone that an ordinary girl can conquer. Although her best friend is also a rare beauty, she is just a little fool apart from that. She just doesn't want to see her best friend jump into the fire pit, that's all. On the other side, facing a girl in the same class who shyly handed him a drink, Haruno Gen skillfully gave a polite smile, took out a 500 yen coin from the pocket of his sports shorts and put it into the other person's hand. Amid the disappointing hushes around him and the girl's lost gaze, he left with the drink in his hand. When the physical education class is over, it's time to go home from school. When Haruno Gen was carrying his school bag and passed by Shimizu, who was still tidying up her desk, he very covertly threw a note on her desk. Yu picked it up in confusion and found the words, "Today is a holiday," written on it. Just when she looked up and wanted to ask Haruno Gen what was going on, she found that the guy had already left the classroom. At this time, Suzuki-zame happened to run over. "Xiaoyo, are you still going to work today?" Shueyo blinked, put the note away and shook his head. "Today is a holiday." "That's great. I don't feel like joining the club today, so let's go shopping together later." "Okay." After Haruno Gen walked out of the school gate, he looked around. When he saw a red Ferrari sports car slowly driving towards him, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's just say it's not unexpected. The sports car stopped in front of Haruno General. The scissor doors opened automatically, revealing the luxurious interior. In the driver's seat, a woman with long wavy wine-red hair and black stockings turned to look at him. Her voice was magnetic, with the unique charm of a mature woman. "Want a ride, handsome boy?" Haruno Gen smiled but said nothing, but his actions gave the answer. He took out 2 lollipops from his pocket and threw one of them towards the driver's seat. "Fair." As he finished speaking, the sugar coating of another lollipop in his hand had been peeled off. Haruno Gen put the lollipop in his mouth, took a step forward, and got into the car. The scissor doors closed and the sports car drove away with the roar of the engine. The scenery outside the window was rapidly flying backwards, and the air inside the car was filled with citrus-scented car incense. The wine-red-haired lady with black stockings casually introduced herself. "My name is Qianlai Mingxiang, a member of the Tokyo Special Incident Response Team, and a colleague of the little guy you injured yesterday." "Gen Haruno, he's a student." Gen Haruno responded with a smile. "Hee, I know. Your sister's performance was very good. Most of the younger members of the group liked it very much." "Really? Thank you." Gen Haruno looked around at the interior, which was very feminine, with many personalized ornaments. From this, it can be seen that this sports car is most likely the personal belongings of the woman next to him. Gen Haruno silently labeled the other party as a rich woman. He casually asked, "Does your job pay well?" "It's not that high, about the same as an ordinary office worker, but the bonus for completing the task is pretty good." "So, are you interested in joining us?" The sports car finally stopped in front of a cafe. There was a wooden sign saying, "Temporarily closed," hanging on the cafe's elegant and beautiful glass door, but Qianlai Mingxiang pushed open the glass door and walked in with Xingye Gen without any hindrance. The area of this cafe is not very large, but the decoration is elegant and modern, with rattan tables and chairs, wooden ceilings, and shiny white porcelain floors. Most of the 4 walls are occupied by transparent glass. This is the best place for modern young people to kill time and relax. The cafe was not empty at this moment. Not only was there a waiter in a black and white uniform behind the bar, but there were also 2 young men and women sitting on high chairs chatting in front of the bar. When the glass door of the cafe was pushed open, a series of crisp wind chimes sounded, which was a bit similar to Haruno Gen's antique shop. This noise attracted the attention of the men and women sitting on the high chairs. The girl was probably only 13 or 14 years old, with 2 ponytails, and wore a white shirt and a navy blue skirt with a pink ribbon bow at the collar. She wore a pair of white sneakers, and black stockings that covered most of her beautifully shaped calves. She had fair skin and big eyes, and was a very cute sweet girl. "Mina Xiang is back. Is this the one who defeated Shirenai? So handsome." She looked at Haruno Gen with her big shining eyes, looking like a little sister next door who admires her older brother, so kind and cute. The boy sitting next to her was about 16 or 17 years old, the same age as Haruno General. He wore black leggings and shorts on the lower body, and a fake 2-piece top that was long inside and short outside. He had a pair of big black and red headphones hanging around his neck. He looked very cool and handsome. He glanced at Haruno Gen, then snorted coldly and glanced away. Qianlai Mingxiang smiled and introduced to Xingye Yuan, Kiryu Rui, the youngest member of the Special Task Force, 14 years old, and currently in junior high school. Haruno Gen looked at the girl with twin ponytails, and the little girl waved at him cutely. Chiming Yuto, He's the same age as you and goes to the same school, but you don't seem to be in the same class. Qianlai Mingxiang said with a smile, when you heard this name, did you think of anything? Chima Shiranai's younger brother. Haruno Gen said with a smile on his face. Qianlai Mingxiang smiled and nodded, but Jiming Yuto on the other side suddenly said coldly, Haruno Gen, I know you. Everyone in school said you were a mute who couldn't speak. Now you can speak, right? You are good at pretending. These were very unfriendly words, but Haruno Gen could understand them. After all, he had just beaten up the other person's sister yesterday and even electrocuted her with the 5 Thunder Talisman. Yuto. Qianlai Mingxiang stopped the young man. Jiming Yuto curled his lips and showed a disdainful expression towards Haruno Gen. Haruno Gen smiled and didn't care. It wasn't that he was magnanimous, but he just felt a little sorry for the girl named Shiranai yesterday. Qianlai Mingxiang smiled at Xingye Yuan apologetically and said, please don't mind. Yuto is a good person and he values friendship. And you accidentally hurt his sister yesterday. She led Xingye Yuan to sit at a rattan table and asked, would you like something to drink? Hot milk, with sugar. It seems that the word politeness does not exist in Haruno Gen's dictionary. Qianlai Mingxiang looked towards the waiter at the bar, and the waiter made an okay gesture to indicate that he had received it. Okay, this is one of the Special Task Force's safe houses. There are no irrelevant people here. We can have a frank talk here. Qianlai Mingxiang sat opposite Xingye Gen, crossed her legs, rested her arms on the table, and supported her chin with her fingers crossed. She had on delicate light makeup and a friendly smile on her mature and charming face. Haruno Gen leaned back in the rattan chair, his smile softer than the other person's, and asked, okay, what do you want to talk about? Rui, bring those 2 contracts here. I know. The sound of small footsteps tat-tat was heard in the cafe. Soon, with a smell of milk, Kiryu Ruoha ran to the table and placed 2 contracts written in black and white in front of Haruno Gen, then tat-tat ran back to the high chair in front of the bar. Xingye Yuan lowered his head and scanned the words on the 2 contracts. Before he could understand them, Qianlai Mingxiang on the other side took the lead in explaining, the one on your left is the employment contract, and the one on your right is the cooperation contract and confidentiality agreement. We have collected a lot of information about you. You have a clean background and strong abilities. Our Special Task Force welcomes people like you. If you are willing to join us, we will strive for the best benefits for you. Of course, even if you don't join us, we can still reach a cooperative relationship. In our line of work, it is always difficult and dangerous to fight alone, isn't it? The waiter brought the steaming sweet milk to the table. Haruno Gen took a sip, licked the milk stains on his upper lip, and said with a smile, that makes sense, but I'm curious, how much information have you collected about me? If you want me to cooperate with you, you have to prove that you are worthy, right? He only mentioned the value of cooperation, but did not mention joining. He had clearly expressed his inclination. Qianlai Mingxiang seemed a little disappointed, but after a pause, he smiled and said, Gen Haruno is a native of Tokyo. He was born in the Tokyo University Medical Hospital with his sister Rin Haruno. His father Sosuke Haruno is the second heir to the Haruno group. When he was 20 years old, he was still in college when he founded the Starry Group, which is independent of the family group. He met your mother during a business trip to the UK the following year. Your mother, Telina Adeline Isabel, is from the Isabel family in London, England. She is the 3rd granddaughter of the current Viscountess Isabel and the 11th in line to the title. 13 years ago, your parents divorced, your sister went to live in England with your mother, and you stayed in Japan with your father. To be honest, we haven't found out where your special ability comes from. After all, this is the biggest secret of every person with special abilities. However, based on your consumption records, you should have mastered at least 2 abilities, alchemy and talisman drawing. The latter is most likely inherited from the mysterious country in the West. Okay. Xingye Yuan suddenly interrupted Qianlai Mingxiang and said with a faint smile, I almost understand. Your intelligence capabilities rely on the official, which is far beyond the reach of civilian organizations or individuals. If you can do me a favor, I am willing to establish a cooperative relationship with you. What help? Qianlai Mingxiang did not show any dissatisfaction at being interrupted. On the contrary, she was very satisfied with Haruno Gen's expression of intention for cooperation. Xingye Yuan took out a mobile phone wrapped with red strings and put it on the table, and said with a smile, "Teach me how to make this red string." Haruno Gen's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone in the cafe to hear it clearly. Before the stunned Asarai Nakamura could respond, chiming Yuto at the bar on the other side couldn't help but sneer. "Oh, daydreaming." Kiryu Ruoha, who was also sitting at the bar, stared at Haruno Gen in amazement. After all, in their opinion, what Haruno Gen just said, if it were put in another context, would be like a large company expressing its intention to cooperate with a small company, and then the person in charge of the small company said, "Give me 50% of your company's shares and I will agree to your request." It's really too much of a pipe dream. Seeing their reactions, Haruno Gen realized that his request might be too much. But he was also right. Alchemy was a very powerful skill. A superb alchemy master could use his alchemical creations to give a bunch of ordinary people special abilities, just like himself. Didn't he use alchemy to give the idiot Shimizu the ability of avoiding all demons a few days ago? What's more, the alchemist in the special task force is more powerful than himself. Such an existence is definitely the foundation of any organization. And asking him to teach him the skills to make a living right away seems a bit too much. There is no way to get something for nothing, right? It seems that I am used to being alone and have almost forgotten the interest exchange system in this society. With a light cough, Xingye Yuan smiled and said, "Just a joke. I still understand what it means to be able to use evil spirit carriers as raw materials for alchemy." "Is that so?" Qianlai Mingxiang's eyelids twitched, and she forced a smile. "I thought you wanted to use this method to refuse to cooperate with our special task force." After adjusting her mindset, Qianlai Mingxiang's expression became natural again. She smiled and said, "But once you have established a cooperative relationship with us, we can help you submit an application when you need special alchemical tools." "No need." Xingye Yuan raised his hand to stop Qianlai Mingxiang from speaking, and said with a faint smile, "If necessary, I can refine it myself. What I value is not the special props, but the ability of your alchemy master to change the form of the carrier. If possible, I would like to ask that master to help me modify the material form of a certain object. I wonder if you can do it under this condition." Qianlai Mingxiang hesitated for 2 seconds and said, "Can you be more specific?" "I can help you write the application report. I have a knife. As a carrier of evil spirits, it is probably one of the top batches. But in modern society, such weapons are not portable enough." "I see. You mean you want to make your weapons easier to store?" "That's about right." "Okay, I'll help you explain it in the report. Apart from that, do you have any other requests?" "That's all for now. I'm more curious now about what kind of model the cooperation you mentioned will take." Haruno Gen drank the last bit of milk in the cup and said with a smile. Qianlai Mingxiang visibly relaxed her shoulders. She exhaled, and her smile became more relaxed. "In fact, there are quite a few special people who have established cooperative relations with our special affairs team. Most of them like to be unique. There are not many members in the special affairs team. At least compared with the supernatural events that have occurred in Japan, our manpower is completely insufficient. For lone operators who have established a cooperative relationship with us, we will sort out the supernatural events that have occurred in their vicinity and distribute them to them in the form of commissions. Of course, we will also provide corresponding support to help them solve the supernatural events. If the events are successfully resolved, we will also pay the corresponding task rewards." Hearing this, Haruno Gen couldn't help but nodded and smiled. It sounds a lot like the Adventurers Guild in an RPG game. Qianlai Mingxiang was not someone who knew nothing about game terminology. Instead, she admired Haruno Gen's understanding and said, "That's right. For Lone Rangers, our role is similar to the Adventurers Guild. How about it? Do you feel more excited and secure about the upcoming adventure, handsome adventurer?" Haruno Gen laughed, picked up the cooperation contract and the phone wrapped in red wires on the table, and stood up and walked out. "I will take the contract back and take a closer look. If there is no problem, I will sign it. I had a pleasant conversation today. See you tomorrow." Qianlai Mingxiang's voice came from behind. "Do you need me to take you back?" "Need not." Ding bell. The crisp sound of wind chimes rang out, and Haruno Gen's figure disappeared outside the glass door. The cafe fell into silence again. What a cocky guy. The indignant voice of Yuto Chiname at the bar broke the silence. He said with dissatisfaction, "If it were you, there's no need to be so polite to him. Either obey the management or just take him in. Senior Yuto is so vindictive." "Is he still thinking about how Senior Hoshino defeated Sister Shiranai?" said Kiryu Ruoha next to him with a smile. She was a second-year student at Sagawa Academy's junior high school. There was nothing wrong with her calling Haruno Gen, who was in the same high school department as Chiana Hiroto, a senior. Even Chiana Hiroto didn't think it was inappropriate. He angrily put the empty drink cup in his hand heavily on the bar. "I don't hold a grudge against him for defeating my sister. I have nothing to say about her inferior skills, but that guy actually dared to torture my sister in private. Who does he think he is? He is just one of those bastards who think they have some special powers and can ignore laws and regulations." "Okay, Yuto, don't be so angry. Didn't Bainai make it very clear when he came back yesterday?" After Bainai introduced himself, the other party released him very happily. If he is really an unforgivable person, Bainai might not be able to get away so easily. Qianlai Mingxiang crossed her arms and looked at the busy street outside the glass wall. She said absent-mindedly, "Besides, Bainai mentioned in her later report that she smelled the scent of at least 18 evil spirits in the private base of your schoolmate. If Shiranai's nose is not malfunctioning, then that can only mean that Hoshino-san is incredibly powerful." 18. Kiryu Rui covered her little mouth and couldn't help but let out a slight exclamation, her beautiful big eyes full of disbelief. Chiming Yuto's expression also froze. He stared blankly at Qianlai Mingxiang, who said these shocking words. He was so shocked that he could not speak for a long time. With his cell phone in his pocket and the contract in his school bag, Gen Hoshino walked relaxedly on the street bathed in the warm afternoon sun, with pedestrians either coming towards him or passing by him. There are students in school uniforms laughing and talking happily, there are travelers who dress freely and stroll freely, there are office workers in suits walking hurriedly, and there are old people pushing carts and returning home after buying groceries. All kinds of human life are played out on the streets of the city, and Haruno Gen walks through them with a sneer on his face. The tram rumbled along, passing through the streets and alleys and past the tall buildings. Instead of going home, Gen Hoshino went to the antique shop. Throwing his school bag aside, he sat behind his usual desk and took out the cell phone wrapped with a red string again. The phone belongs to Jiming Bainai. It is the familiar latest iPhone, with a cute little white rabbit pattern printed on the phone case. Haruno Gen turned it around in his hand and looked at it for a moment, and finally his gaze returned to the screen in the gap of the red rope. Qian Jiang, whose face was pale and looked like a dead body with eyes open, was no longer moving. She just stood quietly inside the screen, staring outside the screen with her empty and dead eyes without blinking. Haruno Gen thought about it, untied the red rope on the phone, and without waiting for Chi-chan on the screen to make any move, he took out a bright yellow talisman paper from somewhere and stuck it on the back of the phone. Without the red rope blocking the screen, Qianjiang's appearance could be seen more clearly. If you ignore the dead-like loneliness and weirdness of the girl, to be fair, Qianjiang is really a very cute girl. She is wearing a blood-stained Lolita dress and a white choker around her slender pale neck. Most people who want to see such a girl can probably only look for her on the live broadcast platform on the internet. Can we talk? Haruno Gen smiled and looked at Chi-chan on the phone. In the silence, nothing happened. Hoshino Haruka smiled in boredom. Just as he was wondering what the carrier of the evil spirit in his phone was, his phone in his pocket suddenly received a text message alert. Haruno Gen got his number through connections, so it's no exaggeration to say that it's honorable. Thanks to this, he has never received any meaningless spam messages. Haruno Gen put China Shiranai's phone aside and took out his own phone to check the text messages. And I was a little mesmerized by this look. The text message came from an unfamiliar number and contained a file link. As soon as Haruno Gen opened it, the screen of his mobile phone automatically jumped to a picture that looked very formal. No. C-104, Cyber Ghost. Name, Hamada Michiko / Chi-chan. Gender, female. Age, 15. Occupation, student, on leave, YouTube anchor. Address, 43-6, Higashisaka 2 Chome, Chiyoda-ku, Tokyo. Date of death, September 20, 2019. After the basic information, there is a long paragraph about Michiko Hamada, or rather, about the life of Chi-chan. After filtering out some meaningless rhetoric, the content of this introduction in Haruno Gen's mind is roughly as follows. Michiko's greatest advantage since she was a child is her outstanding appearance. Born in a single-parent family, she knows how to use her advantages. When she was a child, she used her cuteness to find many people who were willing to protect her, including strangers, classmates, and teachers at school. Beauty is an advantage, but also a curse. Michiko was sexually assaulted by a teacher at school, after which she suffered from severe depression. She dropped out of school and stayed at home, often being ridiculed and beaten by her mother. In order to shut her mother up, Michiko chose to become a YouTube anchor and start making money. Because of her innate advantage in appearance, Michiko had a smooth journey on the road to becoming a host. In just 2 years, she went from an unknown newbie to a well-known and popular host in the Lolita zone. When the anchor becomes famous, it is actually very easy to make money. With the money, Michiko's mother never beat or scolded her daughter again. Instead, she quit her job and spent the money her daughter earned from the live broadcast every day. Life is getting better and better, and her mother's angry face is gradually replaced by a smile, but Michiko is not happy. The rumors and sarcasm on the internet are a huge pressure for a little girl suffering from severe depression. The last straw that broke the camel's back for Michiko was the news that she had been sexually assaulted by her teacher at school that was exposed on the internet. When the comments section of her live broadcast room was filled with her greatest fear, her spirit naturally collapsed. In the room that was decorated particularly cutely for live broadcasting, in front of the live broadcasting equipment and computer that she had spent a lot of money to buy, she stabbed her throat with scissors, and large streams of blood dyed her gorgeous Lolita red. Michiko's life ended at the age of 15. A ghost codenamed Cyber Ghost was born from this young corpse. After reading this information, Haruno Gen understood who sent him this message. It was none other than the people from the Special Affairs Group. As expected, the official is the official, and it has an overwhelming advantage in intelligence. Haruno Gen let out a light tisk. This experience was indeed a bit tragic. After reading about Qianjiang's life story, even he felt a little sympathy for this little girl who died at a young age. He turned off his phone and put it back in his pocket, then picked up the iPhone that held Michiko prisoner. He looked at the lifeless girl on the screen and spoke again, Michiko. Qianjiang on the screen moved slightly, his expression was sometimes ferocious, sometimes calm, and sometimes full of noise. After a moment, it returned to its lifeless appearance. Haruno Gen smiled and said, "You can hear me talking, don't you really want to chat with me?" Michiko didn't respond any further. Haruno Gen didn't care and turned off the screen of the phone and put it away nonchalantly. "I'm hungry. Let's go home and eat." As for Michiko, Haruno Gen originally planned to go to the antique shop to drag the ghost out of the mobile phone and kill it. In his eyes, the carrier is much more valuable than the evil ghost itself. However, after reading the document sent by the Special Affairs team, he changed his mind. What kind of priceless treasure could a modern evil spirit that was only born 2 years ago carry? Just keep it by your side, maybe it will come in handy in the future. After all, the ability to move freely on the internet is quite rare. His master in his previous life did teach him some tricks on how to ward off ghosts. The first step seemed to be to resolve the twisted resentment, so he decided to take some time to go to Chiyoda district and take a look. When Haruno Gen returned home, Haruno Rin was curled up on the sofa playing games. Hearing the sound of the fingerprint lock being opened, Haruno Rin poked her head out and saw that it was Haruno General. She immediately sat up and waved excitedly toward the door. "Brother, come quickly, I opened the treasure chest this afternoon and got something good." Haruno Gen slowly changed his shoes at the entrance. "You can play first, I have something else to do." The excitement in Haruno Rin cooled down visibly. It was like a little girl who had scored a perfect score on an exam and was excitedly showing the result of her hard work to her brother, but her hateful brother just casually said, "Go and play by yourself," and dismissed her. Haruno Rin pursed her lips unhappily, and her resentful gaze followed Haruno Gen's movements towards the bedroom. Unfortunately, the power of sight was too weak. Haruno Gen, who was thinking about something, returned to the room without any pause and locked the door with a ruthless click. What Haruno Gen said was not a lie. For him, the most urgent thing at the moment is to get in touch with the Special Affairs Group. However, although the Special Affairs Group seems to be a glorious and legitimate official organization, we should not just look at the appearance. He still needs to take a good look at the cooperation contract. He doesn't want to be like that idiot Shimizu and jump into the pit and fill himself with dirt without realizing it. Haruno Gen read the contract 3 or 4 times. After checking every clause one by one, he confirmed the other party's sincerity. After thinking for a moment, he took out a pen from the upper pocket of his shirt and signed his name. The next day, Haruno Gen got on a taxi and headed to school in a depressed state. He had not been able to resist his stepsisters crying and making a fuss the night before, and he had played games with her the whole night. Of course, it was because the games were too fun, and it was especially interesting when there was someone accompanying you, so he later got addicted to them. When Haruno Gen yawned as he walked into the classroom, he found that the atmosphere in the classroom was a little excited, probably because the Golden Week holiday would begin after today. Of course, it could also be because of the parent-teacher meeting in the last class in the afternoon, but this had nothing to do with him. I went through a day of classes in a daze, and in the blink of an eye it was already past 2 in the afternoon. There were not many students in the classroom because the school gate had been opened to allow parents who came to attend the parent-teacher meeting to pass through. Most of the students ran out to greet or look for their parents. Of course, this has little to do with Haruno Gen, because he knows that no parents will come to his parent-teacher meeting. He sits in his seat extremely bored, looking sideways at the sky outside the window. The blue sky looks like an inverted ocean, pure and clear. The white clouds are at the mercy of the wind and change into all kinds of strange shapes, which arouse endless imagination. The classroom environment changed from noisy to harmonious, and from a place for young people to dance to become a social place for middle-aged people. The admission standards of Sagawa Private Academy have destined the families that can support their children to study here to be mostly above the middle class. For middle-aged people who have socializing almost integrated into their bones, this can be said to be a natural occasion for expanding their network. Fortunately, most of the parents who attend the parents' meetings are full-time housewives, and they do not have as serious workplace diseases as men. Most of the conversations between parents are still centered on their respective children. When Haruno Gen's gaze swept over Shimizu's seat, his gaze paused for a moment. At this moment, the person sitting on Shimizu's seat was a woman who looked to be in her 30s, with her hair tied up. She had some similarities between her eyebrows and eyes with Shimizu, was very beautiful and had a good temperament. She dressed simply but not plainly, giving people the feeling that she was well-educated, and one could tell at a glance that she had received higher education. At this moment, the other party was saying something with a helpless expression to Shimizu, who was standing next to him with a guilty look on his face. However, from the doting in his eyes, it could be seen that the idiot Shimizu must be living like a little princess at home. Haruno Gen smiled unconsciously, and when he was about to look away, he happened to meet the gaze of Shimizu. Shimizu saw Haruno Gen still sitting alone in his seat, and was stunned for a moment. However, when she thought that she had just been scolded by her mother in a low voice and that this guy had seen her, and who knows how he would laugh at her in the future, she immediately revealed a ferocious expression and glared at Haruno Gen. Noticing something was wrong with her daughter, Shimizu's mother, Shimizu Aoko, couldn't help but follow her daughter's gaze and looked over there. Then she saw a boy with fair skin, beautiful features and handsome eyes, smiling and looking at her daughter. While Shimizu Aoko was surprised at how handsome the young man was, she couldn't help but be curious about the relationship between her daughter and him. In Japan, it is normal for high school students to fall in love. No one, whether parents or teachers, will deny the beautiful feelings between adolescent boys and girls. However, when Haruno Gen avoided Shimizu's gaze and looked at Shimizu Aoko with the same polite smile, Shimizu Aoko immediately dispelled the doubts in her heart. At least the two of them were definitely not in that kind of relationship now. After all, who can be so calm when meeting his girlfriend's mother for the first time? Even if there is such a person, he must be a confident boy. And with such a good-looking face, it is even more impossible for him to be attracted by his own lazy and stupid daughter who is only pretty and cute. After responding with a smile and a nod, Shimizu Aoko became more and more dissatisfied with her unlucky girl who had ranked in the bottom 10 in the whole grade in the exam. She grabbed Shimizu and started to blame her. Qing Shuei was like a little punching bag. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he lowered his head, pouted and said nothing. Fortunately, after a while, the homeroom teacher and English teacher, Fujiwara Risa, came into the classroom. The atmosphere in the classroom quickly became quiet. Teacher Fujiwara glanced around the classroom and found that almost all the students' parents were present. Except for the seat by the window in the front row, which was still occupied by a student in school uniform, all the other seats were basically occupied by parents. Her gaze stayed on Haruno Gen for a little too long. Being stared at so directly and for such a long time, Haruno Gen had to raise his head and look back. Fujiwara Risa and Haruno Gen looked at each other for a moment, and suddenly they smiled mysteriously with deep meaning. Haruno Gen was a little confused, but Fujiwara-sensei had already shifted his gaze elsewhere. Just before the bell rang and the parent-teacher meeting was about to begin, a dazzling figure appeared at the classroom door, ringing the bell. The figure knocked on the open classroom door, his voice clear and with a hint of smile. "Sorry, am I late?" Standing in front of the classroom door was a blonde, blue-eyed British woman. It was hard to tell her age, perhaps only in her 20s or 30s, or perhaps already in her 30s or 40s. She has long wavy blonde hair, delicate and three-dimensional facial features, and a tall and well-proportioned figure. In terms of appearance, she would definitely be considered a great beauty whether in Asia or Europe. With a confident and charming smile on her face, one always feels that the place to meet her should not be in a classroom like this, but in Hollywood across the ocean. In short, this was a beautiful lady as dazzling as an international star, and her appearance drew all eyes in the classroom to her. "No, you're on time." Fujiwara Risa came to her senses and immediately said enthusiastically, "Please come in, Mrs. Haruno." The blonde lady, or rather, Haruno Gen's mother, Talina, raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing this. She walked into the classroom and said with a smile, "Oh, Mrs. Haruno, it's been a long time since I last called you that, but it's not bad." She actually speaks Japanese quite well, but she is a little accustomed to the English pronunciation. Talina came to the seat of Xingye Yuan and looked at her handsome son with a gentle smile. "Dear, don't you invite me to sit down?" In fact, when Talina appeared at the door, Gen Haruno was a little confused, but when he thought about it carefully, Talina had returned to England for some days. If she just went to attend the funeral, it wouldn't even take that long. It was actually a very normal thing for her to come back at this time. Thinking about the inexplicable smile of Mr. Fujiwara before, Gen Haruno probably figured out the cause and effect. "It was just the first time in my life that someone came to my parents' meeting. How should I put it? It's a bit strange and a bit embarrassing." Haruno Gen stood up silently and stood beside his seat like other students. Thanks. Talina stretched out her hand to pinch her son's face, but Haruno Gen silently took a half step back, cleverly avoiding the intimate action that would make him uncomfortable. Talina pursed her lips a little helplessly, but still sat down on her son's stool. Seeing this, Fujiwara Risa, who was watching this side with a smile on her face, coughed lightly and announced the official start of the parent-teacher meeting. The theme of this parent-teacher meeting is not the results of this monthly exam, but the school wants to discuss with parents the future prospects of each student. In the next 3 years, the school will work together with parents to help students pave the way for the future as much as possible. It tastes a bit like chicken soup with empty promises, but the parents really buy into it. At least the atmosphere at the parents' meeting is very warm. Gen Haruno stood beside his mother, lost in thought. Talina did not join in the discussion like the other parents. She just supported her chin with her hand, watching everything with a smile. The 50-minute class passed quickly, and at the end of the parent-teacher meeting, both teachers and parents felt a little reluctant to leave. But after all, birds of a feather flock together. Just like Haruno Gen seems out of place among the students, Talina also seems out of place among the parents. Unlike other parents who continued to teach their children after leaving the classroom and described how bright the future would be for their children, Talina just calmly took Haruno Gen out of the teaching building. The mother and son walked together on the campus. Talina spoke first. "Dear, your grandparents really want to meet you and suggest that we send you to study in the UK. You know, in terms of education, the UK has always been at the forefront of the world. But of course, we will respect your opinion. It's my honor that my grandparents want to meet me. I can go to England to meet them during the summer vacation. As for studying there, I have no idea about it at the moment. Haruno Gen's tone was flat and polite, as if the person talking to him was not his mother, but a strange elder to whom he must show courtesy and respect. Seeing her son's attitude, Talina felt a little lost and guilty. Her son was very polite and respectful to her, but other than that he would not tell her any personal matters, would not make any requests of her, and apart from greeting her out of courtesy, unless she brought up the topic or asked a question, Haruno Gen would never take the initiative to say even a word to her. Although she has made up for her debt to her son many times in terms of material and actions over the past year, unfortunately the relationship between mother and son has not changed at all. This made Talina very sad. But Talina was a career-oriented woman after all, and she quickly adjusted her mood. She smiled gently and said, "My car is parked outside. Let's go home together. There will be a new guest at home soon. She should be considered your cousin. Although you have never met, I think you will like her." Haruno Gen didn't care who was there or not at home, and he wouldn't go home with his mother. After all, he still had to deliver the contract and the demon sword to the cafe yesterday. This was serious business and shouldn't be disturbed by other trivial matters. "No, I still have something to do, you can go back first." Haruno Gen politely and decisively rejected his mother's proposal. Talina was silent for a moment, then asked, "What's the matter? Do you need mom's help?" She really wanted to participate in her son's life. "It's a personal matter, no thanks," Haruno Gen said politely. Talina was completely speechless. Whether in Britain or Japan, in the aristocratic circle or in the business circle, Talina was a dazzling presence with strong abilities, decisive actions, and her way of speaking. These were almost the unanimous evaluations of her by outsiders. However, when she faced this son who she owed a lot to, all her halo and abilities seemed to have lost their effect. No matter how hard she tried to make amends and repair the mother-son relationship, these actions seemed to be ineffective. The teaching building is not far from the school gate. At this moment, the mother and son have already arrived outside the school. Talina sighed and told Xingye Yuan, who was leaving her side and preparing to hail a taxi, "No matter what difficulties you have, remember to call Mom. Mom will help you solve them." Haruno Gen didn't reply because a taxi was driving towards them. "I made beef bourguignon, be sure to come home for dinner." Haruno Gen stopped a taxi, waved to Talina, opened the door and got in. The taxi went away quickly. Talina stood there for a while until a few girls in school uniforms came over bravely and asked her with blushing faces to take a photo with them. Only then did she come to her senses. After taking a few photos with a few girls from her son's school, Talina drove her Maserati home. Because the contract was kept in his school bag, Haruno Gen just went to the antique shop to pick up the black sword and then rushed to the cafe yesterday without stopping. Maybe it was because Haruno Gen said yesterday that he would come today, so when Haruno Gen arrived, the cafe still had a wooden sign saying, "Temporarily closed." This time, without Qianlai Mingxiang's guidance, Xingye Gen pushed open the glass door and walked in with ease. The clear and pleasant sound of wind chimes was ringing, and the ethereal melody of piano music came from somewhere. The few pairs of eyes in the museum immediately focused on him. There were 3 people in the room today, the familiar Qianlai Mingxiang, the scene Kiryu Rui, and a strange old man with gray hair and a serious face. "Ah, here he comes." The sweet girl, Ruoha Kiryu, whose appearance and age fall into the category of lowly, pointed at Gen Haruno who had just entered the room and screamed. Haruno Gen raised his eyebrows, not quite understanding why his appearance made others so excited. At this time, Qianlai Mingxiang, who was more familiar with him, smiled and said, "You came at the right time. We were just talking about you." Then, she introduced the old man sitting in the chair next to her to Haruno Gen. "This is Master Nishida, the alchemist and special consultant of our special team." Out of respect for his predecessors and respect for the higher level of alchemy, Haruno Gen smiled and nodded to Master Nishida. But Master Nishida did not move at all, and kept staring at Haruno Gen with his sharp and serious eyes like a hawk. Qianlai Mingxiang continued to introduce Haruno Gen to Master Nishida. "This is the genius we just talked about, Mr. Haruno." No need to say more. Master Nishida suddenly interrupted Qianlai Mingxiang's words and asked Xingye Yuan in a cold voice, "How did you do it?" "What do you mean?" Since the other party's attitude was not friendly, Haruno Gen had no intention of using honorifics to speak to the old guy. He would never tolerate people who took advantage of their age and seniority. Master Nishida showed a vague smile on his serious face. He glanced at the black sword in Haruno Gen's hand, but his voice was still cold and hard. You have housed at least 18 evil spirits, and you are so bold as to use untreated carriers as weapons. Why haven't you shown any signs of losing control until now? Are you really immune to contamination? If the pollution the other party is talking about is not the environmental problem that concerns today's society, then this word is a bit intriguing. Haruno Gen suddenly thought of something and seemed to realize something. He closed his eyes. After a while, when he opened them again, his left eye was filled with a rich scarlet halo. He kept smiling, but there was an indescribable weirdness and charm in it. Disturbing emotions such as brutality, murderous desire, and madness boiled in his heart and mind. The demon sword in his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Haruno Gen's voice remains the same, but it is creepy. Is this what you mean by pollution? The temperature in the cafe dropped several degrees in an instant and fell into silence. Only the piano piece was playing as usual. After a moment, Master Nishida broke the uncomfortable silence. Interesting, the pollution level is so high, but you act like nothing happened. Are you too good at disguising yourself, or is your mental resistance incredibly high? The red light in Xingye Yuan's eyes gradually faded, and he smiled softly, who knows? After that, he took out the contract he brought back yesterday from his school bag. He threw it gently and the contract fell on the table in front of Qianlai Mingxiang. I have signed the contract. What do you say about the conditions yesterday? Qianlai Mingxiang grabbed the contract and flipped through it. After seeing the signature and seal, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her smile, which had just been a little stiff, became soft and enthusiastic again. Of course there is no problem, right, Master Nishida? Master Nishida did not respond, but asked Haruno Gen, boy, do you know alchemy? I understand a little bit. Haruno Gen said with a smile. If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't do it, you can't do it. There are no vague answers in alchemy. All the half-understanding will be fed back to the sorcerer when the sorcerer succeeds. Master Nishida said this lightly, and then cast his eyes on the demon sword in Haruno Gen's hand, and finally a little surprise appeared in his eyes. You can solve onakiri by yourself, you really deserve the name of a genius. Haruno Gen smiled but said nothing. Leave the knife behind and you can go. Come back in 3 days to pick up the goods. Master Nishida stood up and said. Haruno Gen did not comment, but walked forward and handed the knife to Master Nishida. At this time, Master Nishida laughed. Boy, are you so relieved that you are not worried that we will hack your sword? You should know that there are not many carriers of the level of onakiri in the entire special team. Haha. Haruno Gen still smiled calmly. Since I'm confident in handing it over, I'm also sure that I can get it back. It doesn't matter whether you return it or not. But I still believe in the official credibility. What do you think, Master Nishida? Ha 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 ha. Master Nishida, who was always serious, burst into laughter, leaving Kiryu Rui and Asarai Nakamura stunned. After laughing for a while, Master Nishida patted Haruno Gen's shoulder vigorously and said, Good boy, you are so arrogant. Oh. Beep. The fingerprint lock opened and Gen Haruno opened the door. Just as he was about to walk in, he heard hurried footsteps, followed by a very cute voice, excitedly shouting in English, Rin. Rin. Haruno Gen was stunned at first, and then realized the pronunciation of this English word. In his previous life, he had lived in the United States for a long time, and he was familiar with English. Although American English and British English are somewhat different, Haruno Gen was able to analyze the letter structure of the word Rin in an instant. Then it was converted into the Japanese romanization, Rin, which represents the name of his stepsister, Rin. This series of thoughts only lasted for a short moment, and soon a petite figure appeared in Haruno Gen's sight. A little British girl, about 10 years old, with long and beautiful hair as bright as gold, a petite body like a doll, and a delicate and cute face like an elf, appeared in front of Gen Haruno. When the little girl saw Haruno Gen, the excitement on her face disappeared in an instant, especially when she noticed Haruno Gen's pair of heterochromatic eyes. After a brief moment of daze, she frowned slightly, turned her head away, and walked away with a cold snort. "Lise, is Rin back?" Mother Talina's voice in English came from the kitchen. The little girl or Liz also answered loudly in English, "No, it's a stranger." Haruno Gen was silent for a moment, went into the house quietly, closed the door, and changed his shoes at the entrance. How to put it, when he returned home, a stranger appeared in his house, and that stranger called him a strange guy. It feels a bit subtle. As soon as Haruno Gen changed his shoes, Talina came out of the kitchen. Seeing Haruno Gen, she immediately showed a gentle smile on her face and switched back to Japanese. "Welcome back, the gift is in your bedroom, and we can have dinner when Xiaolin comes back." Haruno Gen nodded and said politely, "Okay, thank you." Talina's expression froze for a moment, but she immediately pulled the little girl next to her, Liz, over and introduced her to Haruno Gen. "This is your uncle's daughter, Liz." After that, she lowered her head and introduced him to Liz in English. "He is Rin's twin brother and your cousin, Gen." Gen is the romanization of Jenna Haruno, just like when they call Rin in English, it is pronounced similar to Rui. Gen, when pronounced in English, sounds similar to Jane. Little Lolita Lizzie glanced at Haruno Gen, folded her arms like snow lotus roots without giving him any face, snorted coldly and glanced away. Haruno Gen didn't mind. He pretended not to hear his mother's introduction and went straight back to the bedroom, ignoring the rude little thing. Talina looked at the closed door of her son's room, then looked down at her niece who for some reason inexplicably hated Haruno Gen, and slapped her forehead with a headache. As soon as Haruno Gen returned to the room, he saw a black suitcase on the carpet. This is probably the gift that Talina mentioned. Haruno Gen is a little curious about what is inside. He went over and opened the suitcase. Inside was a completely black box with no words on it, but the texture was indescribably high-end. At this moment, Haruno Gen had already guessed what was inside. He opened the box, and as he expected, there was a neatly folded suit made of first-class material. Moreover, it was placed in a packaging box without any merchant's signature, so it was most likely a handmade custom-made one. Gen Haruno was not particular about dressing, and he had no interest in suits. But he was not disappointed at all. After all, it was a gift from someone else for free. It would be rude to the person who gave him the gift if he was not satisfied with it without paying anything for it. He calmly put the box back into the suitcase, then stuffed the suitcase into the locker. Haruno Gen stretched and lay lazily on the bed. Next is the Golden Week holiday, and Haruno Gen is quietly planning how to spend this precious time. First of all, there is the problem of Qianjiang. It is not a good thing to carry with you a fierce ghost who has evil intentions towards you, so you have to go to Chiyoda district as soon as possible to resolve Qianjiang's resentment and complete the prerequisites for the ghost controlling technique. The second thing is to take a motorcycle driver's license test. In fact, even if his cheap sister didn't suddenly give him a motorcycle, he also planned to buy one for himself. After all, he is now 16 years old and has reached the legal age to ride a motorcycle. Although it is not as good as a car, having a means of transportation is better than taking public transportation. Then there is the matter of the Special Affairs Group. The Black Demon Sword, or should I say Onakiri, is still in their hands. After we get it back in 3 days, we can ask the Special Affairs Group for some supernatural events that happened in Tokyo and start a new round of treasure hunt. All in all, this year's Golden Week should be a fulfilling one. Haruno Gen was thinking about something when suddenly there was a noise outside the room. From the sound, it seemed that Haruno Rin had returned. Sure enough, after a while, there was a knock on his door, and Haruno Rin's sweet voice sounded from outside, "Oni-chan, dinner is ready." Haruno Gen got out of bed and opened the door. Standing outside the door were two extremely beautiful women, one big and one small. It must be said that the genes of the Isabel family are really good. Whether it is Talina, Liz, or the siblings Haruno Rin and Haruno Gen, their looks can almost be said to be blessed by nature. Of course, the genes of the Haruno family also contributed to the appearance of Haruno Gen and Haruno Rin. At this moment, Liz was holding Haruno Rin's arm, looking at Haruno Gen coldly, pouting her little face, and saying nothing. Haruno Rin smiled and rubbed her cousin's blonde hair, then followed Haruno Gen who had already gone ahead to the restaurant. After washing hands, we went to the table. There was a white porcelain plate with steaming pies on it in front of each of the 4 seats. The public area in the middle was filled with green beans, salad, and a large pot of main dish, the fragrant and attractive burgundy beef stew. Beef bourguignon is a famous French dish. It is also a hard dish that requires complicated preparation and a very long time to make. If the cooking skills are not good, it can easily become a hodgepodge with complex and subtle flavors. But if the cooking skills are good enough, diners can taste the limit of beef deliciousness. Haruno Gen sat in his usual seat. On the tablecloth under the plate, there was a pair of knife and fork, and a pair of chopsticks next to it. This was probably Talina's habit of taking care of Haruno Gen, because everyone else only had a knife and fork. Haruno is indifferent. Although he has lived in the United States for a long time and is quite proficient in using knives and forks, he does prefer using chopsticks. In Japanese families, people usually say, "I'm going to eat," before having a meal. But unfortunately, 3 of the 4 people at the table in front of me grew up in Europe, and one of them has a complicated background. None of them has the Japanese habit. As long as everyone is seated, you can start eating. Gen Haruno is very interested in food. Perhaps it is because Chinese people are foodies at heart. The saying left by our ancestors, "Never tire of fine food, never tire of delicate meat," seems to be engraved in the bones of every Chinese. Haruno Gen grabbed the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, a rich aroma exploded between his taste buds. The meaty aroma of beef, the fragrance brought by various seasonings, the fruity aroma oozing from the red wine, the tender taste, the crispy meat, and the wonderful feeling brought by the rich soup flowing between the lips and teeth make every cell in the body seem to cheer. Absolutely delicious. Haruno Gen couldn't help but squint his eyes. After eating a piece of beef, he felt as if a warm current was flowing through his abdomen. It was indeed delicious. Without hesitation, Haruno Gen raised his hand and was about to reach out with his chopsticks to grab the second piece. What a joke! Who needs to be polite when eating at home? But before that, his eyes met his mother, who was sitting opposite him and looking at him with a smile. Talina asked gently, "Is it delicious?" Although Haruno Gen felt uncomfortable being stared at like this while eating, he still nodded after a moment's pause. Talina was satisfied, and then she looked at Liz, who was eating with her cheeks bulging, and asked in English with a smile, "How is it, Liz, isn't Aunt's cooking good?" Here, the little lowly Liz seems to have an inexplicable hostility towards Haruno Gen, but to Haruno Rin and Talina, she is like a little angel that matches her appearance. She chewed the food in her mouth vigorously twice, swallowed it, and immediately praised Talina with shining eyes in English, "Great! Aunt, your cooking skills will make even God drool." It's a bit exaggerated, but it's also very cute under that deliberately funny look. Haruno Gen feels that at this table, compared to himself, it is Liz, Haruno Rin, and Talina who are more like a family. But it made sense. After all, he and Talina had only lived together for 4 years at most, including the 3 years when he was just born. Haruno Rin had never left Talina since she was born, and considering Liz's age, she had probably been hanging around Talina since she was a child. It was impossible for him to feel bad. Haruno Gen just felt that it was a bit of fate. In his previous life, he had no father or mother, no relatives or friends, but he had a master who was closer and more important than his family. In this life, he had a complete family, and both his parents even had a huge family. He had innumerable blood relatives, but no one of them gave him the feeling of being a family member. Shaking his head slightly in his heart, Haruno Gen hurried to finish his dinner. Instead of thinking about useless things here, he might as well think about tomorrow's plan, family, and affection, which are not as important as the evil ghost's treasure. The next day, Haruno Gen got up very early. Because Liz was with him, Haruno Rin did not ask him to play games last night, so he went to bed early and got up early for a rare occasion. No one in the Haruno family has the habit of getting up early. When Haruno Gen was washing up, the house was very quiet, so he left home quietly. Haruno Gen has already planned today's itinerary. First, he will go to the antique shop to replenish the talismans, then take the train to Chiyoda district to find Michiko's address. From there, he will radiate the surrounding areas little by little to find an opportunity to resolve Michiko's resentment. However, the plan was interrupted right at the beginning. A beautiful figure in sportswear jogging on the roadside in the morning appeared in Haruno Gen's sight. Then Gen Hoshino suddenly realized, oh, yes, I also have an assistant. At this moment, Shimizu Yu, who was jogging in the morning, also noticed Hoshino General. She didn't think too much about it, but was a little surprised that Hoshino Gen would get up so early during the holidays. You know, even if it was her, if she hadn't been taken home and scolded by her mother after the parent-teacher conference yesterday, she wouldn't have been stimulated to decide to work hard and start a self-disciplined life. Yes. This guy must be like me, because his mother also scolded him for his poor test scores, haha. Shimizu Yu, whose mentality was inexplicably balanced, stopped in front of Hoshino Gen and smiled at this guy for the first time. Good morning. Well, good morning. Hoshino Gen looked up and down at Shimizu Yu's figure with a thoughtful look. The 16-year-old girl's figure was hidden by loose sportswear, but her general symmetry was clearly visible. A layer of fine sweat beads hung on the girl's smooth and white forehead, and the high ponytail added a touch of heroic spirit of a sporty girl to the balance between cuteness and beauty of this silly girl. What a great coolie candidate. Being stared at by Hoshino Gen so directly, Shimizu Yu's eyelids twitched. She remembered that the last time Hoshino Gen looked at her like this, she was tricked into signing a contract with unfair terms that afternoon. She suspected that this evil-minded guy was trying to trick her again. Qing Shueyo took 2 steps back calmly and said with a forced smile, haha, I'll continue running now. Bye. After saying that, she took a step and wanted to slip away, but unfortunately Hoshino Gen was much faster than her. Hoshino Gen grabbed the hood of Shimizu Yu's white sportswear and said with a smile, you can't leave. Qing Shueyo paused and forced a smile, well, I haven't had breakfast yet. It's my treat, what would you like to eat? I have to study in the morning. My mom said that if I get such bad test scores next time, she will send me to a cram school. It's okay, I can tutor you in the future. Qing Shueyo, who was originally trying to find other excuses, was immediately amused when he heard this. With your grades, you are still tutoring me. You didn't score more than me. Who knows, you might be worse than me next time. Xingye Yuan smiled but said nothing, and continued, why don't you listen to why I'm looking for you? Perhaps she felt that if Hoshino Gen was determined not to let her go, she would not be able to escape no matter what, so she simply stopped struggling. She turned around, pouted, and said resentfully, I don't want to do housework. I didn't plan to ask you to do housework. Xingye Yuan said with a smile, didn't you claim to be very interested in supernatural events? When Qing Shueyo heard this, she immediately understood something. She asked uncertainly, do you want me to accompany you to solve supernatural incidents? Just as her eyes were about to sparkle, she suddenly remembered the day when she and Hoshino Gen actually met. Thinking of the scene when she trembled under the knife of the evil swordsman, Qing Shueyo immediately stopped and pouted, I can't help much. Although she didn't want to admit it, after facing the evil spirit in the gym last time, she realized that ordinary people did not have the capital to fight against evil spirits. I won't let you face evil spirits directly. Hoshino Gen saw through Shimizu Yu's thoughts at a glance. After all, this idiot's thoughts were almost written on his face. Hoshino Gen smiled and said, there is a high probability that there will be no evil spirits in this operation. After that, he began to explain in detail the reasons and objectives of this operation. In particular, Hoshino Gen also forwarded the information about Chi-chan that the Special Task Force sent him to Shimizu Yu. The air in the early morning is very fresh, especially in Koto Ward, Tokyo, which is known as the Watercolor City. Dewdrops rolled down the leaves of green plants, the rising sun cast golden beams of light on the earth, and the city gradually awakened. When Qing Shueyo finished reading the information and raised his head, there was a look of determination on his pretty little face. She looked at Hoshino Gen and asked seriously, we are going to help Chi-chan, right? Hoshino Gen nodded, of course. Okay, then I'll go with you, said Qing Shueyo. Chiyoda-ku is located in the center of Tokyo's 23 wards. Together with Minato-ku and Chua-ku, it is known as the 3 city center wards. Its transportation is almost the best in Japan. 9 JR stations and more than 30 subway stations form the backbone of Chiyoda Ward's transportation network. At 8 o'clock in the morning, an ordinary tram drove into the political and economic center of Tokyo with a not-so-harsh clang-clang sound. After getting off the station, neither Gen Hoshino nor Yu Shimizu had any intention of sightseeing the city that gathered all the functions of a capital. Instead, they took a taxi without stopping and went straight to Higashisaka 2 Chome. With the official information provided by the Special Task Force, finding Michiko's home was a very easy task. What appeared in front of Haruno Gen and Shimizu at this moment was an old single-family house, which was quite far away from the city center and almost on the edge of Chiyoda Ward. This is quite normal. After all, before Michiko became a well-known YouTube anchor, her family conditions were not very good. Being able to own a single-family house on the edge of Chiyoda-ku, where every inch of land is valuable, is the result of the hard work of several generations. As the boss, Gen Hoshino gave his employee Shimizu an order to ring the doorbell. Shui, you didn't say anything about such a small matter. The doorbell rang again, and a somewhat sharp voice came from inside the door. Who is it? Crunch. The door was opened, and a spirited middle-aged woman appeared. She was thin, had prominent cheekbones, and looked a little mean. She glanced at the two boys and girls outside the door with a puzzled look, and asked, "Who are you? What's the matter?" As the saying goes, appearance reflects the heart. The moment she opened her mouth, Haruno Gen had already roughly judged the general character of this person. He stopped Shimizu, who was about to say something, and said with a smile, "Hello, we are temporary workers under the YouTube anchor department. We still need to confirm about the deceased Ms. Hamada Michiko." Haruno Gen was only halfway through his words when the middle-aged woman's face changed. She sank and spoke in a cold and sharp tone, "Michiko is already dead, what else do you want to confirm? Get lost, don't bother me if you have nothing to do." After saying that, the door was slammed shut. The corners of Haruno Gen's mouth twitched slightly. Shimizu did not gloat over the misfortune, but looked at Haruno Gen with distress and asked, "Is that Chichan's mother? It seems difficult to communicate with her." Haruno Gen looked thoughtful, waved to Shimizu, and walked around the single-family house. Finally, Haruno Gen stopped behind the house. He looked up at an open window on the second floor, thought for a moment, and said to Shui, "Give me your cell phone number." Although Shimizu was confused, she did not hesitate. In fact, she had wanted Haruno Gen's contact information for a long time, but either she was embarrassed to ask for it or she had forgotten it. Haruno Gen saved Shimizu's number and called him directly. Shimizu thought that Haruno Gen was verifying whether the number was correct. When she saw her phone was dialed, she was about to hang up immediately. However, Haruno Gen stopped her, snatched her phone and answered the call. "What are you doing?" Shimizu's face was full of question marks, not understanding why Haruno Gen was behaving so confusingly. Haruno Gen handed the phone back to Shimizu, saying, "Keep the call flowing. Now go knock on the door again. When that old lady leaves, tell her that YouTube is going to pay compensation to Qianjiang's family. In short, try to keep that old lady outside and don't let her go back into the house." Following Haruno Gen's gaze, Shimizu looked towards the open window on the second floor and said in surprise, "Are you planning to sneak in from there? If you're caught, you'll be charged with trespassing." Shimizu finally understood Haruno Gen's intention and felt that this guy was too bold and had the potential to go to jail. Haruno Gen spread his hands and smiled, "That's why I asked you to keep that old lady out as long as possible." "But..." Xingye Yuan interrupted with a serious expression, "No buts, this is the organization's order, go." After saying that, he pushed Shui's back, urging her to hurry up. After Shimizu left, Haruno Gen took out 2 pieces of talismans and stuck them on his calves. Then he put on the Bluetooth headset and listened to the noise coming from the front door on his mobile phone. Soon, the sound of the doorbell ringing, the door opening, and the old lady's impatient voice saying, "Why are you here again?" were heard in the headphones. Without saying a word, Haruno Gen took a running jump and kicked the wall. In an instant, the talisman papers on his legs turned into ashes. Instead, a gust of wind rose from under his feet. Stepping on the storm, Haruno Gen seemed to have turned into a superhero in the movie, and flew into the window on the second floor of a building in an extremely unscientific posture. Behind the window is a master bedroom. Judging from the furnishings and the big bed that one can tell is where someone often sleeps, Haruno Gen knows that this should be the bedroom of that old lady. Gen Haruno had northwest interest in this place. He listened to the stumbling voice of Shimizu and the old lady talking nonsense in the headphones, quickly left the bedroom, and searched the second floor for the room where Michiko had lived. The Hamada house is not big and there are not many rooms. Gen Hoshino quickly found the room that seemed to be Michiko's bedroom. When Hoshino Gen pushed open the door, he was greeted by a smell of dust that had not been cleaned for a long time. Even when Hoshino Gen opened the door, wind came in, and the dust on the ground and objects even flew up, producing a Tyndall effect under the morning sunlight. Hoshino Gen glanced around the room. The pink wallpaper was peeling off a bit, and there was only a bare bed board left on the round princess bed. Some cute stuffed animals were lying on the floor, dirty. However, Gen Hoshino's gaze did not linger on those things at all. When he saw a heavily dusty computer host casually thrown under the computer desk placed in the corner of the room, he was almost overjoyed. Hoshino Gen didn't do what he thought. He rushed into the room, picked up the host and ran away, closing the door, trying his best to erase all traces of his presence. Hoshino Gen jumped out from the same window he came in through. Because he was holding the console, Hoshino Gen staggered a little when he landed. At the same time, listening to the voice on the other end of the headphones, it seemed that Qingshueyu could not hold on any longer. Hoshino Gen decisively issued the retreat order through the headset. "Okay, find a reason to leave, and we will meet at the station where we came from." After giving instructions to his employees, Hoshino Gen ran away. It was not because he was afraid of being discovered for his evil act of burglary and being sent to the Metropolitan Police Department. After all, he was still a regular special officer who was in touch with the Special Affairs team. How could the work of the Special Affairs team be called stealing? He simply didn't want to waste time. Because the phone call between Hoshino Gen and Shimizu was always open, Shimizu caught up with him shortly after Hoshino Gen arrived at the tram station. She was holding her knees and panting in front of Hoshino Gen, just looking at the computer host in Hoshino Gen's arms with a complicated look in her eyes. Just now, Qingshueyu, a beautiful girl who had been excellent in both academics and morals since childhood, born in a police family and well-educated, actually assisted a bastard in completing a heinous burglary. Shimizu felt that she was no longer clean. Her thoughts were so erratic that she even thought of the scene where her father took out a silver bracelet with an indifferent look on his face and announced to her, "You are arrested." After catching her breath, Qingshueyu pouted her face, her expression full of unhappiness. She asked Xing Yiyuan, "Return it immediately after use." Hoshino Gen naturally did not comment. The two took the return tram together, and half an hour later, they appeared in the antique shop. Because Hoshino Gen disliked the dust on the console, he switched to Shimizu to hold it halfway through. After giving orders downstairs for Shimizu to clean the computer case and take off her dusty sports jacket, Gen Hoshino took the mover Shimizu to the innermost bedroom on the second floor of the antique shop. The furnishings in the room are very new, and it seems that it has just been renovated. Wooden floors, floor-to-ceiling windows, a large bed built on a platform, and a computer placed in the corner of the room make up this ordinary bedroom. Hoshino Gen asked Shimizu to move the host to the computer, and he went over to connect all his computer peripherals to this illegal host, finally connected the power supply and pressed the power button. The host computer lit up normally, but the sound it made when it started up made people worry that it would explode in the next second. After a long wait for the computer to boot up, the Win 10 desktop finally appeared on the brand new monitor. Among the software icons covering the computer desktop, Gen Hoshino saw the coveted notepad icon at a glance. However, before he could hold the mouse to operate, the computer suddenly had a blue screen. To be honest, this is most likely the computer host that Michiko used for live broadcasts back then. Even now, the configuration is still quite good. But unfortunately, time is a sharp knife that can not only inflict critical damage on people, but also on electronic products. After restarting twice and the console was stuck and crashed, Gen Hoshino finally had no choice but to find tools and disassemble the console. All files in the computer are stored in the hard disk. Theoretically, as long as the hard disk is not damaged, all the data in the original computer can be read as long as the hard disk is migrated to the new computer. Tediously disassemble your own computer case, replace the hard drive, and then connect the peripherals back. The computer started up, the fan started to spin with pleasant sounds, and gorgeous lights lit up from the host. The computer restarts. Perhaps it was because the hard drive was aging and the reading speed was extremely slow, even Hoshino Gen's top-of-the-line computer started up slowly. During this period, Haruno Gen took out the mobile phone that he was carrying with him, which contained Chi-chan. He took a picture of the old console that had been disassembled and threw it on the ground. He smiled and said, "Is this the console you used before?" On the screen, Qianjiang's face flickered with a few scattered noises, and that face, which was very weird but still a little cute, became even more chilling. On the screen of the phone, a line of words appeared as if written in blood: "Liar." Haruno Gen raised his eyebrows. At first he didn't quite understand what this meant, but fortunately his mind has always been quick and he quickly remembered a detail. When he was playing Red Skirt, before Qianjiang's favorability reached 60, such a problem appeared in the game. Qianjiang asked him as a player, "If I become unlovable, will you still like me?" In order to increase favorability and make Chi-chan reveal her true form, Haruno Gen naturally chose to do so without hesitation. Perhaps in the eyes of Qianjiang, who was already full of resentment, he was deceiving her in the first place. Maybe it's just like those fans who kept saying they liked her and loved her, but eventually forced her to death in front of the computer. Haruno Gen did not give any explanation. After all, from Qianjiang's perspective, his choice at that time and his subsequent actions made him undoubtedly a liar. Moreover, as a fierce ghost, Qianjiang was full of resentment and anger. Before resolving these resentments, nothing he said would be of any use. I turned off my phone and put it back in my pocket, then turned my attention back to the computer. The previous desktop appeared on the screen. Haruno Gen opened the notepad without hesitation. Unfortunately, among the long paragraphs of garbled characters and meaningless words that made people worry about the mental state of the person involved, there were only a few lines of words that could be understood. So sad. What do I do? I started to be a broadcaster today, come on. Forget. Die. Very tired. If someone who doesn't know the situation watches it, it may just be confusing. But when these are shown to Gen Haruno and Yoshimizu, who know what Chi-chan experienced before her death, they can intuitively feel how desperate and suffocated Chi-chan was in the last period of her life. Shimizu, who had been very quiet since returning, suddenly had tears in his eyes, and asked Haruno Gen beside him with a choked voice, "What can we do to help Chi-chan?" Haruno Gen is not as emotional as Shimizu. Although he also sympathizes with Michiko's experience, those are all in the past after all. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot change history. The only thing he can do is to help Chi-chan resolve her resentment and then be nicer to her after signing the human ghost contract. That's all. The conclusion of a contract between humans and ghosts is a matter for later, but how to resolve the resentment of the evil ghost is the problem that Gen Haruno has to solve right now. The answer to this question is actually not difficult. You just need to understand what the evil ghost is resentful about, and then help it get rid of all the people that the evil ghost resents. The art of controlling ghosts has always been a bloody and evil technique, and is also considered an evil practice by those in the righteous path. Haruno Gen has no taboos about these things, and will never show mercy when it comes to killing people. However, in Haruno Gen's opinion, the people that Qianjiang resented were either those who left messages in her live broadcast room and forced her to death, or the teacher who had violated her in the past. If it is the latter, then it is easy to say. Haruno Gen is absolutely happy to help human society get rid of a scum, but if it is the former, then it will be very troublesome. Not to mention that Haruno Gen does not have the ability to kill people along the internet cable. Even if he can track down those guys who spoke ill of others in a live broadcast room on the internet several years ago after spending a huge amount of manpower and material resources, he cannot risk going to war with the Japanese officials to kill everyone. This is also the reason why Haruno Gen must go to Michiko's home to look for possible information. He needs to know whether he is wasting his time. Although he couldn't find the information he wanted in the notebook, Haruno Gen was not disappointed. After all, the real big deal was not this. Then, Shimizu, who was not very knowledgeable about computers, saw Haruno Gen typing on the keyboard for a while, and a black page appeared on the computer screen, which looked like a programmer writing code. Immediately afterwards, Gen Haruno squatted down and rummaged through the drawers under the computer desk for a long time. Finally, he took out a black USB flash drive and plugged it into the USB port of the host computer. There was a beeping sound from the computer, and then a small window indicating that the file was being imported appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. The black code page refreshed rapidly, the secondary screen connected to the same host began to jump, the YouTube software opened automatically, and directly skipped the update stage to enter the account login interface. After the code page refreshed several times, the account and password were automatically entered. Haruno Gen clicked on the login button with his mouse, and the screen began to show loading. After a moment, the login was successful. Qing Shuiyu was stunned. Even though she didn't know much about computers, she knew that what happened just now was definitely not something that ordinary people could do. But then she thought, this guy even knows magic, so it doesn't seem so incredible that he can also play tricks on the computer. Thinking of this, Qing Shuiyu immediately calmed down, but she still couldn't help but ask Xing Yeyuan curiously, do you also know hacking skills? No. Haruno Gen shook his head, it's just a cracked file I bought from someone else. Oh. After hearing what Haruno Gen said, Shimizu was even more relieved. It turned out to be money ability. I thought this guy was omnipotent. Haruno Gen didn't care what Shimizu thought. He held the mouse and clicked on the live broadcast replay page on the account homepage. However, the process was obviously smooth before, but at this step, an accident occurred. No matter how many times Haruno Gen refreshed the screen, he could not enter the live broadcast replay page. In the end, the software crashed and the computer froze. Haruno Gen was surprised at first, but he soon discovered the problem. In the pocket where Chichan's cell phone was imprisoned, streams of cold air penetrated the fabric of his clothes and drifted onto Haruno Gen's skin. It feels like a poisonous snake is crawling and crawling on your body, which is chilling. Haruno Gen decisively took out his mobile phone, and saw that the talisman pasted on the back of the phone had been burned by half at some point. Qianjiang on the screen had bloodshot eyes and her hair was fluttering. It looked quite scary, but Haruno Gen was not afraid. He took out a new piece of talisman paper and was about to replace the half-broken talisman. However, at this moment, something really surprised Haruno Gen. The white web page showing the software crash suddenly turned scarlet as if it was bleeding. Snowflake noise flashed on the computer screen. When the noise subsided, a video appeared on the computer screen. It is a live video from the host's first-person perspective. The video played for more than 2 hours. Haruno Gen and Shimizu sat on the bed and watched the entire video without saying a word from beginning to end. Rather than watching a replay of a live broadcast, it was more like watching nearly 2 hours of chaos in the comments section. At the beginning of the live broadcast, everyone was talking about Qianjiang being cute and beautiful, and enthusiastically discussing the content of Qianjiang's live broadcast. Later, the number of people in the live broadcast room soared, and the topic of the comments section also deviated from Qianjiang's past experiences. I don't know if it's because these are the memories of Chichan, who is a fierce ghost, or maybe too much resentment has distorted that dark memory. The comments section of the video shown in front of Haruno Gen and Shimizu are all negative comments. Sarcasm, ridicule, and even many people began to make up dirty jokes and stories based on Qianjiang's misfortunes. The countless dirty and smelly remarks were almost unbearable to look at. Haruno Gen and Shimizu also witnessed the girl's eyes in the video, changing from pretending to be bright and lively at the beginning, to panic and fear later, and finally to emptiness and distraction. They witnessed the entire process of a murder. After the video finished playing, the computer screen went completely black. It's too much, really too much. How could they do this? Perhaps it was the first time he realized that there are so many bad people in this world, and also the first time he realized that people can be so disgusting when they are bad. Shimizu murmured with red eyes. The shock he received seemed to be even greater than when he witnessed Haruno Gen using his superpowers. Haruno Gen, on the other hand, was very calm from beginning to end. After the video was over, he just calmly put his phone back into his pocket, and did not even replace the talisman that had been burned by 1/3. If Haruno Gen previously thought that Michiko was a relatively kind person when she was alive, and that the only person she resented before her death might be the scumbag teacher who was the culprit, then after watching this video, which was most likely Michiko's own memory, Haruno Gen could be sure. Qianjiang resents all the abusers who pushed her to death, and all the executioners who hid behind the screen and used her as a way to vent their disgusting desires and violence on the internet. During the more than 2-hour live broadcast, there were at least thousands of IDs that left malicious comments in the comments section. How should I put it? It's quite a pity. Haruno Gen had originally prepared himself mentally to own the first evil ghost that signed a contract between a human and a ghost, and to change his job to a ghost master. But in the end, it was all in vain. What should we do next? Shimizu, who had no idea what Haruno Gen was thinking, looked at Haruno Gen and asked with a tearful voice. Haruno Gen didn't intend to hide it from her, and there was no point in doing so. Just as he was about to explain his original plan and the reason for the interruption, he suddenly remembered something. It is said that Qianjiang, who has transformed into a ghost, seems to have the ability to travel through the online world. The abilities of evil spirits are often related to their obsessions at the time of death, so when you think about it in conjunction with the video you just watched, it becomes quite intriguing. Haruno Gen realized a possibility. He didn't bother to answer Shimizu's question. He took out his mobile phone and called the special affairs team number that had sent him Michiko's information. The call was quickly connected, and a familiar female voice came from the other end. "Good afternoon, let me guess, you must have something you want me to help you with." As soon as Xingye Yuan heard it, he knew that the owner of the voice was Qianlai Mingxiang. Xingye Yuan guessed that perhaps it was because this woman facilitated his cooperation with the special affairs team, and his future contact with the special affairs team might have to go through this woman. But now he had no interest in talking nonsense and asked directly, "How many people did the evil spirit mentioned in the information you sent me before kill?" "Well, let me think about it. Since we discovered her existence 3 years ago, according to incomplete statistics, at least 800 people have died at her hands across the country. Since she can travel freely in the online world, she is extremely difficult to capture and it is difficult for us to restrict her. It is thanks to your successful detention that I don't know how many more people would have died at her hands. But you are asking this because you want to investigate Ms. Hamada's life." "Almost. After reading the information you sent, I feel a bit sympathetic towards that little girl." Haruno Gen's tone was very light. After getting this satisfactory data, his mind had become active again. A girl who died from cyberbullying turned into a ghost and even gained the ability to travel through the online world through her obsession. Isn't this the real-life version of, "I'll shark you through the internet"? Don't talk about how revenge will never end. It is human nature to repay grievances and revenge, and it is also the instinct of evil spirits. If you think about it carefully, Qianjiang has been free enough to play the cultivation game with herself some time ago. Combined with the data of, at least 800 people, mentioned by Qianlai Mingxiang, it is very likely that her revenge on those cyberbullies has been completed. If this is true, looking at Qianjiang's resentful appearance now, the reason can only be that the culprit is still safe and sound. Haruno Gen thought that it was probably because the scumbag teacher who had violated Michiko was still in prison without access to the internet. Only in this way could it be explained why Chi-chan, a fierce ghost with the ability to travel through the online world, did not kill the culprit to avenge himself. Haruno Gen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. If his inference was correct, that would be perfect. After chatting with Qianlai Mingxiang for a few more words, Xingye Gen quickly hung up the phone. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask the other party for the address of the culprit of the internet ghost incident. After all, he couldn't ask the official for the address and then the person hung up. Isn't this obviously throwing evidence of his own crime in their face? The contract signed the day before yesterday specifically emphasized the need to abide by laws and regulations and not abuse supernatural powers. It has been less than 48 hours since I signed my name, so I should not provoke the officials and just look for information on my own. Haruno Gen put away his phone and suddenly noticed that Shimizu was staring at him with his eyes shining without blinking. "What are you looking at? Let's go." Haruno Gen smiled in a good mood. He didn't even bother to clean up the mess on the floor, but stood up and walked out of the room. "Who were you calling just now?" Qing Shueyo hurriedly followed, her tone full of curiosity. She was always curious, not to mention what Haruno Gen just said, both about evil spirits and information. She seriously suspected that Haruno Gen had secretly contacted the Japanese official superpower organization. You know, she was also there when Haruno Gen tortured that beautiful official lady. After learning that Japan actually has an official superpower organization, she went back that night excited and nervous, and couldn't sleep for half the night in anticipation. Haruno Gen did not answer the curious question. He led Shimizu out of the antique shop and said with a smile as he pulled down the shutter, Shimizu-san really has a soft spot for other people's privacy. Do you plan to be a police officer or a detective after graduation? Shimizu was stunned, not understanding why this guy suddenly changed the topic to future employment. She blinked and subconsciously followed Haruno Gen's rhythm and answered, I haven't thought about it yet, but I will probably become a police officer. She suddenly stopped talking halfway and said with a fierce expression, don't change the subject. Tell me, who were you calling just now? Have you contacted the official superpower organization privately? Walking on the road warmed by the golden warm sun at noon, Haruno Gen looked at the fierce Shimizu and wanted to laugh for some reason. This idiot was really stupid. He couldn't even understand such obvious sarcasm. I didn't know whether to say he was heartless or too naive. Haruno Gen chuckled and ignored the angry Shimizu. At noon, Qingshui did not go home for lunch. He just called home and said that he was out playing with friends. Gen Haruno took her to eat ramen on the street, and then they took the train again and headed towards Chiyoda district. The process of finding the whereabouts of the culprit was very smooth. After all, the incident involving Michiko was a scandal that shocked the world at the time. Starting from the Hamada family, they checked the surrounding schools one by one. Haruno Gen and Shimizu soon got the information they wanted from the guard of a school. The name of the culprit is Takatsu, who used to be a physical education teacher at school. After Michiko's incident broke out, he was sentenced to 8 years in prison for rape crime, and is currently serving his sentence in the Koshao prison in the suburbs of Higashi Ikebukuro. After receiving the information, Haruno Gen and Shimizu immediately took the train to Higashi Ikebukuro. Prison visits are actually quite troublesome for ordinary people, especially when the visitor is not a direct relative of the prisoner. However, this is Japan. As the saying goes, Japan's conglomerate Haruno of Haruno Gen, and Haruno of the Haruno group. Things that are difficult or even impossible for ordinary people are actually very simple in front of him. Gao Jin, someone is visiting the prison. During the exercise time after lunch, Gao Jinyo, who was squatting alone in a corner of an open space, suddenly heard the shouting of a prison guard. He looked up at the prison guard, and when he saw the other party nod to confirm that it was him he was calling, Gao Jinyo couldn't help but feel confused. He didn't have many family members, only a father and a brother. Moreover, when he was imprisoned a few years ago, his brother broke off relations with him because he felt it was too shameful to be his brother. His father had only visited him 3 days ago, and it seemed that he was collecting bail money to bail him out early. Could it be that my father has already collected enough money? Gao Jinyo was surprised. He had been in prison for 5 years. Although the treatment in Japanese prisons was relatively good, as a rapist, he was at the bottom of the survival chain even among criminals. He had not had a good life in the past few years. In fact, at the beginning, he didn't regret it in his heart. After all, that girl was really cute. She was even more cute than the idol girls on TV. Thinking of the girl crying at that time, he really felt that going to jail for a few years just for that scene was not a big deal. However, as time went by, the aftermath of that incident gradually faded away, and coupled with the various difficulties and isolation he suffered in prison, he really began to regret it. He regretted why he was not braver at that time. He should have killed the girl afterwards. Then he would not have been harmed by her and fallen into the current situation. It was all because of that bad girl. He obviously liked her so much. If only I had killed her at that time, even if it was just a corpse, I could have used it several times again. Gao Jinyo, who was following the prison guard, thought regretfully. But forget it. When my father came to visit me in prison 2 years ago, he seemed to have told me that the bad girl had committed suicide. It's such a pity, otherwise I would have to make up for the regret of last time when I get out this time. Sitting on a chair, Gao Jinyo was a little confused, separated by a glass. He thought that this visit was the good news that his father had collected enough bail money for him. However, when he looked at the strange boy and girl outside the glass, he seriously suspected that they had found the wrong people. However, at this moment, the boy on the other side of the glass smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Gao Jin." The other party's voice was very pleasant, which calmed Gao Jinyo, who was a little anxious just now, but he was still very confused. "Hello, who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. We just come here to know something from you." Hoshino Gen maintained his polite smile and looked at the thin, ordinary-looking man in front of him. The cell phone in his shirt pocket vibrated violently. Hoshino Gen patted his pocket without changing his expression, as if he was trying to comfort someone. Gao Jinyo became uneasy again. Several years of imprisonment made him extremely sensitive. Although the enviable boy outside the glass seemed very polite, Gao Jinyo still sensed a hint of malice. Regarding Hamada Michiko, do you still remember this name? Gao Jinyo's shoulders trembled. Of course he remembered this name. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he thought about it day and night. He was sent to prison by that bad girl. He swallowed and nodded slightly. Then did you know that Miss Hamada had passed away? Hoshino Gen continued to ask. Gao Jinyo still nodded honestly. Although he didn't quite understand what the boy outside was trying to do, he knew that ordinary people were not qualified to visit strange prisoners. Hoshino Gen looked at the timid men inside and suddenly smiled. He said, according to our understanding, the root cause of Ms. Hamada's suicide was actually the crime you committed that year. It is not an exaggeration to say that you killed her. No. Before Hoshino Gen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gao Jinyo, who suddenly became emotional. Through a glass, Gao Jinyo loudly defended himself. It has nothing to do with me. She committed suicide. I was already in prison at that time. Her death has nothing to do with me at all. Don't talk nonsense. Perhaps because he thought that what Hoshino Gen said might lead to an extension of his sentence, Gao Jinyo's eyes turned red with anxiety when he said this. Hoshino Gen didn't mind being interrupted, and smiled in a good-tempered manner. What you said makes sense, so let's end our conversation here today. Good luck, Mr. Gao Jin. After saying these incoherent and inexplicable words, Hoshino Gen stood up and left with Shimizu Yu, who had been silent since he came in. When he turned his back, he heard Gao Jinyo, who had been called up by the prison guard, shouting, "It really has nothing to do with me." After leaving the prison, Hoshino Gen looked back at the somewhat old gate. And Qing Shueyo next to him finally relaxed from the stiff puppet-like look she had in prison. She took a breath and asked Xing Yiyuan, "What are we going to do next?" To be honest, apart from the burglary in the morning, she didn't quite understand Hoshino Gen's intentions in all the subsequent actions. She was just led by this guy through half of Tokyo from beginning to end. Hoshino Gen did not answer Shimizu Yu's question. He turned around and looked around. He saw a vending machine in front of the convenience store across the street. He felt in his pocket and only found a 10,000 yuan bill. Hoshino Gen handed the money to Shimizu Yu, then pointed to the vending machine across the street and said, "I'll buy you a drink on the condition that you run errands for me." "I want a Coke, thank you." Qing Shueyu took the money, pouted, and thought to himself that this guy was really good at ordering people around, but he still turned around and walked across the street obediently. Hoshino Gen, who was standing still, took out the cell phone that held Chi-chan captive after Shimizu Yu left. He thought for a moment, then smiled at Chi-chan, who had an expressionless face on the screen, and said, "I'll give you a chance to take revenge yourself, and then you can be free again. But if you have nowhere to go then, come back to me. Although you're already dead, I think I can give you a new life." Chi-chan didn't respond. Hoshino Gen didn't care. He tore off half of the soul-calming talisman on the back of the phone and stuffed a fire-leaving talisman into the phone case instead. Then he took out a magic talisman and held it between his fingertips. With a light shake, the talisman turned into ashes, and Hoshino Gen's figure disappeared without a trace. When Shimizu Yu came back with a Coke and change, she found Hoshino Gen sitting by the flower bed next to the green belt with his hands in his pockets. She walked over and put the Coke next to him, and handed him a handful of change. A bottle of drink doesn't cost much, so if she buys it with a 10,000 yen bill, she will have more change. In fact, she wanted to just pay for the troublemaker, but her pocket money had been reduced to zero a long time ago. Although it was already May, she didn't do well in the exam this time, so she didn't dare to ask her mother for this month's pocket money. Hoshino Gen looked up at the handful of change that Shimizu Yu handed over, waited a little, and found that it seemed to take up too much space in his pocket, so he said nonchalantly, "Here you go, as a tip for running errands." However, who would have thought that as soon as he said this, Shimizu Yu's little face suddenly turned gloomy. She grabbed Hoshino Gen's hand and slapped the change into his palm, then stood aside with a pouting face and didn't say anything. Haruno Gen looked at Shimizu, then at the money in his hand, raised his eyebrows, but didn't care. He put the money back into his pocket and said with a smile, "Forget it, let's go back, the matter is almost over." Shimizu, who didn't want to talk to Haruno Gen anymore, suddenly lost her composure. She looked surprised and said, "It's over." "How come it's over? Did we do something?" "No, what on earth were we doing?" Haruno Gen was too lazy to explain anything to her. He looked up at the white clouds in the blue sky. "Let me ask you a question. If someone does something wrong, how can he be forgiven?" Although she has been with Haruno Gen for some time, Shimizu still can't adapt to the speed of this guy's thinking. But when faced with questions, she habitually follows Haruno Gen's rhythm and answers, "If it's not a big deal, just apologize and try to make up for it afterwards." "But what if I make a big mistake?" "Then there will be police and laws to punish them." "What if the punishment isn't severe enough?" "That shouldn't be the case. I've read the criminal law, and the laws and regulations therein are very fair." Haruno Gen smiled, retracted his gaze from the horizon, lowered his head to look at his knees and said softly, "But there are always some cries that people cannot hear." After the visit, Gaojinyo finished his afternoon sewing on the sewing machine in a restless mood. Japanese prisons are famous for their generous treatment, otherwise there wouldn't be so many elderly people who commit crimes intentionally and then turn themselves in to spend their later years in prison. The afternoon work finishes at about the same time as high school students finish school, and after that, they are basically free to do whatever they want until dinner. Most of the other prisoners would gather together to chat and play cards at this time, but Gaojinyo, who was isolated, would usually stay in his room. It is said that the quality of life in Japanese prisons is high. As long as you are not a serious criminal who has committed a heinous crime, you can even have your own single room. After Gaojinyo returned to his dormitory room, he collapsed on the bed. He is still thinking about the visit in the afternoon and is afraid that his sentence will be extended. However, as soon as he lay down, he suddenly realized that something had fallen out of the pocket of his work jacket. He sat up and looked back in confusion. It was an Apple phone, a model he didn't recognize. It looked very high-end, probably a new model that was released after he was imprisoned. When he saw this mobile phone that shouldn't be in his pocket, the first emotion that came to Gaojinyo's mind was not confusion, but surprise. This is a cell phone. God knows how bored and lonely he must have been in prison these past few years. With a cell phone, he can surf the internet, read comics, read light novels, play games, and even watch movies. Gaojinyo didn't even think about where this thing came from. He grabbed the phone impatiently like a drug addict who saw white drugs, hoping that it still had enough power and that the phone didn't have a password. With a slightly trembling hand, I fumbled for the power button and the screen lit up. But Gaojinyo was frightened by the wallpaper on the lock screen. On the screen was a picture of a female ghost with her head down, wearing a bright red Lolita dress and with skin as pale as a dead person. Gaojinyo cursed in his heart, what a terrible taste people have nowadays, making the wallpaper so scary. He swiped his finger across the screen to see if he could go directly to the desktop. However, it did not happen, and there was no interface requiring a password to be entered. Gaojinyo thought that the phone did not recognize his finger. He swiped the screen again in disbelief. This time he not only swiped up, but also tried swiping down, left, and right. However, there was no change on the screen. No, there was a change. Gaojinyo suddenly noticed that the female ghost on the lock screen wallpaper had raised her head at some point. Goosebumps appeared on his arms, and he didn't seem to notice that he had been holding his breath. A few drops of cold sweat overflowed from Gaojinyo's forehead, because the head of the female ghost on the screen had been completely raised up, with blood and tears flowing on her pale and eerie face, and resentment and hatred in her scarlet eyes. Even though it was far from the cute and lively face in his memory, Gaojinyo recognized the person in the photo at once. After all, he had been thinking about that girl day and night over the past few years, and he had thought about her over and over again in his mind countless times. No matter who he forgot, he would never forget this face. But when this face really appeared before him again, all he felt was the unsuppressible fear in his heart. Screaming is an instinctive behavior that occurs when a person's fear threshold reaches a certain limit. This behavior can effectively release the pressure on body functions caused by excessive adrenaline secretion. It is also a way of self-rescue when one is so scared that his whole body is stiff. So after screaming, Gao Jinyo threw the phone in his hand away immediately. The phone flew out, hit the wall and fell to the ground. Gao Jinyo gasped for air and began to comfort himself. Maybe they just looked alike. Maybe the lock screen wallpaper was dynamic. Maybe someone set it like this on purpose. That's right. It must be a prank by those bastards who isolated him in prison. No wonder there was a mobile phone with a malfunctioning touch screen in his pocket for no reason. It must be like this. However, all the reasonable and unreasonable self-comfort disappeared in the next moment, because a pale hand stretched out from the mobile phone that fell to the ground, and the hand supported the ground, and a twisted body crawled out of the small screen. Gao Jinyo collapsed on the ground, using all four limbs to move backwards. Fear and terror overwhelmed all his thoughts until the distorted figure completely emerged from the mobile phone screen on the ground. Qianjiang just stood motionless in front of Gao Jinyo with her head down, her scarlet eyes staring through the bangs hanging in front of her forehead at the man in front of her who was already terrified to the extreme. Gao Jinyo was trembling all over. He was so scared that he lost his voice and so terrified that he became incontinent. Then, he not only felt a wetness under his buttocks, but even his cheeks became sticky and wet. But he still didn't dare to move until a scarlet color surged into his vision and his body fell limp uncontrollably. Before his consciousness fell into complete darkness, he vaguely saw his own face through the yellow water stains on the floor tiles. Blood was flowing from his eyes and nostrils, covering his entire face. Gao Jinyo's head hit the ground, his eyes were still open, but he was no longer making any sound. In the silent room, Qianjiang's figure turned into countless noises and poured into the mobile phone screen on the ground. After a while, the talisman on the back of the mobile phone burned, and a blazing flame enveloped the mobile phone. When the flames went out, the mobile phone had turned into flying objects. The ash disappeared without a trace. The Shimizu family had a sumptuous dinner today because Yoshimizu's father, Yuji Shimizu, invited a colleague to the house for dinner today. My mother was busy in the kitchen. On the dining table were two middle-aged men pushing cups and cups. It was a table full of delicacies, most of which were cheaper than Yoshimizu, who was sitting next to her. And just when Shimizu was eating, his mouth was full of oil and he was hooked, his father's colleague's cell phone suddenly rang. This originally had nothing to do with Yoshimizu, but when the other party answered the phone and his father asked him, "What's going on?" the other party's answer made Yoshimizu pick up a piece of crab meat on his chopsticks and drop it on the table. In Higashi Ikebukuro, a prisoner died in Wuchao prison. He had a ruptured heart and brain vessels. The medical evaluation there said that he was frightened to death. After that, Qing Shui could no longer hear what her father and his colleagues were saying. She mechanically stuffed the empty chopsticks into her mouth, then clicked her upper and lower rows of white teeth twice and chewed the air. Her mind was blank, with only one question occupying her thoughts. Was it that guy who did this? The Hoshino family home was very lively after dinner today. A beautiful crystal chandelier was on in the living room, and a large TV that took up half of the wall was playing the variety show that Hoshino Rin had recently participated in. Talina and Liz listened to Hoshino Rin telling the behind-the-scenes story. From time to time, laughter and chatter could be heard through the door into Hoshino Gen's dimly lit bedroom. Gen Hoshino sat in front of his computer desk, and on the screen was a strange black chat box. A user with a blank avatar sent him a series of documents. Ghost School, 1.docs. Ghost School, 2.docs. Ghost School, 3.docs. This is the information on supernatural events that Hoshino Gen just requested from the Special Affairs Group. The other party obviously had no intention of being polite with him. He bluntly stated that this was a supernatural event that had been piled up in the Special Affairs Group's database for a long time and was extremely dangerous. It was up to him to decide whether to accept it or not after reading the information. Hoshino Gen is not a person without self-awareness. If the danger level is really beyond his tolerance, he will definitely not rush into it. Otherwise, he would not have been chased away by the female ghost in his previous life and fled abroad. Therefore, this information naturally needs to be read carefully. Just as Xingye Yuan was holding the mouse to open the document, there was a knock on his door and his mother Talina's voice came from outside. "Xiao Yuan, do you want some fruit?" Haruno Gen's fingers paused slightly, and then he said without turning his head, "No, thank you." "I see. How about Jen-chan come out and watch TV with us? The variety show that Rin-chan is participating in is really interesting." "Sorry, I'm not very interested." Haruno Gen politely and tactfully declined his mother's invitation. There was silence outside the door for a while. Just when Xingye Yuan thought that his mother had left and was about to get up to lock the door to prevent someone from opening it suddenly, Talina's voice, which had become a little faint, rang again. "Remember to go to bed early." "Good night, dear." Then there was the sound of footsteps moving away. Haruno Gen let out a breath, and without even noticing it, his slightly tense shoulders had relaxed. He stood up and went to lock the door, but when he returned to the computer, the picture on the screen had changed. The familiar healing melody sounded, and in the warm pink room, the lovely Qianjiang stood inside and looked at him with a smile. Haruno Gen was a little surprised. After all, although he had said to Qianjiang before, "Come back to me if you have nowhere to go," he didn't actually hold much hope for it. After all, the existence of evil spirits is basically driven by obsession. When the obsession fades and the resentment dissipates, without the intervention of special people, some evil spirits will become irregular in their actions. Some evil spirits will stop their activities and gradually disappear. It was indeed a bit beyond Haruno Gen's expectations that Qianjiang could still remember his words after completing her revenge. But this is also good, the original plan can continue to move forward. After all, before this, Gen Haruno had already made plans to sign a human ghost contract and become a ghost slayer who embarked on the evil path. Haruno Gen smiled at Qianjiang on the computer and said, "Welcome back. I will give you a new life as agreed, but before that, are you willing to sign a contract with me?" On the screen, the adorable little girl tilted her head with a puzzled look on her face. Haruno Gen explained, "After all, humans and ghosts are on different paths. Without the intervention of special media, ghosts will have too much influence on humans. Human bodies will become weak and their wills will gradually become distorted. Similarly, evil ghosts will become more and more crazy if they suppress their murderous instincts for a long time." On the computer screen, a dialog box popped up above Qianjiang's head. "If the contract is signed, there will be no such impact. At least the ghosts who signed the contract and the people who signed the contract will basically not be affected." Haruno Gen nodded. "Then I do." These words appeared in Qianjiang's dialog box. Haruno Gen smiled and said, "But I have to remind you, once the human ghost contract is signed, you as a ghost will not be able to disobey my orders. Even your life and death depends on my decision." In the dialog box, a series of fluctuating ellipses appeared, but after a while, the words appeared, "It's okay." Haruno Gen's eyes softened. He reached out and touched Qianjiang's cheek through the screen. "Thank you." Qianjiang on the screen did not respond, but just lowered her head slightly. Haruno Gen retracted his hand and bit his index finger. The blood quickly condensed into a ball of blood on the fingertip. He raised his hand, used his finger as a pen and the blood as ink, and wrote in the air a series of strange, weird runes with a faint sacred golden light. The text is written vertically, from right to left, like an obscure piece of ancient Chinese text. When the last rune was written, Haruno Gen's outstretched hand had turned pale and his face became extremely listless. "Stretch out your hand," said Gen Haruno. Qianjiang in the computer screen took 2 steps forward. She stretched out her hand, and as if breaking the dimensional wall, a pale and slender palm appeared in reality through the screen. Haruno Gen raised his sword and pointed it at Qianjiang's hand. The runes that made up the book in the air shrank one by one and then were imprinted on the back of Qianjiang's hand. Wisps of black air dissipated from the back of Qianjiang's hand, and Qianjiang's face on the screen showed an expression of pain, and even patches of noise appeared. "Don't resist." A layer of sweat appeared on Haruno Gen's forehead. Obviously, it was not only the evil spirit who accepted the contract who was enduring the pain. As the contractor, he also suffered great pain. Buzz. Suddenly, Haruno Gen's mind went blank for a moment. When his consciousness returned, he found himself in a warehouse in a very special state. A series of sports equipment such as basketballs, footballs, skipping ropes, etc. are stored everywhere here, which is very similar to the sports equipment warehouse used for storage in school, but this is not the point. What attracts Haruno Gen's attention at this moment is the girl crying and begging for mercy in the corner of the warehouse, and a man wearing sportswear, with a twisted smile, approaching the girl step by step. Whether it was the girl or the man with a twisted smile, Haruno Gen knew them both, Chi-chan, or should I say Hamada Michiko, and the culprit of the cyber ghost incident, Takatsuyu. This was the first time that Haruno Gen had concluded a human ghost contract, and he didn't know what state he was in at the moment, but vaguely, he seemed to know what he should do. He looked down at his somewhat transparent body, smiled and shook his head. Even if it was just a fantasy, he still hoped that someone would come to save him. If this was your wish, why not fulfill it? Haruno Gen took a step forward and appeared behind Gao Jinyo, piercing the air like an arrow from a bow. Looking at the stunned expression of the crying girl in the corner, he punched her, blasting away the haze in her heart. The scene before him faded away like fog, and as soon as Haruno Gen came back to his senses, he felt waves of chills and weakness all over his body. There were layers of sweat on his forehead. He forced himself to open his eyelids and look at the computer screen in front of him, but found that the interface of red skirt had disappeared, and Qianjiang was nowhere to be seen. Haruno Gen looked down at the inside of his left wrist, where a red Fanao emblem had appeared at some point in time. Through the emblem, Xingye Gen could feel that he had established a connection with a certain existence in the dark. It seemed that his ghost-controlling technique was successful. Haruno Gen slumped weakly on the gaming chair and closed his eyes tiredly. The next day, Haruno Gen was awakened by a knock on the door. His stepsister came to call him to get up and have breakfast. Haruno Gen opened his eyes, and the bright sunlight outside the window shone through the glass and covered the bedroom floor. His head was still a little dizzy, but it was much better than last night when he felt like he had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. The art of controlling ghosts really consumed too much of his energy. But the impact is not big. Anyway, he has no plan to start a new treasure hunt before getting the demon sword Onakiri back. Thinking of the demon sword, Haruno Gen couldn't help but look down at his right hand. The knife wound he had suffered had almost healed after being washed with a white water talisman every day. Only a faint scar on the palm of his palm showed the harm he had suffered. Haruno Gen raised his hands and patted his cheeks hard, forced himself to cheer up, got up and went to the bathroom to wash up and prepare for dinner. At the breakfast table, there were only 3 people, Gen Haruno, Rin Haruno, and the little lowly Liz. Talina was on a business trip to Kyoto to attend a business meeting and might not be back for a few days. Before leaving, she asked Gen Haruno and Rin Haruno to take good care of Liz. Naturally, Haruno Gen turned a deaf ear to this and did not take it to heart. He just focused on eating. He was not feeling well today, so this was a good opportunity to get his motorcycle license so that it would be more convenient for him to travel in the future. However, "Please, Oni-chan, we have a very important scene to shoot today, and we can't let the whole crew be delayed because of me, so please take Liz-chan to buy some clothes, okay?" Haruno Rin was acting pitifully towards Haruno. General Liz on the side was hugging her arms, turning her head away and not looking at them. It was as if she was witnessing a tragedy but was powerless to stop it. In fact, Haruno Gen really wanted to refuse, but looking at the watery eyes of his sister, and thinking about the phone call from the sales manager of the Kawasaki 4S store a few days ago. Well, just think of it as a part-time job. If you think about it this way, 1 day's work in exchange for a Kawasaki H2, it's not a loss no matter how you think about it, right? Although it's a bit annoying to have to go shopping with a little kid who hates you. Okay, I got it. Haruno Gen agreed to his sister's request expressionlessly. Ginza, Chua District, Tokyo. The sunshine in early May is bright but not scorching, making it the best season for shopping. This commercial district, known as the most expensive in Asia, is as prosperous as ever today. Amid the crowd, Gen Haruno, who was wearing a simple white shirt, hooded jacket and black trousers, led Liz, who was following him silently, straight into a children's clothing store. An enthusiastic salesperson came over quickly. Since this was a children's clothing store, the salesperson could tell at a glance who was the key figure in determining whether her order would lead to a successful opening. She first said welcome enthusiastically, and then introduced to Haruno Gen the high-end positioning and clothing advantages of this store. Finally, she asked the little girl behind her what country she was from. After learning the answer British, the salesperson instantly switched to fluent English to greet Liz and praised her profusely, saying things like, "As cute as a little doll," and, "Her hair is as shiny as gold." After a while, Liz, who had been following behind Gen Haruno with a cold face like an ice sculpture, started chatting with the sales girl with a smile on her face. Haruno Gen was stunned by what he saw. Is the sales industry so competitive these days? Following the recommendation of the sales lady, Liz picked out more than a dozen sets of clothes at once, with a total amount of nearly 400,000 yen. Even if converted into Chinese yuan, it would be more than 20,000. But to be honest, in a place like Ginza, a set of clothes costing more than 1,000 Chinese yuan is not expensive. Haruno Gen calmly waited for Liz to finish choosing, and then went to the cashier to pay by card. However, to his surprise, Liz handed her bank card to the cashier from the side, and at the same time glanced at Haruno Gen faintly, then turned her head away and snorted softly. The cashier looked at the two bank cards in front of him, smiled awkwardly but politely, and looked at Haruno Gen in embarrassment. Haruno Gen raised his eyebrows and put his card back into his pocket without hesitation. There was nothing wrong with paying for one's own purchases. It seemed that although this little girl didn't like to look people in the eye, she was surprisingly sensible. After paying, they didn't take the clothes away. After all, it was a bit difficult for two people to carry more than a dozen large and small bags, especially when one of them was a little kid whose age was only in the single digits. The store provides free door-to-door delivery service. After Haruno Gen left his address and phone number, the store promised to deliver the clothes before 3 p.m. The service attitude was extremely good. Nonsense, how can the attitude be bad? Although 400,000 yen is nothing for a clothing store of this level, but being able to spend so much money on so many clothes at one time, it is more or less a big customer. Customers are God is the tenet of the service industry, so big customers are naturally the big God. As soon as Haruno Gen and Liz left the children's clothing store, another customer in the store came to the cashier to pay. However, the strange thing was that although it was a children's clothing store, this customer did not have a child with him. If this was still normal, then the really strange thing was that he only bought one piece of clothing, but he also asked the store to deliver it to his door. After receiving the form for writing down the address and number, this strange customer held the pen for a long time without moving. If someone nearby was observing, it would not be difficult to see that his eyes were actually on the latest line of the filled-in form, staring at the number left by Haruno Gen. The strange customer memorized this string of numbers firmly in his mind. After Haruno Gen took Liz out of the children's clothing store, he planned to go home directly. Shopping is something that can only make people forget the time when they are with the right person. When doing it with someone they don't like, both parties probably just want to go home quickly. There is no doubt that although she doesn't know why, Liz really doesn't like Haruno Gen, and even seems to hate her. So naturally, when facing someone who is hostile to her, Haruno Gen doesn't have a good impression, even if the other person is a cute little loli like a doll. However, just as the two were passing by the busiest street, a girl in a couple passed by Haruno Gen, and the ice cream ball in the cone in her hand accidentally rolled down and hit the back of Haruno Gen's hand. The girl apologized repeatedly, and the boy helped the girl apologize while squatting down, wrapping the ice cream ball on the ground with paper and throwing it into the trash can. Considering their good character, Haruno Gen didn't intend to bother with them. He just found a nearby bathroom to wash his hands. But when Haruno Gen came out of the bathroom, he found that Liz, who should have been waiting at the door, was nowhere to be seen. In front of the toilet, Gen Haruno glanced at the streets around him. The place was still bustling with people coming and going. After standing there for a few seconds, Haruno Gen rubbed his swollen temples in pain. The aftereffects of the human ghost contract had not completely subsided, and his body was still in a weak state. At this juncture, any unexpected event that deviates from the plan will make him irritable and impatient. But there was no way, he was the one who brought the person out, and now the person is missing. Even if it was for the cheap Kawasaki H2 that his sister gave him, he had to take some responsibility. Taking a deep breath to calm his restless mind, Haruno Gen began to think. I took a cute little girl out, but she disappeared on the way back. There are two possibilities. First, the little girl has a bad temper. When others are not paying attention, she sneaks back home or hides somewhere to deliberately make others anxious. The second one is simple: the little girl was abducted or kidnapped. Haruno Gen felt that the first possibility was actually more likely. After all, considering Liz's inexplicable hostility towards him, it was normal for a naughty child to get angry and play such a prank on him. If this is true, Haruno Gen feels that he'd better not go home today, otherwise he is worried that he really won't be able to control himself and do something bad that will be bad for everyone. He suppressed the emotional thoughts in his mind and automatically considered the second possibility, which could be verified immediately. He looked around again and easily found several cameras nearby, one of which was installed under the eaves in front of a Gucci store. Haruno Gen didn't think about it and just walked over. After entering the store, he explained his situation to the employee, who readily agreed to Haruno Gen's request to review the surveillance footage. Then, Xingye Yuan saw what happened outside when he was washing his hands in the bathroom. The blonde little lowly Lizzie stood at the door outside the toilet with her hands behind her back. She looked very well behaved, completely different from when she was facing Haruno Gen, but at this moment, a couple who looked familiar to Haruno Gen appeared on the surveillance screen. The couple walked towards Liz enthusiastically, as if they were older brothers and sisters who saw their little sister. The boy stood aside with a smile on his face, but the angle just covered most of Liz's figure. The girl, who had accidentally dropped the ice cream ball into Haruno Gen's hand, was bending over and saying something to Liz. The surveillance footage only showed Liz's slender calves under her dress, the rest of her body was completely covered by the couple. Not long after, Liz suddenly fell limply into the girl's arms, and the girl naturally picked up Liz and put her on the boy's back. Liz was taken away by them. Haruno Gen seemed a little silent, and the store employee next to him had already covered his open mouth with his hands. "Sir, this is kidnapping, right?" The clerk's voice was filled with disbelief. Haruno Gen lowered his eyes, and there seemed to be a scarlet light flowing in his left eye. "It could also be kidnapping." He said this lightly, turned around, and walked out. "Wait a minute, sir. Do you need help calling the police?" The clerk seemed to be a very kind-hearted person. Even though this matter had nothing to do with her or the store, she was still willing to provide help in any way she could. "Whatever." Haruno Gen said the last words and left the store with his left eye bloodshot. If it was any other time, even if that little brat Liz was hacked to death in the street, he would lose if he could just raise his eyelids. But those scum chose to attack the people he brought out at this time. Gen Haruno returned to the children's clothing store where he had bought the clothes before. Among the dozen or so clothes that Liz had tried on before and had already packed up, he found a strand of golden hair. He stuffed the hair into his pocket just in case. After leaving the store, he took out his cell phone from his jacket pocket with his left hand. He stroked the red badge on his wrist with his right hand and called out in a whisper, "Michiko." Sizzle. His cell phone screen flashed twice, and Qianjiang's slightly listless figure appeared on the phone. "Hack into the surrounding surveillance cameras and upload all footage of the little blonde girl following me today after 10:01. Qianjiang disappeared from the screen without saying a word, and soon, a series of videos from the surveillance perspective appeared on Haruno Gen's mobile phone. Following the surveillance route, which involved walking, subway, tram and taxi, the final video clip ended on a small road in the suburbs. Haruno Gen raised his head and looked at the scenery around him, which was exactly the same as the last frame on the phone. His eyebrows twitched impatiently twice, and he took a deep breath. He called his sister Haruno Rin. The dial music sounded for a long time before the call was connected. Amid the slightly noisy sound, Haruno Rin's light and sweet voice came from the phone. "What's wrong, brother? What's Liz's full name? Including her middle name?" "Ah." Haruno Rin on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, but faced with her brother's question, she still answered honestly, "Liz's full name is Liz Angelina Joan Isabel." "Why are you asking this, brother? Tell me her date of birth." Haruno Gen ignored his sister's question and continued asking. April 12, 2014. "What time is it?" "Well, it seemed to be around 8 o'clock at night. I was also in the hospital when Liz was born." "New." "Wait, brother, did something happen? Why are you asking this?" The voice of Hoshino Rin on the other side became anxious. It's just a small matter and will be solved soon. Hoshino Gen said calmly, and then he hung up the phone. Hoshino Gen took out a blank piece of bright yellow talisman paper from his pocket, and took out a small brush from the inside pocket of his shirt, but after thinking about it, he put the brush back. There are no conditions for making talisman ink here, not even ordinary ink. Hoshino Gen sighed. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to use magic in his current state. He bit his index finger again, and blood condensed. He wrote the birth date of Liz, which he had just deduced in his mind, on the talisman paper with blood, and then took out the golden hair he had bought from the children's clothing store in his pocket just in case and put it on the talisman paper. Hoshino Gen raised his sword fingers and lightly pointed at the talisman paper. The talisman paper engraved with Liz's hair and birth date trembled slightly, and then flew out of Hoshino Gen's hand like a light butterfly. Like petals floating in the wind, or like a free bird. But Hoshino Gen's complexion became a little worse. As he followed the flying talisman paper, his steps became unsteady. The talisman paper was caught by Gen Hoshino near an abandoned building. Looking at the dilapidated building not far away, he held a wooden stick he picked up on the way in one hand and folded the restless talisman paper and put it in his pocket with the other hand. Just at this moment, his cell phone vibrated. Hoshino Gen took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar caller. He answered the phone calmly, and a deep male voice soon came from the other end. "I have your sister. If you want to see her again, you'd better inform your parents quickly. I only want $2 million. Send the money to the green belt on the right side of the intersection of Chihu Road in Nagano Prefecture. Don't be petty, don't call the police, and don't try to ambush me. There are more than one of us. Your only chance to see this cute little sister is to do what I say and let us get the $2 million smoothly. Hey, little guy, do you understand Japanese? Come, say hello to your brother." Perhaps the person on the other end was worried that Hoshino Gen would suspect that this was a scam call, so he asked Liz to speak out to verify that every word he said was true. Then Gen Hoshino heard Liz's cry of pain coming from the phone. The call was quickly hung up. Hoshino Gen looked at the call end interface without feeling any emotion. After all, to him, it didn't matter what Liz had experienced, as long as she was still alive. TSK, Brother Kumamoto, this little white girl is really pretty. Once we get the money, will we really let her go? In the lobby on the third floor of the abandoned building, a skinny young man with dyed yellow hair was playing with a butterfly knife. He stared at Liz, who was tied to a concrete beam, with a lewd look in his eyes and said with a smile, "Isn't this too wasteful? Stop it, you pervert." The woman from the couple who kidnapped Liz glanced coldly at the skinny blonde young man and said, "If you want to die, we don't want to accompany you." The yellow-haired man sneered and looked at the woman. "At this point, you don't still think you can get away with it, do you?" "Yes, you are right, you have your reasons. You do this to treat your dead father. So guess whether the police will listen to your explanation. Don't be wishful thinking, Yoshida, we can't stop you." The woman surnamed Yoshida glared angrily. "Forget it, Haruko." Perhaps because he had seen how powerful the yellow-haired guy was, the boyfriend standing next to Yoshida Haruko was obviously a little afraid of him. He pulled his girlfriend's arm, frowned, and advised, "Don't bother with him." "Okay, shut up." Sitting on a chair and playing with his mobile phone in his hand, the burly man who was previously called Big Brother Kumamoto by the yellow-haired man spoke. His voice was a little low. If Hoshino Gen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was the voice that had spoken to him on the phone before. He looked at Liz, who was tied up beside him and had pursed her lips stubbornly without even crying, and said with a smile, "This little fellow doesn't look like he can be raised by an ordinary family. Monkey, you are looking for a big fish this time." Being stared at by the vicious-looking Kumamoto, Liz's eyes became more stubborn. She knew she was kidnapped and that she might die. Was she scared? Very scared. The fear almost overwhelmed her, but she knew that she couldn't cry. Crying wouldn't solve the problem. On the contrary, it would make her situation more dangerous because of the noise. So even though she had just received a heavy slap in the face not long ago and her left cheek was still burning with pain, she still didn't cry. She was not an innocent little girl who knew nothing. After all, being born in a family like that, innocence was not a compliment. But even so, she knew that holding back the urge to cry would only prevent her from experiencing more pain in the moment. The final outcome for her was not up to her. At this point, all she could do was pray in her heart that her aunt and uncle had enough influence in Tokyo, and that the Tokyo police were more powerful. She really hadn't lived enough and didn't want to live to the age of single digits. On the other side, after hearing what Brother Kumamoto said, the yellow-haired young man called Monkey laughed. "That's just right, I can make more money before going abroad. Brother Kumamoto, after we get the $2 million, how much should we ask for in the next round?" "Don't worry, let's wait until the first payment arrives." Kumamoto stood up and stretched his arms, making a crackling sound like popping beans. At this moment, he suddenly realized something and frowned, saying, "Big Dog hasn't reported the situation for a few minutes. Monkey, ask him what's going on." The thin young man called Monkey shrugged, took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call. The call was connected after ringing for a moment. "Big Dog, are you dead? Big Brother Kumamoto asked you to go to the rooftop and observe the surrounding movements. Is that how you observed? What's the situation? Report." Monkey shouted into the phone, his status second only to Big Brother Kumamoto in this gang clearly revealed. However, there was no immediate response from Big Dog on the other end of the phone. Instead, there was a sound of clothes being dragged against the ground. The monkey frowned. "Big Dog." No one on the other side spoke. "Big Dog, are you dead?" Still no one spoke from the other side. What's going on? Kumamoto also realized that something was wrong. His face darkened and he looked at the monkey. The monkey looked back with an unpleasant expression. Brother Kumamoto, the big dog, didn't respond. At this moment, the sound of fabric rubbing that had been heard on the phone appeared in the hall. Everyone in the hall turned their eyes towards the source of the sound. A few seconds later, a young man whose appearance was totally out of tune with the surrounding environment appeared in everyone's sight. He was holding a wooden stick and a mobile phone in his right hand, and dragging a tall and thin man who didn't know whether he was alive or dead with his left hand. The man had a pair of military binoculars around his neck. Obviously, this was the big dog mentioned by Monkey and Kumamoto, who was responsible for investigating the surrounding situation. Haruno Gen threw the big dog out. The dull sound caused by the adult man's body colliding with the ground brought back to reality all the people in the hall who were stunned by Haruno Gen's appearance. Kumamoto came back to his senses in an instant and looked behind Haruno General. He then ran to the window in 2 steps. After making sure that the place had not been discovered and surrounded by the police, his tense heartstrings instantly relaxed. A sinister smile appeared on his fierce face. Young people nowadays are really conceited. It's quite a feat for them to find this place, but their brains are not very good. I have said before that Japanese anime is harmful to people. In real life, people who want to be heroes usually don't have a good ending. Monkey, don't you want to make more money? Go, don't kill anyone. Haha. The monkey laughed a little crazily, and approached Haruno Gen step by step, brandishing the butterfly knife in his hand, like a hunter who wanted to play with his prey. However, ah! A scream so shrill and terrifying that it could be called a horror came from the monkey's throat. He looked at his bloody arm in horror. There, his arm had completely disappeared and rolled to the ground with a splash of blood. And Gen Haruno, who was 3 meters away from the monkey in the previous second, had appeared in front of him at some point, and what directly knocked the monkey's entire arm away was the ordinary wooden stick picked up from the roadside in Gen Haruno's hand. However, if someone looked closely, they would find that the stick was emitting wisps of icy mist. The monkey fell to the ground in pain, rolling around wailing, until Haruno Gen passed by him and stepped on his neck. There was a click sound, as if something broke, and the monkey's scream stopped at that moment. What came to an abrupt end was not only the monkey's howling, but also all the movement in the hall. In the dead silence, Kumamoto's expression was completely frozen. Yoshida Haruko and her boyfriend were also filled with fear. As for Liz, who was tied to the concrete beam, she had not even recovered from the shock she felt when she saw Haruno Gen appear in front of her. Liz stared blankly at the figure that looked very familiar but seemed so strange at the moment. In the little head, countless confused thoughts were almost tangled into a mess. Did he kill someone? Is he here to rescue me? He is so awesome, really awesome. To be honest, Liz doesn't actually hate Haruno Gen, because to be more precise, her feelings towards Haruno Gen are more like jealousy. Liz was born into the Isabel family in London, England. She is the third and youngest daughter of Leandy Isabel, the first heir to the family title. Because her parents always wanted a son to get the priority inheritance right of the next generation title, Liz was born into her parents' disappointment. How much love can a child born in a family of disappointment get? Her parents don't like her, and her two sisters complain about why she is not a boy. After all, if Liz is a boy, not only will her parents, whose wishes have come true, treat them better, but their status will also rise in the future. But if the fact that Liz is a girl cannot be changed. Fortunately, even so, Liz does not lack the warmth of home. After all, ever since she could remember, her cousin Rin Haruno, who loved and cared for her, had always been a part of her life. At one point she even thought that only Haruno Rin was her real and only family. Since she was a child, her favorite thing to do was to stick to her cousin and follow her. Wherever Haruno Rin went, she would go, and she would try to do whatever Haruno Rin did. Even though she was clumsy and often messed things up, Haruno Rin never despised her. Instead, she patiently taught her and comforted her. Whether in the past or now, in Liz's heart, Haruno Rin has always been the most important person to her. A year ago, when Liz, who had never cried since childhood, learned that Haruno Rin was going back to Japan with her aunt, cried for 3 days. She even cried when she slept. Finally, she had to accept the fact that her beloved cousin was about to leave her. Fortunately, in modern society, even cross-border communication is not a difficult task. Since then, the thing Liz looks forward to most every day is to talk on the phone, video or send messages to Haruno Rin. Every day I chat with Haruno Rin about daily life and some interesting things that happened recently, as if the two of us were still together. Of course, the two had talked about Haruno Gen before, but the topic about him probably accounted for less than 1/10,000th of their conversation length. Liz's perception of her cousin Gen Haruno, whom she had never met, was just Rin's brother. She was just a little envious of him for being able to live with Haruno Rin. But starting from some time ago, the topic of Haruno Gen that Haruno Rin threw to her suddenly became more and more concerned about. Sometimes, she was so engrossed in the topic that she would accidentally ignore Liz's attempt to change the subject. This situation made Liz uneasy, so she asked her aunt to take her to Japan to find her sister Rin when her aunt returned to England. She thought that sister Rin no longer only had eyes for her like before, just because the two of them had been separated for too long. But that afternoon, she came to Haruno Rin's home here, and when they chatted face to face, when Haruno Rin talked about her brother Haruno Gen, her beautiful heterochromatic eyes seemed to glow, and at that moment, Liz felt as if something in her heart was broken. It felt like his most important treasure had been taken away by someone. Even though they had never met before, at that time, Liz's jealousy towards Haruno Gen had almost reached its peak, especially when Haruno Gen walked in and she saw the boy's heterochromatic eyes that were very similar to those of sister Rin. Bang! The sudden sound of a gunshot instantly shattered Liz's chaotic thoughts. Only then did she notice that the adult with a super fierce look actually had a pistol in his hand. And the direction the gun was pointed at. Liz hurriedly looked in the direction where the gun was pointing. Haruno Gen, who had his head slightly tilted, was unharmed, but there was a bullet hole on the wall behind him. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Liz realized something and became worried again. After all, in her opinion, even if Haruno Gen's strength just now was beyond imagination, no matter what, a high school student with a stick could never be a match for an adult with a gun, especially when this adult was a vicious criminal. Close your eyes. In the extremely heavy and tense atmosphere in the hall at this moment, Haruno Gen suddenly said something irrelevant in English. After being stunned for half a second, Liz realized that the words were directed at her. After all, among all the people present, she was the only one who needed to communicate in English. But she did not do what Haruno Gen said immediately. Perhaps her body did not keep up with her brain's reaction, or perhaps she was subconsciously confused by Haruno Gen's instructions. But the next second, Haruno Gen suddenly threw out a piece of yellow paper, as if he had cast a magic spell on the paper, making it accurately cover Liz's eyes, making her passively execute Haruno Gen's orders. After doing all this, the violence that he had felt could no longer be tolerated instantly spread from Haruno Gen's left eye to his entire body. He raised his face, slightly widened his left eye, a scarlet light shone, and a crazy smile unconsciously appeared on his face, which was almost incomparable to his usual self. Bang, bang, bang. Kumamoto felt that the scene before him was extremely strange. If it could be a coincidence that the first shot was dodged by this weird high school student, then the fact that the 3 shots just now all hit the opponent's afterimage almost overturned his worldview. However, when Kumamoto was still amazed that the unscientific scene actually happened in front of him, Haruno Gen, with his left eye flashing scarlet light, had already appeared in front of him. Kumamoto screamed in horror, "Who the hell are you?" In response to him, he was given a crazy and cruel smile. The wooden stick in Haruno Gen's hand stabbed into Kumamoto's abdomen. Before the extremely severe pain began to spread, Haruno Gen suddenly took out a 5 thunder talisman and stuck it on the wooden stick. Sizzle. Violent lightning exploded from Kumamoto's abdomen, and terrifying energy rampaged through his body. As Kumamoto looked on in disbelief and bulging eyes, his body was torn into pieces and blood splattered on the floor of the hall like rain and mist. Haruno Gen cast his undisguised bloodthirsty gaze towards the frightened couple standing against the wall, and slightly grinned. The scarlet in the left eye left a long red line in the air due to its high-speed movement. Haruno Gen's figure appeared in front of the couple like a ghost. The stick was lowered, and the man's thigh made a crisp sound. He fell to the ground wailing and grabbed the trouser leg of the devil-like boy. He raised his head and looked at the face of Haruno Gen. The man had a hideous face and a distorted expression. "Kill me, I deserve it, but please let Haruko go, she is different from us. She has her own difficulties, she is trying to treat her father's illness." Bang. Haruno Gen kicked the man's arm away and stepped on his head, interrupting the man's noisy voice. "So you choose to let others pay for your misfortune?" Weird overlapping sounds came from Haruno Gen's mouth. He lowered his head slightly, and looked at the man on the ground who was beginning to lose consciousness with his scarlet left eye. He smiled lightly, raised his foot slightly, and then stomped it down suddenly. With a crisp sound, a pool of disgusting liquid immediately appeared on the ground. Yoshida Haruko had already been frightened to the point of collapsing on the ground. Her face was pale and she stared in horror at Haruno Gen walking towards her step by step. The stick was raised before her eyes. She closed her eyes in fear, and then she felt dizzy. Then, those eyes never opened again. Smelling the horrifyingly thick smell of blood that filled the hall, Haruno Gen's breathing became heavy. With some difficulty, he pulled out a piece of talisman paper from his waist, pressed his sword finger against his forehead, and his lips moved as if he was chanting something. After a moment, the talisman paper shattered into pieces of ice blue light and floated into Haruno Gen's scarlet left eye. The ominous and strange red light gradually faded away, but Haruno Gen's forehead was already covered with sweat. He looked back at the scroll of hell that he had scribbled with his own hands when the erosion was slightly out of control, lowered his eyelids, and stood there for a long time. Until she was tied to the beam and her eyes were covered so that she could not see anything, Liz asked tentatively with a trembling voice, "Are you still there?" Although British English was used, Haruno Gen could understand it. After all, although there are some differences between British English and American English, in the final analysis, they are still the same language. Xingye Yuan came to his senses and pulled out a handful of talisman papers from his waist. He threw them back casually, and the talisman papers fell accurately on each corpse. A fire started and soon the entire scroll of hell was turned into nothingness. After cleaning up the scene, Haruno Gen walked up to Liz. He used the stick in his hand to pick up the talisman paper covering Liz's eyes, then swung the stick downwards, cutting the rope that bound her. Liz collapsed on the ground, her eyes were red and her face was pale. She looked up at Xingye Yuan, pursed her lips and whispered, "Thank you, thank you." Haruno Gen did not respond, just glanced at her indifferently, turned around and left. Seeing this, Liz hurriedly got up and followed. Although the long period of being tied up and tortured by fear had already made her physically and mentally exhausted, now she could only feel a little safe by following Haruno Gen closely. When leaving the hall, Liz couldn't help her curiosity and looked around, but all the horrific scenes that she had imagined did not appear. There was nothing here, as if the kidnapping she had encountered was just a horrible nightmare. But this not only did not give Liz any comfort, but made her even more terrified, and she quickly followed Gen Hoshino. When I went out, the sky was clear and sunny, but at some point it became cloudy with lightning and thunder. Walking on a deserted path far away from the city, surrounded by silence, Haruno Gen did not walk fast as he was already extremely tired. He kind of liked the feeling of the low dark clouds and the vast wilderness. Of course, the most important thing is that in this remote place, Xingyuan has no taxi company number and few other cars pass by. At this moment, Liz, who was following behind him and began to breathe heavily, somewhat disrupted the current peace. But Haruno Gen was rarely impatient. Instead, he was a little surprised at the tenacity of this little brat. Logically speaking, it would be remarkable for a child who had just experienced a kidnapping and witnessed a murder scene not to have a mental breakdown. However, this little cousin of his in name and blood was able to grit her teeth and walk such a long distance behind him under such circumstances. For a spoiled 9-year-old girl, this was indeed quite remarkable. But that was all. Apart from being a little surprised, Haruno Gen did not pay any more attention or show any emotion to Liz. And until half an hour later, a drop of rain hit Haruno Gen's forehead, and then amid the sound of thunderstorms in the gloomy sky, heavy rain poured down. Haruno Gen and Liz were both soaked. However, even though the current situation had become like this, neither of them spoke a word. They just walked in silence in the heavy rain on the gradually muddy road. It was not until Haruno Gen heard a thump sound of someone falling behind him that he turned around and looked back. He saw Liz fell into a mud puddle, sitting on the ground with her hand supporting her, her eyes red, and tears mixed with rain kept rolling down her fair little face. Amid a series of painful ordeals including fear, cold, fatigue, and pain, Liz finally couldn't hold back her tears. Haruno Gen stood there and waited for a while, then asked calmly, "How long do you plan to sit there?" Liz was still shedding tears, but she didn't cry out loud. When she spoke, her voice was filled with a strong nasal tone and crying tone. "I'm sorry, I really can't walk anymore. My legs can't move anymore." After saying this, she could no longer suppress the sadness in her heart and burst into tears. She was soaking wet as she sat slumped in the mud. Her usually dazzling golden hair had become disheveled and a little dirty because of the mud. Like a beautiful doll abandoned in the wilderness. Haruno Gen just stood in the rain watching Liz crying there. After a moment, he probably felt that it was useless to continue wasting time like this. He couldn't just leave Liz and go back alone. After all, if after he left, this little loli was put in a sack and taken away by someone, he would be the one in trouble in the end. Haruno Gen sighed lightly, walked forward, half squatted in front of Liz, and said in a flat voice, "Come up, and then shut up. If you cry again, I will throw you into the pond next to you and let you cry enough in it alone." After hearing that, Liz stopped crying quickly. Maybe because she was afraid that Haruno Gen would really do what he said, or for some other reason, she pursed her lips tightly, and lay on Haruno Gen's back with tears in her eyes. Haruno Gen carried Liz on his back and walked silently in the rain. Liz buried her cheek in Haruno Gen's shoulder and kept apologizing in a crying voice, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." When he went out in the morning, Gen Hoshino thought he would be able to come back and start doing his own things in an hour at most. However, he didn't expect to encounter this incident not long after he went out. So when he opened the door again, the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window with circular screens had already darkened. Outside the window at this moment, the heavy rain has just stopped and the dark clouds have not yet dispersed. The red sunset in the sky pierces through the clouds, casting an intoxicating glow. After entering the room, Haruno Gen no longer cared about Liz. After all, he was the one who brought the person out, and now he brought her back safely. The mission was completed. Whatever happened to this little brat in the future would have nothing to do with him. After changing his shoes at the entrance, Haruno Gen couldn't wait any longer and went back to the bathroom in his room to take a shower. He washed off the dirt on his body with hot water, changed into fresh clothes, and then collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Although he seemed to hear someone knocking on the door in a daze, he paid no attention to it and slept until noon the next day. When Haruno Gen opened his eyes, the first thing he felt was dizziness, and then pain, as if his head was about to split. His vision was a little blurry and there seemed to be a fire burning in his throat. This long-lost yet familiar feeling made Haruno Gen realize at once that his body was sick. He weakly raised his arm to test the temperature of his forehead. It was indeed very hot. He must have a high fever, and not an ordinary high one. The health of this body has always been very good, so good that Haruno Gen is almost unfamiliar with the concept of being sick, but this time the illness seems to be a bit severe, but Haruno Gen can understand it. After all, just last week, the palm of his right hand was pierced. Although the wound healed very quickly with the flushing of a white water talisman every day, there is no doubt that this speed was ultimately an overdraft of his body functions. And when his body was in a relatively weak period, he signed a human ghost contract with Qianjiang. The exhaustion brought by the contract almost drained all his energy. He had just rested for one night, and the next day he was faced with a situation where the pollution was slightly out of control. The impact of being washed away by the extremely evil pollution caused another round of devastating blow to all the functions of his body. However, what was even more unfortunate was that just when Haruno Gen's health was at its lowest point, he was drenched by a rainstorm. In this situation, let alone Haruno Gen, even Captain America probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Haruno Gen lay on the bed weakly for a long time until his door was knocked again and Haruno Rin's voice came in from outside. "Brother, are you awake?" The noise outside brought Haruno Gen back to his senses, and the current state of his body made him realize that he had to go to the hospital for treatment. He struggled to get up from the bed with his hands, went to the small cloakroom next door to change into clothes suitable for going out, and then Haruno went over to open the door. What surprised him was that Haruno Rin was still standing outside the door. When she saw her brother's room door was opened, Haruno Rin was happy at first, but when she just opened her mouth to say something, she was frightened by the appearance of Haruno Gen in front of her. His eyes were dull and lifeless, his face was pale and haggard. He was no longer the handsome, calm and powerful brother he usually was. Now his brother had completely turned into a sickly and pushy gothic boy. Although her thoughts were a little distracted, Haruno Rin immediately asked worriedly, "Brother, are you sick? You look so bad." Xingye Yuan held up his increasingly dizzy forehead and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." "Well, why don't we go see a doctor first? It's not really that important," Haruno Rin said worriedly. Xingye Gen was in no mood to waste time talking to her, so he said impatiently, "Speak." Perhaps because she felt that she was being scolded despite being concerned about her brother, Haruno Rin pouted a little aggrieved. However, facing her brother's gaze, she still muttered, "Bad guy," and explained, "The police came to our house this morning and said they wanted to inquire about Liz's kidnapping yesterday. They asked you to go to the police station to record your statement." In fact, Liz told her about this when Haruno Rin came back last night. As soon as she walked in yesterday, she saw Liz sitting on the sofa with her knees hugged in a daze. She worriedly sat down next to Liz and asked her what was wrong. Liz came to her senses and saw Haruno Rin sitting next to her. She immediately burst into tears and threw herself into her arms. Although Haruno Rin was confused, she still patted Liz's small back gently to comfort her, and then tentatively asked what had happened. So, Liz cried and stuttered that she was kidnapped, and said that if Haruno Gen hadn't saved her, she would never come back and would never see Haruno Rin again. Haruno Rin was shocked when she heard this. Although she felt that something might have happened on their side since she received the strange call from Haruno Gen, she never expected that she would be kidnapped. Although Liz is fine now, Haruno Rin still feels a little scared and can't help but feel lucky to have her awesome brother. Then she couldn't help but ask Liz how she was saved by Haruno Gen and whether she saw any incredible scenes. As a result, after her shoulders trembled slightly twice, Liz said that she was blindfolded the whole time and saw nothing. When the blindfold was removed, she was rescued. Rin Haruno thought Liz was scared and was afraid that continuing to talk would only rub salt into Liz's wounds, so she didn't ask any more questions. After hugging Liz and comforting her, she went to knock on Haruno Gen's door, wanting to ask him about the whole process of the incident, but unfortunately her brother completely ignored her. No matter how she knocked on the door, there was no response from inside. It was not until this morning that the police came to the door and said that someone had called the police to report that someone had been kidnapped. After searching and verifying, the police found that the little girl was kidnapped by a gang of kidnappers roaming around Japan. However, not long after the police were about to take action, they discovered that the kidnapped girl had been taken back by Gen Hoshino without any police intervention. The police searched for the kidnapping gang to no avail, so they came to ask Gen Hoshino to go to the police station to record a statement explaining the specific circumstances of yesterday and provide clues about the kidnappers. Of course, Haruno Gen was sleeping at that time, and Hoshino Rin also felt that Haruno Gen had worked hard yesterday, so she did not call him. Instead, she told the police that her brother was resting, and that she could wait until Haruno Gen woke up and tell him about the matter, and let him go to the police station by himself. Perhaps knowing that the people living here were either rich or noble, the police were easy to talk to. They agreed to Haruno Rin's plan and left happily. Finally, until now, Haruno Rin looked at her brother who had just stood there for a while and was beginning to breathe heavily. She felt that it would be better to postpone the confession for a while. After all, judging from the way her brother looked, his illness seemed to be quite serious this time. When Haruno Gen went to the hospital, Haruno Rin accompanied him. Although he felt that he did not need it, he did not say anything. After all, given his current physical condition, having someone by his side when he was away from home would indeed be helpful in case of an emergency. In fact, Haruno Gen has always been like this. He never asks for anything unconditionally from anyone, but if someone really takes the initiative to give him something, as long as he has some needs for it, he will accept it. Just like the money given by parents, like the car given by my sister. It's like someone offering you a drink when you're thirsty, or someone offering you a ride when you're tired. Haruno Gen is also a human being, not a machine, much less a powerful immortal cultivator in novels. He cannot be free of desires in this real society, nor can he be independent in this world full of worldly affairs. He is just a human being who knows a little magic, understands a little alchemy, and is a little stronger than normal people. He has the same needs as ordinary people, and he will also encounter some difficulties that ordinary people will encounter. For example, now he is sick, a little seriously, so he came to the hospital. However, rather than a hospital, it is more appropriate to call this place a clinic. After all, in a place like Japan, the division of labor in the medical system is extremely clear. Many large hospitals are unwilling to accept patients with minor illnesses such as colds and fevers. Many large medical institutions even only specialize in a certain type of disease. Of course, given Haruno Gen's family background, no matter which hospital he goes to, he will be welcomed with open arms. Even if he just sneezes, as long as he asks, the hospital will definitely be happy to provide him with a separate Supreme VIP ward. But Haruno Gen is obviously not the type of person who likes to complicate simple things. I found a clinic on a nearby street that looked pretty good. I went in, registered, and underwent a pre-examination. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. Then I looked at the thermometer and saw that I had a high fever of 41.3 degrees. The nurse in charge of the pre-examination was shocked at the time, and quickly went to find a cooling patch to cool down Xingye Yuan physically. Then she took a set of blood drawing equipment to draw blood for Xingye Yuan for testing. After she left with Xingye Yuan's blood, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat came over to measure Xingye Yuan's blood pressure and listen to his lung sounds. After the doctors and nurses finished checking Haruno Gen's physical condition, they actually gathered together to discuss something. In the end, the nurse who had just done the preliminary examination on Haruno Gen came over with the 4-bottle and infusion needle. When the nurse gave him the injection, Haruno Gen was fine, but Haruno Rin, who was accompanying him, was extremely anxious and even asked the nurse what had happened to her brother. After all, in a place like Japan, for common colds and fevers, there are very few hospitals that directly give patients infusions or injections for treatment. In their minds, colds and fevers are not that bad, and they are even a good opportunity to gain immunity. Instead of relying on external forces to quickly eliminate the virus, it is better to let the patient's own immunity fight the virus first, so that it will be less likely to get the same disease next time. But for someone like Gen Hoshino, after the examination, he actually caused discussion among the doctors and nurses, and then he was given an 4 drip right away, which looked a bit scary. The needle pierced into the blood vessel of Haruno Gen's left wrist. The nurse applied medical tape to fix it while explaining, "We just tested and found that this gentleman's white blood cell count is very low, especially the neutrophil count, which is abnormally low. In this case, if the high fever continues, the consequences may be very serious. All we can do now is to cool this gentleman down as quickly as possible." After that, please go to a medical institution with better equipment for a comprehensive and systematic physical examination. After saying that, the nurse smiled gently and apologetically at Haruno Gen, then turned and left. Haruno Rin looked at her brother worriedly, as if she was about to cry. How could this happen? He was fine yesterday. Haruno Gen didn't want to say much, but seeing tears welling up in his cheap sister's eyes, he rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Don't worry about it. It's just a normal fever. The serious drop in resistance is not due to any disease. It's just that the supernatural power accidentally lost control yesterday. As long as the fever goes down, it will recover on its own." Hearing what Haruno Gen said, Haruno Rin breathed a sigh of relief. She was really scared when she heard the nurse say that the condition was so serious. What low white blood cell count, what ridiculously low neutrophil count, doesn't this mean that the immune system is about to fail? She almost linked this condition to AIDS. Of course, this is actually because Rin Haruno is too concerned and has fallen into a misconception. After all, the human immune system is complex and powerful, and it is far from being destroyed so easily. Maybe she felt a little embarrassed that she almost cried out of anxiety just now, so Haruno Rin puffed her cheeks and muttered softly, "You should have said it earlier, you made me worry so much." Haruno Gen ignored her nonsense and leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Haruno Rin pouted, then took out her cell phone and started looking through it. She searched for a while and listened to the voices praising her online. She entertained herself for a while but soon felt bored again. She turned her head to look at her brother beside her. At this moment, Haruno Gen seemed to be relaxed and slumped on the sofa, with his head leaning lightly on the back of the chair and his eyes closed. There was no expression on his face either, but unlike his usual expressionless indifference, the lines on his facial features were extremely soft when he was asleep. With long eyelashes, a high nose bridge, and a very handsome face and lips, Haruno Rin couldn't help but admire him, saying that he is indeed her twin brother and his looks are almost the same as hers. She was so absorbed in looking at her brother's sleeping face that her heart suddenly moved. Haruno Rin quietly stretched out her little hand to grab Haruno Gen's face, and slowly, just as she was about to pinch it. Haruno Gen's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he opened his eyes. Looking at the white and tender little hand that was right in front of him, Haruno Gen turned his head expressionlessly and looked at his adopted sister who was already in an awkward situation. Isn't it said that Haruno Rin is in the entertainment industry? Her ability to respond to situations is indeed not bad. In just a short moment, she adjusted her expression and smiled at Haruno Gen. "I just want to see if your fever has subsided." After saying that, her hand, which clearly wanted to pinch his face, naturally spread out and touched Haruno Gen's forehead. Using his other hand to separate Haruno Rin's restless claws, Haruno Gen said unhappily, "If you really have nothing to do, why don't you go to the backyard and pull the grindstone for a while? I saw that you pulled it pretty well last time." Feeling guilty, Haruno Rin withdrew her hand and stuck out her tongue at Haruno Gen in a funny way. Haruno Gen sighed softly, looking up at the ceiling with unfocused eyes, and watching the transparent liquid in the infusion tube dripping down drop by drop with the corner of his eye. Thinking about it carefully, the last time he had an infusion like this was really a long time ago. It was so long that it transcended time and space, and it seemed like a lifetime ago. No, it was no longer just a feeling, but a real lifetime ago. Haruno Rin saw Haruno Gen looking at the ceiling, and suddenly he looked disillusioned with the world. She was suddenly a little afraid that her SSR brother wanted to become a monk, so she couldn't help but pull the corner of Haruno Gen's clothes and said, "Brother, it's so boring, let's play games together." Haruno Gen glanced at her and gestured to his left hand where the needle was still inserted. Haruno Rin knew that her brother meant, "How can I play with one hand?" But this did not bother her at all. She took out her phone, opened a horizontal action-adventure game, and then moved her little butt to sit closer to Haruno Gen. She held the phone in her left hand and placed it between herself and her brother, smiling and saying, "Let's both use one hand to play. I'll control the direction and your brother will control the skills." The girl's sweet scent smelled nice, and her body was warm and soft, but despite this, the moment Haruno Rin leaned over, Haruno Gen couldn't help but feel an instinct of resistance rising in his heart. But perhaps his body was too weak at the moment, or perhaps he was also very bored and subconsciously felt that Hoshino Rin's suggestion was interesting, so he did not move away immediately as his instinctive command would have done. As if she noticed the boy's stiffness, Hoshino Rin couldn't help but raise her head and look into Hoshino Gen's eyes, then smiled with curved eyebrows. "Brother, you have never been so close to a girl, have you?" Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Hoshino Gen rolled his eyes at his cheap sister and said, "Is having intimate contact with the opposite sex something worth showing off?" As soon as these words came out, Xingye Lin was choked for a moment. She said a little depressedly, "Brother, has anyone ever told you that you are not good at chatting? This is just a joke." After that, she mumbled and explained, "Besides, I don't mean what you said at all. I don't even take scenes that involve close contact with the opposite sex. Who cares about you?" Hoshino Gen raised his hand indifferently and held the other side of his cheap sister's phone. Even though she knew that her brother always spoke hurtfully, Hoshino Rin almost got hurt. She glared at Hoshino Gen angrily and crushed the game start button with a force that seemed to break the screen. Then she deliberately controlled the direction and moved away when Hoshino Gen released his skills several times in the game, causing Hoshino Gen's skills to miss. Then, when Hoshino Gen looked over, she turned her little face away and snorted at her bad brother. Because the sister who was controlling the direction was having a tantrum, the difficulty of Hoshino Gen's game increased significantly. In the end, he only finished the first 2 chapters and the infusion was over. When the nurse came to remove the injection, Hoshino Gen was surprised to find that his negative conditions of weakness, dizziness, and headache had basically disappeared. Has the medical level developed to this level? He originally thought that even with his own body's ability to recover far beyond that of an ordinary person, it would take at least 3 days to recover. He did not expect that he would be almost cured after just 1 infusion. When the brother and sister returned home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Liz was curled up on the sofa in the living room, watching a movie. It looked like a Hollywood blockbuster that had just been shown online recently. Liz was fascinated by it. When Hoshino Gen passed by, he glanced at the picture on TV. It seemed that a superhero had saved a little girl trapped at a disaster site and was enjoying the cheers of the crowd. Hoshino Gen was not interested in this. He just wanted to go back to his room and be alone for a while. But before he pushed open the door of his bedroom, Liz's eyes had already shifted from the superhero on TV to Hoshino General. She asked quietly but clearly, "How are you? Are you feeling better?" Maybe Hoshino Gen didn't realize that the words were spoken to him, or maybe the sound effects of the movie drowned out part of Liz's voice and caused Hoshino Gen to not hear clearly. In any case, he walked into the bedroom without any response and locked the door. Staring blankly at the closed door, Liz hugged her knees tighter and lowered her head with a look of disappointment on her delicate, doll-like face. Witnessing this scene, Hoshino Rin sighed slightly in her heart, but smiled as she came over and rubbed Liz's head. When you care about others, you can express it more obviously. If your voice is too soft, others won't be able to feel your feelings. Liz uttered a low, Hoshino Rin paused, then suddenly her eyes turned, and she trotted to the front of Hoshino Gen's bedroom and started knocking on the door. "Brother. Brother. Brother. Brother." The bedroom door was suddenly opened, and Gen Hoshino, who was standing behind the door, stared at the annoying sister's face with a bad look. His expression seemed to be saying, "If it's nothing important, don't blame me for being rude." But Hoshino Rin was not afraid of him and still smiled and said, "Brother, are you hungry? You haven't eaten since you came back yesterday, right? Let's go out for dinner together, okay?" Liz hasn't experienced authentic Japanese cuisine in Tokyo yet. Brother has lived in Tokyo for so long, he must know where the best restaurants are, right? Speaking of eating, Hoshino Gen's eyes moved slightly. It would have been fine if no one had mentioned it, but now after hearing what Hoshino Rin said, he remembered that he had not eaten for more than 28 hours. After feeling it carefully, he found that his stomach was indeed rumbling with hunger. Japanese food, okay, I can accept it. Around 5 p.m. in Tokyo is one of the busiest times of the day, not to mention it is still the Golden Week, so everyone is enjoying the holiday, whether they are students or office workers. At this moment, the sun is about to set, and most of the sky still retains its blue color. Under the white clouds, people are laughing and talking, children are playing and laughing, and from time to time you can hear a bicycle passing by on the side of the road, ringing a crisp bell. This is the good side of the holiday, but the bad side is. I'm sorry, sir, all our seats are reserved. Sorry, sir, there are no seats left in the store. Sorry, sir, the last seat was reserved by a guest 3 minutes ago. In the end, they didn't get to eat Japanese food. It's not that there was not a single Japanese restaurant with a spot in the huge commercial street, but the few restaurants that Haruno Gen liked were all packed with people. The three of them had dinner at a Western restaurant overlooking Tokyo Bay. In the center of the bright and clean restaurant with luxurious yet restrained decoration stands a beautiful grand piano. A young man in a tuxedo is playing Chopin's Nocturne in F minor. The music sounds soft, as if a gentle hand is trying to stir the clear water outside the window under the setting sun. In the warm yellow light cast by the crystal chandelier, the dining guests chatted in low voices. The waiter in black and white uniform came to the table, leaned over and asked Rin Hoshino, who was concentrating on finishing the steak in front of her, "Miss, excuse me, are you Rin Hoshino from TKY02, Ms. Hoshino?" Hoshino Rin looked at the waiter in confusion. "Yes, it is me. May I ask what can I do for you?" The waiter immediately showed a warm smile on his face. "Our boss wants to discuss something with you. Would it be convenient for you to come over and talk?" After saying that, the waiter also gestured slightly to the second floor of the duplex restaurant. Hoshino Rin looked up and saw a beautiful woman dressed very maturely, smiling and waving at her slightly. Hoshino Rin blinked, and then couldn't help but look at Haruno Gen opposite her. However, Haruno Gen was rolling pasta with a fork at the moment and had no time to pay attention to her. With a slight pout, Hoshino Rin put down her knife and fork, said to Haruno Gen and Liz, "I'll go over and see what's going on." Then she stood up and left with the waiter. Not long after, Haruno Rin went downstairs again, but did not return to the table here. Instead, she was led by the waiter to the piano in the middle of the restaurant. The waiter said something to the young man who was still playing, and the young man stood up gentlemanly and gave his seat to Haruno Rin. Haruno Rin pulled her pleated skirt together, sat in front of the piano, and put her legs together in white over-the-knee socks. She took a deep breath, stepped on the pedal with her right foot in leather boots, and stretched out her hands, placing them on the keys. 10 slender fingers suddenly began to move rhythmically, and a melody with an extremely fast rhythm, like a violent storm, instantly poured out in the restaurant, which was quiet a second ago. Everyone in the restaurant looked towards the center of the restaurant, even Gen Hoshino, who was still slurping his noodles. At this moment, all the chandeliers in the restaurant suddenly dimmed, and only the crystal chandelier in the center cast a bright and soft light that enveloped the girl. The slender figure, impeccably beautiful face and highly recognizable features made many people recognize Haruno Rin at once and let out small exclamations. Even those who are not fans of stars and do not pay attention to the entertainment industry are amazed at the girl's beauty. No one was unhappy with this sudden scene in the restaurant, as it was an absolute surprise for diners. The melody with a strong Islamic flavor flowed throughout the entire restaurant. The rhythm gradually slowed down from fast to slow, and it skillfully transitioned from the intense prelude to the middle section, turning into an andante full of emotion. Just when people were indulging in this soothing melody, the smooth rise from the middle to the end was completed quietly again, the rhythm became fast and fierce, and the melody was pushed to a climax in the fierce presto and the layers of progressive harmony lines. Then, it stopped abruptly. Everyone was immersed in the intense aftermath until the first person spontaneously applauded, and then the applause echoed throughout the restaurant. At this moment, it seemed as if the diners were not enjoying dinner, but attending a high-class concert. After all, Islam is known as one of the most difficult piano pieces in the world. Many professional pianists regard it as a challenge. Now, being able to witness a live solo performance at dinner time is definitely a great experience. How can people not give it heartfelt applause? Amid the applause, Haruno Rin, with a little sweat on her fair forehead, adjusted her somewhat rapid breathing, stood up and bowed. The dim lights in the restaurant brightened up again, and Haruno Rin returned to her seat as everyone watched. Behind the railing on the second floor of the restaurant owner stared at Haruno Rin, who was sitting back at the table with a very satisfied look, and left quietly after a long while. "Rin. You are so great." Liz looked at Haruno Rin with stars in her eyes, just like a little fangirl meeting her idol. Haruno Rin smiled at her, then looked at Haruno Gen with a little pride. "What do you think, brother? Am I good?" There was indeed a bit of surprise in Haruno Gen's eyes when he looked at his adopted sister. He liked listening to music usually, and although he was not very proficient in piano music, he had a general understanding of it. Being able to play Islam to this level, and thinking about how this cheap sister rarely plays the piano and is only addicted to games, Haruno Gen smiled at Haruno Rin and said, "She is really excellent." Hee hee. Upon hearing what Haruno Gen said, Haruno Rin immediately smiled with her eyes curved. Her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Even though so many people had applauded her just now, she did not feel as light as she did at this moment. Haruno Rin then explained what the waiter had just asked her to do when she went to the second floor to discuss with the restaurant owner. In fact, the matter is very simple. The restaurant owner recognized Rin Haruno's idol status and suddenly wanted to invite Rin Haruno to perform a piano solo. As a condition, their consumption today was free of charge, and the owner also gave Rin Haruno a VIP card, which allows her to enjoy a 50% discount when dining here in the future. Of course, Haruno Rin had enough money for food, but she hadn't touched the piano for a long time and was itching to play. In fact, she also wanted to let her brother see how good she was, so she readily agreed to the boss's suggestion. Haruno Gen had nothing to say about this. It was good that his sister was very outstanding, but it had no impact on him, so he didn't need to take it too seriously. However, he didn't expect that his sister's excellence not only had an impact on him, but also a negative impact. Because of the piano solo just now, the second half of the whole dinner became restless, and people kept coming over to ask for autographs and take photos, which really affected the dining experience. After finishing dinner quickly, the three of them hurriedly left the restaurant. On the way home, a paparazzi who heard the news took photos secretly, but Haruno Rin calmly took Haruno Gen's arm and made a horizontal V sign with her hand in front of her eyes, letting the paparazzi take the photos. However, when leaving, Haruno Rin smiled and reminded the overjoyed paparazzi, "Don't make random reports. This is my brother, my biological twin brother." The next day, a piece of news on the internet became popular. Uncovering the private life of idols. Super popular idol Rin-chan appeared on the street, and her twin brother is surprisingly handsome. Below the title is a photo of Haruno Rin and Haruno General. The sister is sweet and charming, and the brother is indifferent and handsome. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the identical heterochromatic eyes of the brother and sister. The background is Tokyo Bay under the sunset. The picture is extremely beautiful. The news clearly focused on describing the private life of Haruno Rin, a super popular idol, but the focus of netizens in the comments section was that Rin actually has a twin brother, who has heterochromatic eyes like Rin, and is as handsome as Rin. The comment section was filled with all kinds of envious voices. Most people envied Haruno Gen for having such a cute twin sister. Of course, some people envied Haruno Rin for having such a good-looking brother. Some people even asked Haruno Gen to debut where he was, saying that with such a face, it would be a crime not to debut as an idol. Lying on the sofa, reading the comments on the internet, Haruno Rin was overjoyed. On the other hand, Haruno Gen knew nothing about the voices on the internet, did not pay attention to them, and did not care about them. At this moment, he once again came to the cafe opened by the special affairs team. Unlike the previous times I came here, when there was a wooden sign saying that the cafe was temporarily closed, today the cafe was open for business as usual. And judging by the looks of it, business seemed to be booming. When Haruno Gen pushed the door open, the clear wind chimes rang as usual. Although the sound was mostly drowned out by the lively atmosphere in the store, the enthusiastic waiter in uniform still noticed this place at once and came over to greet him. At first, Gen Haruno didn't take it seriously, until the other party said sweetly, "Welcome." Then Gen Haruno realized that the waitress was actually the girl named Ruoha Kiryu who had twin ponytails and a very sweet face. The other party looked at Xingye Yuan and said with a smile, "Good afternoon, Senior Xingye, I knew you were coming soon. Master Nishida is already waiting inside. Come with me." Haruno Gen had no intention of communicating with Kiryu Rui. He nodded and followed her past the rattan tables filled with people, and through the employee passage behind the bar. What appeared in front of him was a room like a conference room, with a large round table and chairs placed around the table. Master Nishida was sitting at the top of the round table, and in front of him was a long knife box. Seeing Kiryu Rui leading Haruno Gen in, Master Nishida didn't exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Boy, I have helped you achieve your request, but but in order to change the material form of your sword, I melted a whole carrier with attachment properties into it. Don't you plan to express your gratitude?" Haruno Gen smiled and said, "What do you want? Or what do you want me to do for you?" Master Nishida also smiled, and said cheerfully, "Good boy, I like young people like you who are straightforward. But don't worry, let me check the goods first. When you are satisfied, we can talk again." After saying that, he opened the scabbard, revealing the pitch-black demon sword inside. At first glance, the appearance of Onigiri did not change much, but a closer look revealed that the scabbard, the guard, and the handle had all become deeper and richer on the basis of the original pitch black, even giving people a feeling that there was a layer of black light flowing on the blade. Master Nishida took out Onigiri and threw it at Gen Haruno. Haruno Gen raised his hand to catch it, and suddenly a bone-chilling chill came from the knife. Haruno Gen felt it carefully for a while, frowned slightly and said, "I remember my request was to make the knife more portable. Don't be anxious. Imagine the knife as your own shadow, as a part of yourself." Master Nishida instructed patiently. Haruno Gen was silent for a moment, then he held the knife and closed his eyes. After a moment, he suddenly felt the knife in his hand suddenly turned into a void shadow. It was clearly in his hand, but he had the illusion that he could not touch it. Haruno Gen opened his eyes, and then he saw the demon sword in his hand, which turned into a dark stream of light that wrapped around his wrist and then spread all the way upwards. In less than a second, the demon cut in Haruno Gen's hand disappeared, and what appeared instead was a pitch-black tattoo covering Haruno Gen's entire right arm, sharp and ferocious. Haruno Gen moved his right arm and felt it carefully. He found that, apart from the fact that the temperature of his entire arm was much lower than other parts of the body, his movement was not affected at all. He even felt as if he had gained strength. Haruno Gen thought about it, and stretched out his right hand forward again, imagining in his mind that the demon sword would materialize. Almost at the moment when he had the thought, the tattoo on his arm quickly began to wriggle and turned into a ray of dark light again. As the light flowed towards his palm little by little, the demon sword itself, starting from the hilt, extended in the air as if it was forged out of the void. Until the light on Haruno Gen's arm faded away, the pitch-black demon sword appeared before Haruno Gen's eyes again. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Master Nishida asked with a proud look on his face. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied with his work. Haruno Gen looked at the dark sword in his hand, raised his lips, and praised, "Very powerful." Master Nishida laughed heartily. For an alchemist, no praise was more pleasing than the sincere admiration from another alchemist. After laughing enough, Master Nishida turned serious and said, "Although I made the sword for you, the resources were from the Special Affairs Group. It was not me who wanted you to do something, but the Special Affairs Group." After saying that, he took the knife box in front of him aside, revealing the document bag under the box. He picked up the document bag and handed it to Xingye Yuan, saying, "There are 3 pieces of information about supernatural events here. Please make sure to solve them in the shortest possible time. They told me that you seem to have a hobby of collecting objects, so when you solve all these events, you only need to return 1 object to the special task force to offset the amount consumed in forging your sword, and the rest of the gains will be yours. During the mission, Rui will be your partner. Just tell her what kind of assistance you need from the special task force." Haruno Gen glanced at Kiryu Ruoha, who had been standing obediently beside him since she led him in. The little girl smiled sweetly at him and said, "Please give me more guidance in the future, Senior Haruno." Haruno Gen took out the information from the file bag, flipped through it roughly, and paid special attention to the title part. Tokyo Bay Ghoul. Nagano Nagisa School. Ghost Talk Radio. The Nagano Ghost School is the same incident described in the document sent to him by the Special Task Force last time. The location is in Nagano Town in the eastern suburbs of Koto District. There are many evil spirits in it. Although the security risks are quite large, the evil spirits in it do not seem to leave the abandoned school, so the disaster caused by the ghost school is not that serious for the time being. In addition, due to the large number of evil spirits and the difficulty in dealing with them, the Special Task Force has currently taken the measure of blocking the area around the ghost school and not allowing citizens to approach. However, the scope of the supernatural there has recently tended to expand outward, so the Special Task Force hopes that Haruno Gen can enter the ghost school to find out. If possible, it would be best to solve it completely. Gen Hoshino did not pay much attention to the information about the ghost school. After all, he had already read the information that the special team sent him on the internet last night. He was now more interested in the other two incidents. As the name suggests, Tokyo Bay Ghoul means that there are water ghosts in Tokyo Bay, which often attack small boats in Tokyo Bay and people swimming or fishing on the shore. But Tokyo Bay is too big, and it is even directly connected to the Pacific Ocean. The biggest difficulty in getting rid of the ghosts in Tokyo Bay is to find the location of the evil ghosts. The special task force is short of personnel, and it is not worth wasting too much manpower and resources for this supernatural incident, which is not a serious disaster. Therefore, the special task force hopes that Gen Hoshino, as a collaborator, can help solve the problem. The information also provided the latest location information of the Tokyo Bay water ghost. In a village called Baishang Village near Chiba Prefecture, a villager was dragged under by a black shadow while fishing. His companion explained the incident when he called the police. The file was passed to the special task force, and it became this piece of information on paper. Haruno Gen didn't feel anything special about this supernatural incident. After all, it was normal for there to be water ghosts in Tokyo Bay. Who knew how many people had died in it? How many bodies of people who died in an accident were soaking in it? It would be strange if there were no ghosts. What really concerned and surprised Gen Hoshino was the supernatural incident of Kaiden Radio. The following relevant information mainly comes from the surveillance footage left by the late Special Affairs team member Ameo Yusuhei before his death. Some scenes were reconstructed by the members of the investigation team afterwards. It is said that a member of the Special Affairs team named Komping Tianjing has a hobby of listening to the radio. One day after get off work, Komping Tianjing turned on the radio as usual, wanting to fall asleep while listening to the radio. However, today's radio program was different from the previous emotional story sharing, and the host seemed to have changed. On the radio, a very calm male voice was describing a strange story. At first, Komping Tianjing didn't realize anything was wrong. He thought it was just a little Easter egg in the radio program and listened to the broadcast content as a story as usual. However, the more he listened to the ghost story, the more Komping Tianjing felt something was wrong, until he suddenly realized that the situation of the protagonist in the ghost story was exactly the same as his own. Komping Tianjing was not an ordinary person who knew nothing about the mysterious side. Maybe it was a moment, maybe he was stunned for a moment. In short, Komping Tianjing quickly understood the established fact that he was going to die. The last thing he did before he died was to use his mobile phone to remotely open the camera on his computer and record the entire process of his death. Every time the male voice on the radio said a word, some changes would occur in Tianjing Komping's bedroom as described by the voice, such as blood oozing out of the ceiling, creaking sounds coming from under the bed, and the protagonist of the story being crushed to death by the wardrobe that fell down beside the bed. After taking a general look at all three pieces of information, Haruno Gen chuckled softly. He raised his head and looked at Master Nishida, who was waiting for his answer. I can't make any guarantees. After all, supernatural events are always full of variables. I can only say that I will do my best. Xingye Yuan said with a smile. He dared not guarantee anything. If these events were too dangerous, he would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. He also would not rule out the possibility that the special task force was sugarcoating him. After all, people's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. He never minded speculating on other people's thoughts with malice. Master Nishida didn't care about Haruno Gen's cautious and vigilant attitude. He nodded and said solemnly, "Then I'll leave these matters to you." Haruno Gen stuffed the information back into the information bag, picked up the demon sword and turned it into a black tattoo on his arm, then turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, Kiryu Ruoha suddenly called Haruno Gen and said with a sweet smile, "Senior Haruno, do you use Line? We can add each other as friends, so it will be much more convenient to contact each other." Haruno Gen stopped and smiled at her, saying, "Sorry, I don't use social software." Kiryu Ruoha opened her eyes wide in surprise at Haruno Gen's answer, and asked in disbelief, as if she suspected that Haruno Gen was lying to her, "Is that so?" Haruno Gen did not respond to her question, but said, "Don't you have my number? Just call me." After saying that, he left the cafe without looking back. Kiryu Ruoha looked at his receding back, the sweet smile on her pretty face faded, and she murmured expressionlessly, "He is indeed a very lonely person." After leaving the cafe, Haruno Gen did not go home immediately. Instead, he took a taxi to the nearby motorcycle-free test site. He had already started thinking about and planning about the motorcycle license. With his patience, he naturally could not waste too much time on such things, so he had already called his father's assistant before leaving. It only took a cup of tea to smooth over all the relationships. He didn't need to prepare anything. He just had to go to the license-free testing site to take a test and then go back and wait for his driver's license to be delivered to his door. After completing the procedures at the exemption test site, Gen Haruno still did not go home, but went to the nearby Metropolitan Police Department to take a statement about the previous kidnapping of Liz. Of course it was impossible to tell the truth, so Haruno Gen made up a story to fool the police. Just when Haruno Gen finally finished these chores and was about to go home, he suddenly saw a tall, handsome uncle walking towards him in the corridor, surrounded by several policemen. There was no special reason why Haruno Gen paid attention to the handsome uncle, it was simply because the other's eyebrows were too similar to his own assistant. And Haruno Gen remembered that Shimizu seemed to have told him before that she would most likely become a police officer in the future. Sure enough, when Haruno Gen listened carefully, he heard someone calling the handsome uncle Superintendent Shimizu. Until the group of people passed by him, Haruno Gen couldn't help but smile softly, and said to himself with amusement, "The Metropolitan Police Inspector, that idiot's family is quite powerful." Today's dinner at the Haruno family was cooked by Haruno Rin herself, because she saw a tutorial on how to make sushi on the internet in the afternoon and she was itching to try her hand at it, so the dinner at the Haruno family changed from the original Japanese food delivered by the hotel to a full sushi feast, made by the super popular idol herself. Gen Haruno had no objection to this. After all, it should be said that although his adopted sister was not very good at playing games, she was very clever in life skills. At least the sushi on his plate looked presentable and tasted pretty good. The record player in the living room was playing classical and melodious violin music, and in the restaurant, Liz and Haruno Rin were chatting in English. While eating sushi, Gen Haruno was immersed in his own world, thinking about the 3 supernatural incidents. As for the difficulty of the 3 incidents, on the surface, the Tokyo Bay Ghoul incident must be the easiest, and the Nagano Nagisa Ghost School incident is the most difficult. As for the ghost story radio, it is difficult to explain and the source is difficult to investigate. Haruno Gen plans to leave it to the end. From the perspective of time cost-effectiveness, it is obvious that we should give priority to investigating the White Palm village in Chiba. After all, according to the description in the information, the water ghost in Tokyo Bay often moves to other active areas. However, information is time-sensitive. Recently or even now, the evil ghost may be active in the Beisheng village area, but this may not be the case at night. It will obviously not be easy to determine its location at that time. With this thought in mind, Shinya Gen made up his mind to set off for Beisheng village tomorrow morning. By the way, brother, the crew has a few scenes to shoot in the villages around Chiba Prefecture. I have to go there with the crew tomorrow. I may be away for 2 days. Liz-chan, please take care of me for the next 2 days. After dinner, when Haruno Gen passed by the living room, he suddenly heard Haruno Rin, who was sitting on the sofa, say these words to him. Because Liz went to take a shower, Haruno Rin was playing a single-player game alone on the sofa. Haruno Gen, who was about to go back to his room, raised his eyebrows and looked at his sister with a slightly strange look, the villages around Chiba Prefecture. For the coexistence of the pastoral scenery and Tokyo Bay. Haruno Rin paused the game and looked at Haruno Gen with surprise. How did my brother know that? After that, she seemed to realize something and said, yes, that kind of scene is very common in movies and TV series, and it's very popular. Then she pouted her lips again and started to talk a lot. Actually, I don't want to film this drama at all. It's tiring and troublesome, but this drama is a resource found by the agency for everyone in TKY02. If I don't participate, it may cause the attention of this drama to drop a lot, and then everyone will be unhappy. And brother, let me tell you, this drama is super boring. The plot is also super cliché. Just like the scene we are going to shoot in the village in Chiba this time, a group of high school students on a picnic got lost and ran into that village, and as a result, someone was killed on the first night. The people in the village said it was haunted, but in fact, they were killed by someone. Stop. Before the topic could go on and on, Haruno Gen interrupted Rin's chatterbox mode, his voice calm with an imperceptible helplessness. I don't have time to help you take care of the children. Haruno Rin blinked, tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion, why? Brother, do you have something to do? Haruno Gen did not answer her question, but asked, is the place your crew is going to called Baishang Village? Exclamation point. Haruno Rin opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. Brother, can you read minds? Haruno Gen gave Haruno Rin a polite smile. Haruno Rin stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Well, she also felt that mind reading was not very realistic, although the superpowers her brother possessed were already very unrealistic. After thinking carefully for a moment, Haruno Rin came to a conclusion. She tapped her fair and delicate chin and asked, does that mean my brother is going there too? At this point, she paused, then lowered her voice, and asked tentatively with a hint of inexplicable excitement, could it be that there is really a ghost there? Maybe. I don't know if it's still going on now, but at least a villager there was attacked by a vicious ghost yesterday. Haruno Gen didn't hide much from his sister. Haruno Rin's eyes lit up, but she immediately realized something, scratched her hair and said hesitantly, should I persuade the crew to change the location for filming? Or postpone the filming or something? What excuse do you want to use? Say it's haunted. Haruno Gen said with a smile, don't do unnecessary things. Without a legitimate reason, forcibly changing the original plan of the crew is not impossible, but it will damage your personal image, right? I don't really recommend such a thankless business. Of course, if you like to do this, I have no objection. After saying that, he shrugged slightly and went back to the house to take a shower. Haruno Rin frowned slightly, staring at her brother's back, her pretty face full of thought. She wasn't thinking about whether her brother was right or not. She was thinking about whether her brother was concerned about her just now. Right. Should he be? It couldn't be wrong, right? Is my brother concerned about me? Is he worried that I will lose more than I gain? Is he working in a thankless role? Did all my efforts to get closer to my brother work? Yes, that must be it. Haruno Rin tried her best to suppress the urge to scream. She threw away the game controller and rolled around on the sofa excitedly. And then, Rin. What are you doing? After taking a shower, Liz appeared in the living room with wet blonde hair. Seeing her sister Rin rolling around on the sofa like a madman, she looked disillusioned. When she heard Liz's voice, Haruno Rin's movements suddenly stopped, and she turned her head stiffly to look at Liz. In silence, the two looked at each other without saying a word. The next morning. Liz, have you packed your things? We are about to set off. Haruno Rin's voice came from the entrance. She held the suitcase and shouted towards Liz's room. Okay, okay. Liz, wearing a white dress and a small sun hat, came out pulling a suitcase that was also several sizes smaller. She came to the entrance and gave Haruno Rin a bright smile. It was obvious that she had come out of the shadow of the kidnapping and last night's disillusionment. Haruno Rin leaned over and rubbed her soft little face with a smile. Our Liz is so cute. When you meet the other sisters of TKY02 later, you must take care to protect yourself. Liz laughed and went to the shoe cabinet to change into beautiful black leather shoes. A beautiful little princess who was carefully dressed up walked out of a comic book. The more Haruno Rin looked, the more satisfied she became. After all, beautiful things can always make people happy. However, she suddenly remembered something, puffed up her face unhappily, and muttered with resentment, brother is really something. We could have taken the bus together, which would have created a more picnic atmosphere, but he insisted on going there alone in advance. Shiratani village is located west of Chiba Prefecture, on the shores of Tokyo Bay, and is famous for its beautiful rural scenery. In this modern society with an extremely fast pace of life, for Tokyo residents who are under tremendous pressure in life, Shiratani village is a good place to relax their nerves and slow down time. For this reason, the tourism industry here is quite developed. A luxury bus slowly moved along a winding asphalt road, with juicy green grass on one side and the Tokyo Bay sparkling in the sun on the other. Today's sunshine is bright and grand, giving the marshmallow-like clouds a layer of light golden gauze. The chirping sounds of birds flowed through the open windows of the bus into the late spring countryside. Liz-chan, I heard that London has heavy fog every day. Is that true? Liz-chan. You're so cute, like a doll. Liz-chan, was Rin-chan as good and smart as she is now when she was a child? In the second half of the bus, a group of TKY02 members surrounded Liz in the middle and asked her questions excitedly. Since the selection standards of TKY02 are extremely high, many members can speak fluent English and have little problem communicating with Liz. Liz is not afraid of strangers. When she receives compliments, she compliments back. When she faces questions, she helps others answer them with a smile. Along the way, she seems to have become the darling of the entire TKY02 group. Listening to the noisy sound behind, the black-haired girl sitting in the front row couldn't help but chuckle and looked at Hoshino Rin, who was sitting by the window next to her. Her mature and gentle voice was mixed with a little childish voice. Liz-chan is really popular with everyone. The girl has long wavy hair, delicate and beautiful facial features, a swan neck, and beautiful shoulders. Not only is her waist slender, but her legs are also long and straight with beautiful lines. This is a beautiful girl who has no flaws even in a set of close-up shots from head to toe. She is also a beautiful girl who can be described as beautiful and charming no matter where she is in the world. She is so beautiful that even if she sits next to Hoshino Rin, her brilliance will not be suppressed in the slightest. On the internet, in the pure fan circle, there is a saying that goes like this: if 10,000 people go to a TKY02 concert, then 4,000 of them must be there for Rin-chan, another 4,000 for Kaoru, and the remaining 2,000 are fans of the rest of TKY02. And Xiaoxuan refers to the girl sitting next to Hoshino Rin at this moment, Asahina Kaoru. Hoshino Rin hung the headphones around her neck, then turned around to look at Liz, who was doing very well among the girls. She sighed inwardly that this little girl was very popular everywhere except with her brother. Then she looked at Asahina Kaoru and said with a smile, because everyone is very nice and Liz is very well behaved and cute. Asahina Kaoru smiled faintly, agreeing with what Hoshino Rin said. Then she glanced out the window and asked casually like a friend chatting, speaking of which, should we be almost at our destination? We can already see the farmhouse from here. Hoshino Rin leaned on the windowsill and stretched her head to take a look. As expected, she saw the rows of farmhouses in the distance that blended perfectly with the natural scenery. Well, we're almost there. Hoshino Rin muttered, took out her cell phone from her pocket, and called her brother. She put the white headphones on her snow-white neck back on her head and listened to the phone ringing for a long time before it was connected. Her brother's plain but super nice voice came from the other end of the phone. What's up? A bright smile immediately appeared on Hoshino Rin's pretty face, which was completely different from the one she had when she was chatting with Asahina Kaoru before. Oniai-chan, we are almost there. Have you found a place to stay? Can you come pick us up? The voice of Haruno Gen on the other end of the phone paused for 2 seconds, and then asked with deep doubt, is your crew so poor that you can't even provide accommodation for the leading actors? Or is this the case in the entertainment industry now? The meaning of this statement was very clear. The unkind brother cold-bloodedly rejected his lovely sister's wish to live with him. If it were someone else, they might have just given up, but Hoshino Rin, who has always been sensitive, has already figured out what kind of character her brother has after spending so many days together and observing him carefully. Her smile was still bright, but her voice was a little softer. The accommodation provided by the crew is definitely not as good as the one you picked, and didn't you say there was something going on here? If I'm not with you during the break, I'll be too scared to close my eyes. Besides, if Liz and I get into danger, you'll be very distressed, right? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and the ethereal voice said helplessly, the address is at Villa number 3 of FUNBB, find it yourself. After that, the phone was hung up and a series of beep-beep sounds came from the headset. Hoshino Rin didn't care. Instead, she held her phone and smiled triumphantly. Hee hee, it seems that she has mastered the correct way to act like a spoiled child to her brother. What Hoshino Rin didn't notice at all was that while she was on the phone, Asahina Kaoru, who was sitting next to her, kept her eyes fixed on her face. Her eyes were full of surprise, as if she had discovered some huge secret. When Hoshino Rin looked over, Asahina Kaoru's expression was no different from usual. She smiled and joked with Hoshino Rin, is Rin-chan's brother also in Beisheng village? Did he come here because he was worried about Rin-chan going on a long journey alone? I wish it was really like this. Hoshino Rin thought helplessly, but smiled and said, "No, my brother came here because he has his own things to do." I see. But from what I heard just now, Rin-chan, you and your brother seem to have a very good relationship. Hee hee. Hoshino Rin smiled at her and said nothing more. At this moment, the bus driving on the asphalt road suddenly stopped. The girls in the car all asked what had happened, and the driver in the driving seat replied that the car had broken down and needed to be checked and repaired. The producer who came with the team was understanding and asked the girls to get off the car and move around. Suddenly, a whole bus of young ladies happily poured out of the bus door. A group of fairies who seemed to be from a fantasy forest appeared in the oil painting with blue sky, clear water and farmhouses leaning against the mountain. Suddenly, someone let out a small scream, followed by a burst of laughter. Hoshino Rin, who got off the bus later, looked along with the others and saw two young men swimming with their upper bodies naked in Tokyo Bay. One of the young men whistled loudly towards them and dived into the water. Another young man was waving at the plump and slim TKY02 members who were washing ashore, making some unintelligible noises, and then began to swim in Tokyo Bay in various fancy swimming styles. It looks like a male peacock trying hard to spread its tail. Hoshino Rin was not very interested in that. She looked at it for a few seconds and then looked away. Compared to the naked men in the water, she was more curious about where her brother was and whether he had found any trace of the evil spirit. A few minutes later, the discussion of the members who were watching the young men swimming in the water gradually became louder, which attracted the attention of Hoshino Rin again. She listened carefully and realized that it turned out that the young man who dived into the water at the beginning had not come out until now. The girls were discussing and marveling at the young man's strong ability to hold his breath. Then a lively girl waved to another young man who was still performing fancy swimming. When the young man swam over excitedly, the girl asked in confusion and surprise, "Has your friend's diving ability always been so strong? Will there be any problems?" Ah. The young man froze for a moment, then blinked in confusion. "You mean that person just now? I don't know him. He looks like a tourist too." The young man who was diving came ashore, but he was pulled out of the water by the salvage team. The man who was still full of energy an hour ago has become a pale and swollen corpse. Outside Beisheng village, the shore of Tokyo Bay was already surrounded by police and villagers. The repaired bus drove away with the idle girls on board. The lively atmosphere of the picnic that had been there before was long gone. In the solemn carriage, someone looked back at the busy riverbank, turned around and murmured in a low voice, "He is really dead." Being afraid of corpses and death is human nature and an instinct engraved in the soul. The drowned body was like a layer of dark gray haze, covering the blue sky, white clouds, green grass and farmhouses. Hoshino Rin couldn't help but tighten her arms around Liz's shoulders. The current Hoshino Rin actually fits the opposite side of the saying, "Ignorance is bliss." Other people are afraid and silent because it is human instinct to fear corpses, but she is afraid because on this basis, she also knows that people may really become ghosts after death. There were many TKY02 members in the carriage who couldn't help but look back, but she wouldn't, and didn't dare to, because she was afraid that if she turned around, she would see a pale, swollen corpse waving at her. She hugged Liz's delicate shoulders tightly, her face tense. At this moment, she was extremely eager to reach her brother as soon as possible. On the artificial beach under the glaring sunlight, children were playing and fighting, young men and women in swimsuits were swimming in the shallow water or chatting under parasols, and in more remote locations, many people were sitting in rows, fishing with fishing rods. Gen Hoshino wore a pair of sunglasses to protect his face from the sun, a t-shirt and a sun-protective jacket on the upper body, and beach pants and flip-flops on the lower body, looking a bit nonchalant and cool. At least along the way, it is as eye-catching as ever. "Handsome guy, do you want to go fishing? We have all the fishing gear, 2,000 yen an hour." As soon as Haruno Gen walked into the fisherman's territory, an enthusiastic uncle came up to greet him. Judging from his face, the uncle's age was no more than 46 or 47, but he had a short haircut that had already turned gray. Haruno Gen didn't look at him too much, but he was very interested in his invitation to go fishing, and smiled and said, "Give me some fishing gear." "Okay." The uncle agreed immediately with a smile on his face, and he was obviously very happy about the booming business today. Gen Hoshino sat on the small stool that the uncle brought over, took the fishing rod with bait on it, and gave it a light swing. With a slight plop, the bait fell into the water. The salty sea breeze blew the hair on his temples. Hoshino Gen held the fishing rod with a faint smile on his lips, quietly waiting for the fish to take the bait. At this time, the uncle who rented out the fishing tackle also moved a small stool and sat next to Xingye Yuan, smiling and saying, "Young man, are you here for a trip?" Hoshino Gen nodded, but didn't look at him. His strange eyes behind the sunglasses were always fixed on the undulating sea level, as if he was afraid of missing the fish. "You don't fish much, do you?" The uncle was a talkative person, and he said with a smile, "You can't be too concerned about gains and losses when fishing. Although it sounds a bit metaphysical, I have been fishing for half my life and I have really found that sometimes, the calmer you are, the greater your harvest will be. On the contrary, the more anxious you are to catch fish, the more likely you are to catch nothing." Hoshino Gen smiled and said nothing. The uncle didn't care and continued to impart his experience cheerfully. "Don't be impatient, you know, fishing is different from other things, luck is very important, even if you are a novice, as long as luck comes, even the best fishing experts can't catch more fish than you. Of course, although luck is important, it is only one of the important factors. Fishing is simple, but it is also very complicated. Especially if you want to catch good fish, time, location, climate, and water conditions are all indispensable. Although the location and water conditions of my place are first class, the weather is unpredictable. But let me tell you, young man, if you really want to catch good fish, you have to fish at night." Chatting with Hoshino Gen is actually a very boring thing, but this talkative uncle still talks non-stop. It was not until the cell phone in Hoshino Gen's pocket rang that the uncle shut up with a look of unsatisfied satisfaction, smiled at Hoshino Gen, and stood up to greet other guests. Hoshino Gen took out his cell phone and answered it. Hoshino Rin's voice came from the other end of the line, "Brother, where are you?" "We're here." Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere on the beach not far away, Xingye Yuan was in a very good mood at the moment. "Give the phone to the front desk, I'll ask him to open the door for you." "Oh." After a moment, the voice of the young receptionist came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, sir." "Well, hello, I am a resident of the number 3 villa of Fuyuan BB. The girl in front of you is my sister. I have something outside and it is inconvenient for me to go back. Please open the door for them." "Okay, I understand, sir. Have a nice trip." Hoshino Gen hung up the phone and continued fishing patiently with a smile on his face. It was not until near noon, when the sun became stronger and it was almost time for lunch, that Gen Hoshino put away his fishing rod. His catch was quite good, with half a bucket of fish of all sizes, including a particularly large sea bass. Gen Hoshino was not interested in the other small fish. After paying for the fishing gear rental, he only took away the sea bass that looked quite delicious. Fuyuan BB is a high-end BB hotel that features independent courtyards and Japanese-style accommodation, allowing guests to fully experience the most beautiful rural scenery. The key is to allow guests to enjoy the atmosphere of country accommodation while receiving considerate service. As soon as Hoshino Gen entered the door, a waiter came over to greet him warmly, asking him if he was thirsty and if he wanted some tea or drinks, and also asking if he needed help from the kitchen to prepare the sea bass in his hand. Hoshino Gen was not polite and directly handed over the sea bass, saying, "Make it into a dish and send it over with lunch." "Okay, do you need any other help?" "No, thank you." Hoshino Gen waved his hand, walked through the service hall, and entered a large garden. Here, the villas were neatly arranged horizontally and vertically. Hoshino Gen found the number 3 courtyard where he lived. The gate was not locked. He reached out and pushed it, and the wooden door opened. Before entering the door, Hoshino Gen heard the sound of the TV coming from inside. Hoshino Gen walked across the yard and entered the house, and sure enough, he saw Hoshino Rin and Liz watching TV in the living room covered with a mat. Seeing Hoshino Gen coming back, Hoshino Rin's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Brother." Liz also looked over in the direction of the voice, but unlike Hoshino Rin, she just called out, "Brother," softly, and her face turned red, and she lowered her head as if she was ashamed. In the UK, brothers and sisters, whether they are biological brothers or cousins, basically address each other by their first names. Liz used the Japanese that Hoshino Rin taught her to call her brother, which made her very uncomfortable. Especially since that day, every time she faced Haruno Gen, she would unconsciously become a little timid. Haruno Gen didn't know how much psychological activity Liz had because of this brother, nor did he care. He just looked at the little loli with a little surprise, then chuckled and looked away. He looked at Haruno Rin and asked with a smile, "I remember you said you came here to film a movie. Why, don't you have to work today?" Rin Haruno, who was originally quite excited to see Haruno Gen return, suddenly became even more excited. Her originally casual sitting posture became straighter. "Brother, let me tell you. On the way here, someone drowned in Tokyo Bay. Just outside the village, that person deliberately dived underwater to attract the attention of everyone in TKY02, and then did not come up for a long time. In the end, it was the police and the salvage team who fished the body out. Because of this incident, everyone was scared. The producer asked us to have a good rest today and start preparing for the filming tomorrow." In fact, Haruno Gen was not very interested in finding out when his cheap sister would start working. He just asked casually. His underlying meaning was that he didn't want to stay under the same roof with others. However, what Haruno Rin said at the moment really aroused his interest. Xingye Yuan sat down cross-legged on the spot and asked with interest, "Did you see what the body looked like?" "No." Haruno Rin shook her head honestly. "The producer didn't let us watch it, and I didn't dare to watch it." Xingye Yuan was not disappointed, and continued to ask with a smile, "From the scene you just described, you were present from the time before the man dived into the water to the time when he died underwater?" Haruno Rin thought about it and nodded. "I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but then everyone was amazed at that person's ability to hold his breath, so I kept watching." "Were there any bubbles on the surface of the water, or any signs of drowning and struggling?" "It seems, no." At this point, Haruno Rin seemed to have realized something. She slightly widened her eyes and asked Haruno Gen in a low voice in disbelief, "Brother, are you saying that the man was actually killed by a ghost underwater?" Liz next to her didn't understand Japanese, but when she saw Haruno Rin's strange way of speaking, she couldn't help but look over here, but she quickly looked away and continued watching TV. Haruno Gen smiled and shook his head. "Who knows, maybe that person dived too deep and struggled underwater so you couldn't find him, or maybe he had some disease that suddenly attacked him underwater and he died. Being killed by a ghost is just one of the possibilities." After saying that, he shook his head as if it was funny, and stood up, supporting his knees. He walked towards the Japanese-style room inside. "I'll take a rest for a while. I won't have lunch. Don't disturb me if you have nothing to do." "Oh, okay." Haruno Rin blinked her big eyes and watched Haruno Gen walk into the Japanese-style room. Only when the sliding door closed and hid her brother's figure did she retract her gaze, picked up the TV remote control next to her and turned down the volume. Haruno Gen slept until it was completely dark outside. He woke up slowly. The Japanese-style room covered with mats was also dim. He shook his head, stood up, opened the door of the room and walked out. There was no light on in the living room, but the door was still open. At this moment, Haruno Rin was sitting on the corridor under the eaves in front of the door, supporting her cheeks with her hands and looking at the exceptionally bright moon tonight. She didn't see Liz, so she might have gone to sleep. Haruno Rin, who was standing at the door, heard the noise in the room behind him and couldn't help but look back. Seeing that it was his brother, Haruno Rin showed a very nice smile. "Good morning, brother." Under the moonlight, that smile was indeed beautiful, but for some reason, it gave the illusion of being fragile, and that pair of beautiful heterochromatic eyes seemed to be a little red. Haruno Gen also looked at the sky outside and confirmed that the jade disk-emitting bright light was indeed the moon and not the sun. He walked silently to the window beside him, sat on the windowsill, and leaned against the window frame. Haruno Gen didn't say anything, and for some reason, Haruno Rin seemed to become very depressed. Silence spread in the spacious living room. Maybe it took a long time, or maybe just a moment. Haruno Rin couldn't help but utter a sound after all. Her soft and gentle voice seemed a little low, as if she was about to cry at any moment. "Brother, just a few minutes ago, the producer sent us a message saying that Marina-chan was missing this afternoon. But I spoke to her on the phone at 4 p.m. and she was still in her room. I asked her what her plans were for the day and she clearly said she was only planning to rest in her room." Haruno Rin's words were a bit incoherent and she was a bit choked up. Marina is the third member of TKY02 and the oldest among us. Her personality in private is actually different from what she shows on the screen. She is not as lively as she shows on the screen. She is actually a very introverted person. She never takes the initiative to fight for the group's resources. Even if she was treated unfairly, she would just endure it silently, but she is really gentle and has always taken care of the other members of the group like an older sister. Captain Xingzi lost the key to the activity room, and she accompanied him to look for it for an entire night. When Xuena was isolated when she first joined, she accompanied her, spoke for her, and helped her integrate into the group. Another time, when I sprained my ankle during dance practice, she carried me to the infirmary. Everyone says that good people will be rewarded, but Marina is such a good person. Why would something like this happen to her? Her voice gradually became lower and lower until it finally disappeared, and then she remained silent, without making any sound. Haruno Gen leaned against the window frame, looking at the moon, and it was even hard to tell whether he was listening to what Haruno Rin was saying just now. The moonlight spread quietly in the courtyard, and the faint chirping of cicadas could be heard in the distance. After a long while, Haruno Rin hummed a melody. It was not abrupt, but rather in harmony with the night, as if the melody was supposed to be a part of the night. It was a sad melody that made people recall something. She hummed and sang softly, her voice softer than the moonlight. Who is this? We are always too late to notice. He's lost something. I suddenly came back to my senses and realized you were no longer there. Thinking out of it, leaving a beautiful memory in the air. The time of a song passed quickly. In the soft melody, Haruno Rin looked straight at her brother leaning on the windowsill with tears in her eyes. Then she closed her eyes and hummed the song, "Thank you," softly. The last word. When it hurts, even if we hurt each other sometimes. I still want to feel your presence. Amid the lingering sound, Haruno Rin opened her eyes, but Haruno Gen on the windowsill had disappeared. The girl wiped the tears from her eyes. Come on, brother. The moonlight spread out silvery moonlight like water, and the undulating silver-plated Tokyo Bay seemed to be growing dreamy scales. A few dim lights were on in the quiet village, the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas were heard, and the sea breeze blew across the grass, creating green ripples. White sneakers stepped across the grass and into the beach. The hustle and bustle of the day seemed to still linger here, and the laughing crowds seemed to still be walking here. An even stronger salty and humid sea breeze blew by, bringing up a gust of sand that covered the afterglow of the day, and the artificial beach was silent. Only the uncle with short gray hair was sitting on the shore, fishing alone. There was indescribable tranquility and peace. When Haruno Gen came closer, the uncle turned his head and looked at him with a smile. Fishing, young man. All the fishing gear is available, 2,000 an hour. As he spoke, a fishy odor rushed into Haruno Gen's nose, making his head dizzy and his consciousness began to become hazy. Just as he was about to reach out and take out the awakening talisman, he suddenly felt a biting chill on his right arm, instantly shattering the stench that seemed to be dragging him into an illusion. After a pause, Gen Haruno chose to stand still, until the uncle's face showed a little doubt. He showed a somewhat lifeless smile. Give me a set of fishing gear. The doubts on the uncle's face disappeared, and he smiled and replied, okay. He stood up with his hands on his knees and walked towards a small wooden house on the beach. He smiled and said, business isn't very good tonight. All the fishing gear is in the house. Come with me and I'll get it for you. When Xingye Yuan didn't move, the uncle turned around and waved with a smile. Come on, come here, I'll get you a fishing rod. Haruno Gen followed. Crunch. The wooden door of the hut was pushed open, and a strong stench of decay hit me in the face. There are a lot of fish being processed here. I'm a lazy person, so I didn't clean them up much. The smell is a bit pungent, but don't mind. The uncle turned around and smiled at Haruno Gen. Gen Haruno saw the scene in the wooden house through the open door. There were large patches of reddish-brown dried blood on the ground and walls. There was a chair and an unfolded folding bed inside. The bed was covered with white sheets, and lying on it was a pale, swollen female body, obviously drowned. A beautiful female corpse wearing red clothes. And if nothing unexpected happens, she should have a nice name, such as Marina. Haruno Gen followed the uncle into the wooden house, and the wooden door was closed. The uncle warmly invited Haruno Gen to sit down, as if he was entertaining a guest visiting his home. Gen Haruno had lifeless eyes and sat on the chair like a puppet. The uncle sat down beside the folding bed. He turned around, touched the face of the female corpse on the bed, and said with a smile, "She is beautiful, isn't she? I spent a long time choosing this daughter-in-law. She is the idol you young people like. Hey, she will marry my son after midnight tomorrow night." The wooden house was filled with a foul stench, and the walls and the ground were covered with blood. But in such an extremely creepy environment, a white-haired uncle was touching the face of a corpse and chatting with Haruno Gen kindly about family matters. It was weird, yet inexplicably harmonious. "My son is a real worry," the uncle said with emotion. "A few years ago, he went fishing with me. It was summer and hot, so he insisted on taking off his clothes and taking a bath in the water. I knew he was a good swimmer, so I didn't stop him. But once he got into the water, he couldn't get out. I watched him struggling in the water, and I got anxious. I couldn't swim, so I could only call for help." At this point, the uncle smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's said that people in modern society are impetuous. I called for help. Many people heard that someone fell into the water and ran over to watch, but no one helped me. They were all busy taking pictures and recording videos with their phones. I knelt on the ground and kowtowed to them, begging them to save my son, but no one came. I watched my son sink into the water without making any movement. The police came and brought a salvage team to dig for 2 days but found nothing. So they advised me to give up, saying that Tokyo Bay is too big and anything that couldn't be salvaged might have been washed into the Pacific Ocean." The uncle has a strong desire to talk. Perhaps it is because these things have been buried in his heart for too many years and he can't help it. He chuckled and continued, "They can let it go, but I can't. That's my son. The water is so cold. Even in summer, he can't stay in the water all the time. I just sat on the shore and waited until my son climbed out by himself. He has such a personality. He is just like me, so tough. It doesn't matter if others don't save him, he will climb out by himself. He crawled up to me and told me he was hungry. How could he not be hungry? He had been in the water for so many days." The uncle grinned and said, "I found him his favorite beef, but he refused to eat it. I bought him a cake, but he also refused to eat it. I asked him what he wanted to eat, and he told me he wanted to eat humans. Eating people is good. Those who watched my son fall into the water and didn't help deserve to be eaten." The smile on the uncle's face became ferocious, but very happy. "Over the years, I have learned a lot of things, and I have also found ways to kill a lot of people. My son is growing up, and I think if he hadn't fallen into the water and become a water ghost, he would have married and had children by now. If I could have seen that scene, I would have died with peace of mind." The uncle smiled and shook his head. "Fortunately, someone told me that people can still marry even after they die, and that the saying of a dead person seeking a wife is called ghost marriage. She said that if I could find someone who is compatible with my son and turn her into a water ghost, maybe we could have a child." The uncle's smile turned festive, and he turned his head to look at the face of the female corpse on the bed. "Since then, I have been choosing a candidate. Marina-chan really satisfies me. She is beautiful and gentle. After getting married, she will definitely be a virtuous woman. The key is that her birthday is exactly the same as my son's. She is really the most suitable candidate." At this point, he became happy as if he thought of something interesting. "In order to make Marina-chan successfully become a ghost, I put in a lot of effort. I even specially brought red clothes and a comb found in the tomb." He looked around the bloodstains in the wooden house as if admiring his work. "When she was tortured, she kept crying and begging me to let her go. Only when she was dying did she show a little resentment in her eyes. What a kind child she was. In the end, she didn't struggle much when she was thrown into the water and died quickly. What a worry-free child she was." He said with relief in his eyes, "After midnight tomorrow, we will become a family. We will definitely be happy and complete." After saying this, he let out a long breath, stood up, walked to Xingye Yuan, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry to bother you to listen to me talk so much. My son is probably starving now. Thank you for your hard work. I will make your death easier." He took out a fish-killing knife and stabbed it towards Haruno Gen's neck. Then, a hand tightly grasped his wrist, preventing the fish-killing knife in his hand from moving forward even an inch. At this moment, Haruno Gen also raised his face slightly. There was no sign of being in an illusion on his delicate and handsome face. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, but there was not much warmth in his strange eyes. He's really long-winded. I thought I'd hear some interesting stories, but I almost fell asleep listening to him. The boy with strange eyes stood up while holding the uncle's wrist in disbelief, then smiled gently and said, "You just said that your son likes to eat people. And now he's hungry, right?" The uncle was still stunned as to why the man in front of him was not affected by the ghost fragrance. That was the magic weapon he made with his son's hair under the guidance of that man. If ordinary people smelled the slightest bit of it, they would fall into a fantasy and become his puppet. But the next moment, he was dragged out of the shock and astonishment. Haruno Gen kicked him to the ground, stepped on his chest, and a black light flashed in his hand. He drew it from bottom to top, and his right palm flew up in the spurting of blood. Amid the man's hysterical screams, Haruno Gen caught the hand that he had chopped off. Haruno Gen looked down indifferently at the man who screamed shrilly, curled his lips, and stomped on his left chest. There was a muffled sound, and the shrill scream stopped abruptly. The demon sword that appeared in Haruno Gen's hand turned into a stream of light and wrapped around his arm again. He took a fishing rod leaning against the wall of the wooden house and tied the fishing line tightly to his palm, which was still warm. He carried his fishing rod, left the cabin and came to the beach. He swung the fishing rod gently, and after a splash sound on the water surface, his palm sank into the water.